So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you during the 25th GAZTERM conference. This time, the topic is the gas market during the breakthrough period, just transformation Europe. My name is Kubik, and I will moderate today's proceeding of the conference, and we're going to have a conference day tomorrow to discuss gas in a very specific context. We discuss various contexts while organizing this event this year, and February 2022 just brought one important context to the forefront, the unlawful military intervention of Russia in Ukraine. And there's a lot to discuss, especially during a conference on gas, and there's no better place than Międzyzdroje and our conference, GAZTERM. A round of applause for the organizers and everyone who decided to attend the conference. And while talking about organizers, let me give the floor to Krzysztof Mastylak, Studio for You, to tell us more about the conference.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the proceeding of the conference and the 25th GAZTERM conference organized in Międzyzdroje, let me just emphasize that we meet for the 25th time. GAZTERM for me is a half of my professional and private life and the most important of my projects, an event that we created from a very small conference attracting several dozens of attendees, which grew to some of the most important events in the energy sector in Poland. And I believe, I am convinced, maybe this doesn't sound really modest, but it is a tremendous success. But not only my success, it's the success of great many people who have contributed to the organization of the event for all these years. We wouldn't be here in this place if it was not for them. A lot has happened during that time, and it's not possible to list everyone by name and thank them, so let me thank them in general. There are several people that I would like to mention, especially people from my team, the Studio for You team, who have worked with me in previous years, and those who are with me here today. It's a very hard work that they put into the organization of the event, and I'd like to thank all those who took care of the merit-based part of the conference, which has changed and evolved over the years. And let me thank Dr. Adam Matkowski, Professor Osiadacz, Dr. Barczyński, Dr. Sikora, Profesor Kamrad,
a także od kilku lat naszego partnera merytorycznego konferencji, Dolnośląskiego Instytutu Studiów Energetyki, Institute, Remigiusz Nowakowski.
Chaired by Remigiusz Nowakowski.
Szczególne słowa uznania chciałbym też skierować dla
words of appreciation should go to Dr. Marcin Sienkiewicz, who has supported me while preparing for the conference for several years now.
Jest osobą, która w dużym stopniu nadaje ton i charakter tego wydarzenia. Chciałbym podziękować również wszystkim partnerom, sponsorom tego wydarzenia, tej konferencji, którzy przez te wszystkie lata i przy okazji dzisiejszej 25. konferencji wspierają nas, bo bez ich wsparcia finansowego szczególnie nie byłoby takiego charakteru tej imprezy. I tu główne i największe słowa podziękowania do naszego głównego partnera konferencji, Polskiego Górnictwa Naftowego i Gazownictwa, który jest z nami od wielu, wielu lat. Na koniec Tak naprawdę chciałbym podziękować wszystkim państwu,
I'd like to thank all of you.
ponieważ to bez was nie byłoby tej imprezy.
The event wouldn't have taken place without you.
Lubicie i
The
chcecie
fact
przyjeżdżać
that you
co roku do
like
Międzyzdroju
coming here
świadczy o
and
tym,
you
że
want
doceniacie to,
here
co robimy.
to Międzyzdroje
mam
means
nadzieję,
that you appreciate what
będziemy
we've been
tą
doing,
misję,
and I hope
będziemy tą konferencję kontynuować.
that we will continue this conference in the years to come.
Wiele osób i tutaj na tej sali,
Many people gathered in this room
w przestrzeni hotelu,
and
widzę
staying in the hotel
od wielu lat. Przyjeżdżają
have
tutaj
been regular attendees of our conference for a dozen or so years. But let me just mention one person
od 25 lat.
who has been with us for 25 years, a person who attended all GAZTERM conferences. This is my friend and Mariusz Łuczak, a person who contributed to the honing of the idea of the conference. He was with us every year.
Nasze urodziny
Our anniversary
dzisiaj jeszcze celebrować
is
podczas
going to be
wieczornego wydarzenia, na
celebrated
które
during
Państwa
our
serdecznie
tonight's
zapraszam,
event. I'd
do
like to
amfiteatru,
invite
gdzie
you
będzie
to the
koncert
open air
i tam
theater
też będziemy w pewien sposób
for a
celebrować te nasze
concert,
25
and this is where we are going to celebrate our 25th anniversary. But before I wish you fruitful proceeding of the conference and the enjoyment of beautiful weather in Międzyzdroje in the face of events in Ukraine, the war that's going on over there, accompanied by the drama of people who had to flee from their country coming to Poland, including Międzyzdroje. There are about 1,000 Ukrainian citizens, mainly mothers with children, who found their place here in the commune of Międzyzdroje, and together with our partners, Vienna House Amber Baltic, with Monika Kowalska, the director of the hotel, I'd like to thank you very much for this multiple-year cooperation, and my friend and business partner Grzegorz Kujda, representing GISO.
Chcielibyśmy w jakiś symboliczny sposób
in a symbolic way, we'd like to support all those Ukrainian people
tutaj w Międzyzdrojach przebywają. Chciałbym zaprosić
staying in Międzyzdroje. Let me invite to the stage Artur Duszyński, the director of the International Culture House based in Międzyzdroje. Together with our partners, we decided to provide 15,000 Polish zlotys
na dofinansowanie celu, o który poprosił mnie Artur,
to support
a jest to organizacja
the goal of the organization, namely
Dnia Dziecka w
the
amfiteatrze
Polish-Ukrainian Children's Day, an event that's going to take place here in Międzyzdroje. Artur, over to you.
Niech te pieniądze przyniosą tym dzieciom chociaż chwilę radości
the money bring
w tym
a moment of
trudnym czasie.
joy to children in this difficult period.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Organizator Dnia Dziecka, największego Dnia Dziecka na Wyspach, jak go nazywamy. Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję.
On our islands, I'd like to thank you very much for the contribution, and we are going to use the amount to the benefit of our children.
To tyle z mojej strony. Zapraszam Remigiusza Nowakowskiego, prezesa DIZE, żeby opowiedział Państwu o dzisiejszym i jutrzejszym programie i obradach konferencji. Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję Wam wszystkim, naprawdę Wam bardzo dziękuję. Przyjeżdżajcie do Międzyzdrojów, zapraszam Was za rok i myślę, że przez wiele lat. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo, Krzysztofie.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen,
wielki zaszczyt, że
it is a great honor for me that
od 6 lat, ale jednak wpisać się w ten 25
I've been here for 6 years now, and I'd love to fit into the program of the conference, attracting all the most important people from the gas sector or the energy industry in general. This conference is entitled the Gas Market in the breakthrough period or groundbreaking period. Our energy security has been brought to an edge because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and this shows a completely different dimension of security and basic values that were crucial for us, and we believe they were permanent, and the gas sector also plays an important role in the process. Undoubtedly, the fact that we call these conferences a gas summit is very relevant. We attract many distinguished guests having real impact on the reality of the sector. I'd like to welcome ministers. Minister Piotr Dziadzio, Under Secretary in the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Minister Paweł Jabłoński, the Under Secretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ambassador, Excellency Ole Toft, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to Poland, representatives of our partners from the United States, Robert Oldish, and a representative of the US Embassy to Poland, Gabriel Gorbachevsky, the Counselor for Energy in the Embassy of Lithuania. And our distinguished guests from business, shaping the gas market reality, just to mention two people, but I'd like to welcome all of you gathered in this room. Dan Brier, Sempra, a major player on the gas market, who will tell us about the US-Polish strategic partnership, and Przemysław Wacławski, the Deputy President of the PGNiG, the main partner of our conference and the largest player on the gas market in Poland. And as we believe in the new evolving reality, one of the key partners while implementing the energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin from congratulating. I'd like to congratulate you, Krzysztof, the 25 years. Political parties change, presidents of different companies have changed as well, but GAZTERM as a conference continues, and that's very good. The transformation that we've been through should be a part of our dialogue and discussion, and sometimes even a debate, and we have always managed to succeed during GAZTERM to do that. And it is my pleasure as a representative of the DISE Institute to be a part of the process. We wanted to transform this very technical meeting and discussion into a broader context related to what we call sector coupling and the international cooperation in gas and in the energy industry in general. And that's why during this year's program you can find a number of such issues, beginning with the first panel, the Gas Summit on Security and Just Transformation in Europe. This is where we are going to discuss more political issues, and then we'll go down to more practical issues, the transformation for security and how today's regulatory packages of the EU fit into the situation and the role of energy transformation to be played in the future in the face of security. But the key mechanism is the market, and during the next panel we will discuss how, in the face of all the crisis situations and turmoil, markets react, and what we should do to ensure energy security, security of gas supply to our citizens. The gas security will be a topic of our fourth panel, and we are going to discuss more geopolitical issues and a very direct, down-to-earth dimension of the availability of gas. And tomorrow we're going to have panels on trans-regional cooperation between the 3 Seas initiative area, Middle East and the Mexican Gulf, and we welcomed representatives of the Chancellery of the Polish President, and their patronage means that the topic is very important for them, and we should discuss it also in this new context, how we can strengthen the initiative. And there are a number of other topics that you can find in our publication. I'd like to encourage you to participate in the discussion. I'd like to wish all of you fruitful proceeding of the conference. A round of applause to the organizers. We know that from the lesson that when there is a rifle hanging in at the wall, it needs to fire someday, and before things will start go on at this table, let's us start introductory speeches. We're going to start with Paweł Czerwiński, the advisor of the President of the Republic of Poland on energy. Welcome, Mr. Minister.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I would like to read the letter of the President of Poland to the attendees of this conference. Warsaw, the 16th of May 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been following the development of the discussion within the gas industry in Międzyzdroje with great interest. It has evolved over the last 25 years to become one of the most important events for the energy sector in Poland and the whole Central and Eastern European region. It is a place for meeting between representatives of business, politics and public administration. And I am glad that it is yet another time that I can take the honorary patronage of this conference. This year's anniversary edition that is taking place at the time of deep geopolitical crisis implying a lot of consequences for national economies is a great opportunity to discuss the condition and the vision for development of the system for supplies of natural gas to our region. Today, at the moment of illegal military aggression of Russia in Ukraine and the loss of confidence in Russian gas suppliers and the Russian attempts to destabilize the energy security of the European Union, we do not have to convince anyone to the need to diversify gas supplies. One sad thing is that we needed the war to stop asking whether it is really needed. Poland, together with the countries of our region, has been warning for a long time that infrastructure projects with Russian support, those infrastructure projects in Europe, can be used by Russia to blackmail and exert pressure. Unfortunately, some of our partners in the community seem not to notice this risk. We needed 18 years, because this is the time of our membership in the EU, for our assessment of the Russian gas as a carrier of threats to become part of the main dispute. We needed two gas crises, multiple years of monopolistic practices of Gazprom, two fatal Nord Stream 1 and 2 projects to gradually convince the EU to the solutions allowing us to defend ourselves in a more efficient manner from the use of gas as a weapon. This weapon is used today by Russia against Europe and its unity. It has been proven by the recent activities of cutting off gas supplies to Poland and Bulgaria, and earlier to Ukraine and Moldova. We do not hear the opinions that Russia is a reliable partner and supplier anymore, and that cooperation with Russia is purely market-based. The fact that we can effectively cope with the cutting off of gas supplies by the Kremlin in a more effective manner than many Western countries is the result of our long-term policy of diversification of gas supplies. And we see that the Polish strategy is working effectively. The Yamal contract is expiring, the Baltic pipe will start operating, and the capacity of the Lech Kaczyński LNG terminal in Świnoujście is increasing. We are planning to commission the FSRU unit in the Bay of Gdańsk. And together with the EU's Commissioner for Energy and the Lithuanian and Latvian counterparts, we opened the gas interconnector between Poland and Lithuania, giving us access to the LNG terminal in Klaipėda and giving the Baltic states access to the EU gas market. In the nearest future, we expect to open such a gas link to Slovakia. I also hope for the establishment of the works on the gas pipeline between Poland and the Czech Republic. Thanks to all these activities, we are among the leaders in the European Union with regard to projects aimed at increasing energy security. But this is not just about transmission and offtake infrastructure. It is a symbol of how important regional cooperation is, whose practical dimension is demonstrated in the 3Cs initiative. The project of a broader cooperation in the region also covers Ukraine, and prospectively we want to include Moldova in that concept. And I'm very glad that the GAZTERM conference is yet another opportunity to discuss the possibilities for regional cooperation, not only with regard to infrastructure, but also with regard to other aspects of the gas market. I am convinced that initiating a broader cooperation between gas infrastructure operators and strengthening the trading potential in the form of further development of the gas trading exchange will bring additional benefits to this part of Europe. And the long years of efficient implementation of the gas security strategy mean that Poland can start becoming the role of a regional gas hub. Thanking you for your contribution in the construction of this potential, I would like to wish you fruitful sessions at your conference in Międzyzdroje. With all due respect, Andrzej Duda, the President of the Republic of Poland. Thank you very much, and we would also like to express our gratitude to the Presidential Palace. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Piotr Dziadzio, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Minister, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, let me join the congratulations that have been expressed earlier towards the organizers of this event. And I would also like to thank you all very much for inviting me to this anniversary conference, an important conference. I have been attending this conference since quite recently, but I've been linked to this conference through my friends and colleagues who have been taking part in the conference for many years and who always had very positive opinions about the substantive content of this conference. And I would like to thank you for your repeated invitations, and I am very happy that I can be here and that I can be part of this conference for quite some time already. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet here today in this difficult moment, a moment that changes the situation, not only the geopolitical situation, but it also changes the energy-related situation. And today, we are very strongly talking about energy security because it has become a fact. These two words, energy security, have become keywords for us. Since the beginning of the war, since the Russian invasion on Ukraine, they have become a key component in our lives, our daily lives. The lives of all people who are responsible for the energy security. So these two words are very close to our hearts indeed, especially to us at the Ministry of Climate and Environment. These words are very significant to us, and we want energy security to really mean what it is, the security of energy supplies. This year's anniversary conference, the 25th edition of the GAZTERM conference, is devoted to two main areas. First of all, the area of gas independence of Poland. It is a very important field. With Russia's actions, or due to Russia's actions, we have demonstrated that we can be independent in terms of energy. And the second area, as mentioned by the previous speakers, is the area related to the crisis caused by the Russian invasion on Ukraine. It is not just that, but also all the activities leading up to this invasion, but also the consequences of this war will be the topics or the subject of our discussion today. Let me remind you, although this information has already been presented here, in the letter of the President, I would like to remind you how important strategic investment projects that are coming to an end or are within our reach to protect our energy and gas supply security. We are talking about natural gas here, and natural gas is one of the components of energy security, because we need to take a broader look at the resources that are supplied from the eastern direction, from Russia. So we need complementary activities on the part of the state to become independent of Russian supplies. Russia is not a reliable partner. Russia has lost this strategic partnership and confidence in our eyes many, many years ago. And now Russia has demonstrated that we were right. We were right in saying how unreliable Russia was in their business activities, how cunning Russia's activities were with regard to various blackmail activities that we faced in the past. And we were able to point out, not only to the European Commission, but to member states individually, how dangerous Russia's actions were and how dangerous business partnerships with Russia were. Today, the Russian policy, the policy of domination and blackmail, it became revealed. So we said in the past that these cards, this deck of cards would be revealed. We can see them. We can see in black and white, we can see very clearly what Russia's policy is all about and which direction it is heading to. But on the other hand, we are happy to see that our investment projects and our responsibility for Poland's energy security have led to a situation where we are, in fact, the only EU member state which is safe and secure in the light of the coming crisis. The current crisis caused by the aggression, and the costs and the consequences that will have to be borne by EU member states, or even beyond the EU, we have already faced them and we have faced these challenges. We have done our homework and our task. These activities were not accepted for quite a long time by our partners, but we have completed them and we are safe today. And an important thing for us today is to discuss these topics at this conference, that this awareness should be disseminated further, because this is what energy security actually looks like. And this is what a reasonable and effective policy on energy security looks like. Energy security in its broad sense, but it also encompasses activities related to being able to anticipate the activities of that entity, not a partner. We were able to anticipate Russia's actions and consistently build our energy security. So I would like to wish all the attendees of the conference fruitful sessions, good atmosphere, and the ability to translate the conclusions of the conference into our future actions. Thank you very much, Minister. And now, let me invite yet another minister, the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Paweł Jabłoński. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also start with congratulations. Not only the congratulations on this beautiful anniversary, although it is a great occasion and great reason to congratulate you on the enormous effort that you have taken over many years in the discussions and giving us directions, allowing us to build a responsible energy and gas policy. But I would like to congratulate you, your thoughtfulness and your insight, because as previous speakers have mentioned, we are the state, we are one of the countries in Europe who was the earliest to start the work on becoming independent from the supplier, who is an unreliable supplier, a supplier that you cannot trust. We in Poland knew that for quite a long time. We have warned many of our partners multiple times. It was easier in our region because countries in our region who have been participating in this conference for a long time are well aware of that. But the effort that you have to make west of the Oder River is still ahead of us. And there would be even more work to do there if it wasn't for what we have started here 25 years ago, the great benefit to the Polish state and the Polish foreign policy. Many people say that the energy security things are more important than ever before, but I dare to disagree. These issues were always extremely important, but you were the ones to notice that and to recognize that. And today we can meet these goals. There is still a long journey ahead of us to ensure energy security, but it is much shorter than if it would be, what it would be if it wasn't for what has started here some time ago. The construction of the LNG terminal helping us become independent of Russian supplies. And it also was the result of activities of the experts and the political circles that were supporting that construction and that project. We would be today in a much worse situation if it wasn't for this long and very consistent work. And today, more people are aware of that. And we have to mention three things that, in the light of the current events, in the light of this deplorable Russian invasion, lead to a full redefinition of the energy policy globally and in the EU. The first thing that is felt by the citizens of Poland and the whole of Europe and beyond the Atlantic, the inflation. This inflation is a direct result of Vladimir Putin's actions. The whole world, in Poland and in the West, there are, well, obviously some political discussions about that, but there is basically no doubt about the fact that this inflation is caused to a large extent by the manipulation of gas prices, not only after the 24th of February, but much earlier. So this word, Putinflation, this word is very important today. And the results of what Russia is doing today in Ukraine are felt by all the societies in Europe. If we want to imagine what would happen if we had not taken the diversification activities 15 years ago here in Poland, we can look at other countries who have not taken such actions, and they have an enormous problem today to become independent of the Russian gas. They are trying various tricks to maintain the supplies of gas from Russia. They say they would not pay for that gas in rubles, and then they do that, in fact. We, fortunately, do not have to take such actions, because we became aware of that much much earlier. And the second thing is forward-thinking, future-oriented thinking. If we look at what is happening in Ukraine today, if we look at this heroic defense that's taking place there, with the support of Poland and other EU countries, we owe gratitude to the heroic defenders of Ukraine, because they are defending not only themselves, they are defending our security. We have to be aware that if Russia won that war, if Europe lets Russia win that war, there will be other countries to become invaded in the future. So we need to support Ukraine not only in this war effort, but also prospectively for the future. Together with Ukrainian partners and other partners in this region, we need to build the gas links, the ones that were mentioned by the previous speakers, and the ones that have been mentioned in so much detail by the President Andrzej Duda in his letter. We need to continue those activities towards Ukraine and towards other countries, because other countries are looking towards us as the region's leader in that respect. It is a huge responsibility on our shoulders, and we have to do it. We have to be responsible for our own future and for the future of this region of Europe. The third thing, I don't want it to become a political statement, but it's hard to avoid mentioning this memo from more than 10 years ago, where Polish politicians of back then made a decision to sell some strategic assets towards the east. I do not want to point fingers to any specific people to blame. It will be a political responsibility, but I would like to point to one important thing. Today, when we are discussing these things, no serious politician in Poland says that there are no reasons, ideological or any other reasons, not to sell our strategic assets to Russians. No serious people can say that today. And this is also the achievement of this group of experts and political circles, all of you who are here, the attendees of the GAZTERM conference, not only today's conference, but in conferences in previous years. And I would like to thank you all for that, and I would like to congratulate you on that achievement. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for being with us. And now we were supposed to have this statement of Herman the Minister of Energy of Ukraine, but he was called by Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, the President of Ukraine. We know what his duties are, but we will have a representative of Ukraine, Mykola Kolesnik, the head of the Department for Oil and Gas at the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy. So he will get connected to us directly from Kiev.
Thank you for the floor. Dear friends, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Ministry, as a Deputy Minister of Energy, frankly speaking, I'm honored to be able to address you today. I would like to start with expressing our gratitude for all participants, for all member states that we support to Ukraine. Energy without is one front of this war. Russian goals on this front is to divide Europe and prevent a coordinated action. United, we are strong in Russia. Being united, Russian oil, gas, and nuclear power are one and all weapon used by Kremlin against the free world. Putin is sure that he can do whatever he wishes, precisely because the European Union is so dependent on Russian energy. I would like to send a clear message. Russia cannot be longer be viewed as a reliable and predictable counterparty by anyone. For European businesses, getting away from Russian energy is now a pragmatic commercial decision. Considering this, President Putin has issued a series of decrees allowing him to intervene into the supply of gas at any moment. Gas flows to Poland and Bulgaria have been cut off, and that's like constant fact that happened like in one moment with not getting into account any commercial or contractual agreement. Gas supplied to Germany via Poland are sanctioned. Russian size has intervened in transit gas flows to the European Union in the occupied territory of Ukraine. Gazprom refuses to redirect gas flows to keep the transit volumes in the same level. In fact, Russian threatens to cut supply of gas and has already cut electricity flows to Finland. For European consumers, this manner of security, and they do not have to rely on Russia's energy. Not for a single cubic meter of gas, not for a single kilowatt of electricity. For the European Green Deal, it's essential to find a solution that would not make Europe's decarbonization dependent on a country which derives 40% of its income from selling fossil fuel. For European government, it's time to interview and act decisively. The new Repowering Europe strategy should be bold and effective. It should provide clear solution on three dimensions: how to replace Russian energy, how to remove Russians' control on energy assets and critical infrastructure in Europe, and how to ensure such situation will not happen again. I'm looking forward to discuss the three steps with our friends and colleagues today in the next session. Thank you.
Wielkie brawa dla pana ministra.
A round of applause for the minister.
Dziękuję, pozdrawiamy z Polski.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Poland. And we move to our conference room again. We have our guests to open our conference. Let me give the floor to Mr. Gorbachevsky, the commercial attaché of the Lithuanian company, to read out a letter from the President of Lithuania, Ms. Želion.
Dear attendees of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me for this Jubilee GAZTERM summit. Let me start from discussing the current geopolitical situation impacting the energy sector and our societies. I'd like to share the position of Lithuania condemning the unprecedented Russian aggression in Ukraine. In Lithuania, we treat this geopolitical situation very seriously, and we undertake all necessary actions to be prepared for all possible risk scenarios to our energy security. In terms of gas, Lithuania is on the safe side. This is the effect of well-planned large investment in energy security that Lithuania has made in the past decade. Today, the necessary volumes of gas is covered by the LNG terminal in Klaipėda and balance in the gas storage in Latvia. The Klaipėda LNG terminal is going to be fully operational by the end of this year, and thanks to the interconnector between Poland and Lithuania, GIPL, which started operating on the 1st of May, we have a very good connection between Poland and Lithuania and the rest of the European Union. GIPL opened new opportunities for the gas market that we could only dream still a decade ago. And during the next year, we're going to solve the bottleneck on the route between Latvia and Lithuania, and we're going to double the transmission capacity there. We need to focus on two key energy security issues at the moment: the immediate and long-term discontinuation of importing Russian gas and replacing Russian gas with alternative sources, and the preparation for the winter season. From the very beginning of the Ukrainian conflict, conflict in Lithuania, we had a uniform political situation and strong public support for the resignation from Russian gas as soon as possible to stop financing the war by paying for energy sources. From the 2nd of April, Russian gas is not used by Lithuanian consumers. We cover the demand by the import of LNG, and we do not expect any problems in the supply of gas in the country. We also do not import Russian oil. Special thanks and words of recognition should go to PKN Orlen, the owner of the only oil refinery, Orlen Lietuva, to provide energy security in the region and replacing Russian oil with alternative imports. The current priority for Lithuania is to fill the underwater storage Čukalys through our LNG terminal to be well prepared for the next winter season. We are ready to contribute to the energy security in the region. The key to this is the regional and European unity and solidarity in action, not only in words. The current regional and European energy security will be ensured once we are ready to cooperate and support each other. Coordinated regional activity and European activity in order to develop the energy infrastructure are crucial to withdraw from Russian gas and prepare for the winter season. Considering solidarity, all payments for Russian import of energy in rubles would be a confirmation of the weakness of Europe. Russia is the cause of the current energy crisis, and we should deal not only with consequences but also sources of the crisis as well. The European Union and member states should expedite investing in energy infrastructure to ensure the capacity to diversify energy sources. Well-developed gas infrastructure provides our advantage for the gas market and contributes to healthy, safe energy system in Europe. Together, we can create attractive market in Eastern and Central Europe and efficiently use the current and developed infrastructure in the form of terminals, interconnectors and storages. Once again, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to the conference, and I wish much success to the conference. Thank you very much to the attaché and the minister. Thank you very much. We are very happy because of the Gipel interconnector and the LNG terminal and the next terminal that is going to be developed in the Gdańsk Bay. Now let me give the floor to Oletov, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to Poland. Mr. Ambassador, please take the floor. And a round of applause for the ambassador, of course.
Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking for the invitation to participate here again at this year's GAZTERM conference. It's a pleasure to be back here. A lot has happened since we met last time. The deplorable Russian attack on Ukraine has created the worst security crisis in Europe since the Cold War, and the most serious threat to our energy security since the 1970s. Gas is at the heart of the energy security crisis we are facing now, and gas will also be a key to how we can solve the challenges that we meet. The good news is that if the West stands together and the free world cooperate on this, we are sure to prevail. We all have to do whatever we can to help in this context. In Denmark, we have decided that we will increase our production of natural gas in the North Sea. We will do that with maintaining our ambition to phase out fossil fuel production in Denmark by 2050, but we will raise the production now so that we can bring all the gas that we have the possibility to produce to the European market in this situation of a crisis. As a Dane, I'm proud that we are, as a small country, building the Baltic Pipe gas connection together with Poland, bringing Norwegian gas from the North Sea through Denmark to Poland. And I'm happy to say that the project is on track. We will finish this fall as planned, and the pipeline will be working on full capacity at the end of this year, bringing up to 10 billion cubic meters of gas to Poland annually. It has been a very positive experience for us to build this big infrastructure project together with Poland. It has been so through the political cooperation we have had. It has been very fruitful and very constructive. We have solved some problems along the way, but we have been able to do so. And it has also been, I think, and I know, a very positive experience for our TSOs, Gas System and Energinet, to work together on this big project. And I hope that the TSOs can continue this good cooperation in the future, strengthening our regional cooperation on energy infrastructure. Looking to the future of Europe's energy security and also the ambitions we have with regard to the green transition, I think it is clear that the development of biogas and electrofuels will be crucial. And I think, and we believe in Denmark, that Poland has a huge potential, both with regard to biogas, being a large agricultural country, but also with regard to hydrogen, power to X, and products like that. And we will be happy to working together with you on developing these interesting possibilities. Many countries, including Denmark, are putting forward ambitious national plans with significant funding for building up our national gas systems. But for Europe to benefit maximally, we need to create interconnections. And I would like to acknowledge the great work of Poland in this context, both through a project like Baltic Pipe, but also with the interconnectors you have been building to Lithuania and now to Slovakia, and also the efforts that you are and the leadership you are showing within a project like the 3Cs initiative. In Denmark, we hope that we can continue to develop our bilateral cooperation with Poland on energy security and on the green transition. We believe that Poland has a huge potential for developing also a renewable energy sector, also here in the Baltic Sea region, with a great potential for offshore wind. And we hope that we can work together on developing this potential also within a regional context amongst the nations and countries around the Baltic Sea. Let me finish by congratulating the organizers of this conference with your 25th anniversary. I think the situation we are in right now shows that a conference like this is more important than ever before. I wish you all the best for this year's version of the GAZTERM conference, and I hope, and we at the Danish Embassy, we hope that we can develop our good cooperation with you even further in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dziękujemy bardzo, panie ambasadorze. I czas na wystąpienie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. It's time for another foreign speaker. This time, Robert Rudic, Energy Attaché of the US Embassy to Poland. Please take the floor.
I wielkie brawa oczywiście też są potrzebne. Proszę bardzo. The floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to this important event, and congratulations on 25 years. It is truly an achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm honored to participate today with so many distinguished speakers, and I do apologize for the last-minute cancellation of Deputy Assistant Secretary Bolz. I want to take a moment to recognize our friend and colleague, Deputy Minister Nikolai. It's not on the screen anymore, but the courage and the bravery of the Ukrainian people have been an inspiration to all of us. It is an honor to be participating with you, and while we do not know when this horrible war will be over, we do know that Ukraine will emerge victorious. And the United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes to achieve that victory. As we all know, Russia's unjust war has also created unprecedented challenges to global energy security. We want to tell Poland and our other allies in the clearest possible terms that the United States will continue to work hard to support your energy security needs. We understand that energy security is national security. Poland has long worked to diversify away from Russian energy sources, but Russia's aggression has accelerated this trend on a global level. We are thankful for the contributions of the 3 Cs initiative in helping move that transition forward. And I commend Poland on its foresight and on its recent decision to rapidly wind down all imports of Russian oil, gas, and coal. The United States stands with you, and we have already banned these imports in our own country. On a more positive note, despite the challenges, I am proud to report that the U.S.-Polish partnership on energy security has never been stronger, more dynamic, or as diverse as it is now. Oh. Dzięki.
Przerwa taktyczna. 1 second.
Tactical break for a second.
Now they hear you well.
Oh, fantastic. As I was saying, the Polish-U.S. partnership on energy security has never been as strong or as dynamic or as diverse as it currently is. And I would like to commend Secretary Briette for his foresight in establishing a Department of Energy office here in Poland, one of only 14 countries that has such an office at its embassy. Expanded supply of U.S. natural gas remains at the foundation of this partnership. And I'm glad that our fantastic U.S. LNG and other companies are joining us here today. I know you are all working hard to boost supplies into the region. As the FSRU construction accelerates, and as the work is done to expand capacity at Świnoujście, I have no doubt that American exporters will continue to be Poland's first choice for security of supply. While our gas relationship continues to grow, important new relationships are also forming. On nuclear energy, we are at the edge of initiating a 100-year strategic partnership to bring best-in-class U.S. technology to Poland. Safe, reliable nuclear power from a trusted partner will help Poland reach its climate goals while further boosting energy security in the region. More opportunities await this relationship. Most immediately, our exporters stand ready to help Poland replace Russian crude with U.S. supply. We are also ready to work with Poland on a win-win-win of enhancing energy security while accelerating the path to net zero and creating jobs in the clean energy sector. The U.S. is especially interested in hydrogen and supporting the deployment of offshore wind in the Polish Baltic. We are excited to work with Poland across the spectrum of renewables. And while we understand that gas is a critical transition, we know that the future relies in clean energy sources. On behalf of the U.S. Embassy in Warsaw and the U.S. Department of Energy, we look forward to working with you on all these opportunities and more. Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I last but not least, na koniec wystąpi pan Przemysław Wacławski, wiceprezes do spraw finansowych
Mr. Przemysław Wacławski,
S.A. Zapraszamy,
Vice President for Finance at PGNiG.
O co chodzi z tym stołem?
The floor is yours. Can you tell us what's the story with the table?
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen,
bardzo serdecznie.
A very warm welcome. Let me start by reading the letter from our CEO, Iwona Waksmuńska-Olejniczak, who unfortunately is not able to attend today. So let me start with that letter, and then I'll tell you about the table. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board of PGNiG, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to attend this year's conference. For the last 25 years, GAZTERM has become one of the leading and most prestigious events in the Polish gas industry. These meetings of business experts, politics, public administration and academia have been filled with engaging discussions about the current and future challenges for the energy sector. This year's anniversary edition of the conference already in its main slogan diagnoses the current situation in the global and European gas market. Quite recently, our focus was targeted at energy transformation, energy transition, and looking for alternative zero-carbon energy sources. At last year's conference, we discussed about cooperation, building bridges between the countries of the Three Seas Initiative and Ukraine, making it possible to become independent of Russian influences. Despite dynamic changes in the geopolitical arena, we can see that these challenges are still valid. Back then, their background was aiming at climate neutrality and market competitiveness. Now, we have something much stronger at its foundation: security and human life. It is a great honor for us that the members of the board of PGNiG will be able to take the floor during the discussions at GAZTERM 2022. Maintaining the continuity of natural gas supplies and building energy independence and security on the European continent are key aspects, not only from the point of view of our business and the mission of our holding group, but primarily it is a response to the concerns of millions of Poles that we feel obliged to address as the state-owned company. Unfortunately, due to my other professional duties, I will not be able to attend this this important event in person, but I am convinced that this year's event will bring more discussions and conclusions important in this difficult situation that we are facing in Europe and globally. And we can only find the solutions to that situation via discussion and dialogue and cooperation. Today, we have clear proof that this cooperation can bring desired results. I would like to express my gratitude to our US partners and guests. We have contracts that we are implementing already together, and we want to build on that in the future. We confirm our readiness to expand our projects and cooperation in the future to result in future contracts for US LNG supplies to Poland. Our business cooperation is not only based on precisely worded contracts, but also on mutual trust and confidence. In these difficult times, at the turning point, trust and confidence are of utmost importance. And only by cooperating with reliable partners, we can face the current challenges. Wishing you fruitful sessions. With all respect, Iwona Waksmuńska-Olejniczak, CEO of PGNiG. Thank you very much. So now we can guess what it's all about with the table. Please remain with us on the stage, and I hope that the organizers will tell us more about that. And now you will tell us about why we have this table. Yes, indeed, it is a great pleasure for me. When I read the letter of our CEO, Ms. Waksmuńska-Olejniczak, she expressed our readiness to expand our cooperation with US LNG suppliers. And we are indeed determined to do that. We have seen LNG as the possibility to diversify gas supplies to Poland and an opportunity to ensure energy security in Poland. And from the very beginning, we have been looking towards the US. The first supply of LNG from the US to Poland was in June 2017. And since then, we have been strengthening this cooperation consistently. And I think that the recent events are clear clear proof of the right direction of that strategy. Now, when the whole of Europe is turning towards LNG, they want to build terminals, they are looking for gas carriers and slots in the ports. We already have a well-rooted position in that market. So we are very satisfied with that. That is obvious, but we cannot rest on the laurels. So that is why it is a great pleasure for me to announce that quite soon, in just a moment, we will sign a contract or a memorandum of understanding on the conditions of the future LNG supply contract with Sempra Infrastructure, a long-term 20-year contract for the supply of 3 billion tons of LNG per year. It is about 4 billion cubic meters of gas after regasification. It is about 20% of our annual gas demand in Poland. So it shows how important and how big this contract is for us. And this contract will enter into force from 2027, which is the year when we should already have the second terminal in the Bay of Gdańsk. So we'll have gas from Cameron LNG in Louisiana and Port Arthur LNG liquefaction terminal in Texas. And I have the great honor to sign this memorandum of understanding, and I have the honor to sign it with Mr. Dan Bruyere, the CEO of Sempra Infrastructure.
To be able to sign this heads of agreement with you. Would you like to join me here? Would you like to take the floor? To say a few words? Right? Dziękuję bardzo uprzejmie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for those kind words, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to meet with former Minister Kurtyka, current Minister Namsky, as well as President Duda in the White House. And then I made commitments to them that the United States government and United States industry would always stand with Poland. And thank you for the foresight that you saw and you showed then about the importance of energy security, and more importantly for everyone in this room, thank you for your commitment to act upon it. It's my honor today to be here as the president of Sempra Infrastructure and sign this important agreement with our colleagues and our very strong partners, PG and IG. So thank you for that opportunity. I look forward to this agreement. More importantly, I look forward to this partnership and this relationship with PG and IG and Poland to remain in place for a very, very long time. Thank you.
Wielkie brawa. 4 miliardy metrów sześciennych rocznie. Import do Polski to jest 10 miliardów metrów sześciennych rocznie.
The total import to Poland is 10 billion cubic meters and the demand is 20 billion cubic meters. So it is going to be 1/5 of the demand in Poland. The agreement is about to be signed. It's time for you to take pictures. And the previous import
prawie połowa importu, proszę Państwa, może pochodzić od Sempry. Oczywiście mogą pojawić się nadwyżki, a już wiemy, że zgłaszają się nadwyżki
from Sempra Infrastructure and also companies from Czech Republic or Czechia or Slovakia. We know about the cooperation with Lithuania and Ukraine, and we will be able to tell you more about this cooperation during the panel. And the head of the Ukrainian Department of Energy became the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine. A round of applause for the presidents, our friends from the United States and from the PGNiG with the contract, and you'll be able to show the contract, a family photo, and a round of applause. As usually, a lot has happening in Międzyzdroje, very solid, concrete development. I believe we no longer need the table unless you're going to sign something. There's a lot of time until tonight, and tonight we have an excellent atmosphere for backstage discussions. The first panel, the Guest Summit for Security and Just Transformation in Europe. We're going to discuss what has been signed and how Europe is to ensure energy security and just transformation. If it was not for the February this year, we would more discuss the green deal, as we discussed last year, the transition that will have its major impact on the energy sector. Now, the allies from the United States, NATO, European Union is crucial. This is what's already there. And Remigiusz Nowakowski, the president of DISA, will moderate this panel. What else can I add? We have the entourage ready, and we'll kindly request the moderator to take the floor, introduce our panelists from different corners of the world, and who will discuss the supply of gas and energy security. Remigiusz, over to you. Well, as they say, the one at the mic is the most powerful. In a moment, we're going to have a panel discussion, and I will have the pleasure to moderate this panel, which will involve distinguished guest representatives of the Polish government and representatives of our international partners. The panel is entitled "The Gas Summit for Security and Just Transformation in Europe." But before we proceed to the panel, allow me to tell you a few words of introduction to outline the logic behind the discussion that we're going to have. We're at the breakthrough moment, which is difficult because we actually don't know what the future brings, what scenarios will materialize there. We need to consider different scenarios. We need to be prepared for different situations, including crisis. This creates an opportunity for us, perhaps even better and faster transformation of the energy gas sector that we have been witnessing. Why are we in this particular moment? It's worth referring to some dates, something that Minister Jabłoński has already mentioned. I opened the issue of the commodity exchange paper, which reads the delivery of billions of cubic meters of gas from Norway to Poland in 2024, signed by, as underlined by a contract signed by PGNiG, Statoil, but the then Mr. Buzek, the then Prime Minister of Poland, and the then Prime Minister of Denmark. It's a proof how early Poland, which at that time left years of isolation and the influence of Russia, knew that it was the only right direction of development. What happened after the year of 2003? Then the SLD Leszek Miller government discontinued the contract, and on the 1st of May 2004, Poland joined the European Union, and on the 18th of September 2005, we witnessed signatures, we had witnessed the signing of a contract between Germany and Russia on building Nord Stream. This is the source of our conflict. Nord Stream 2 is only a consequence of this development. And this shows that already at that time, Putin decided that Poland's accession to the EU created a major change of status quo in the so-called Eastern Bloc, which was at that time considered by Putin as the area of their influence.
And this triggered a series of events and developments. We protested against them. However, we are left alone. The energy solidarity has not continued that path. Large particular interest one supported by politics, and the history completed the circle from the Poland's partition, the First World War, the Second World War. This agreement between Germany and Russia led to many unfavorable for Poland solutions and determined the Polish history. I'm referring to that because we need to learn from history. We need to speak loud about it also in the EU, the European Parliament, the European Council. We need to talk about it. Our voice needs to be heard so our partners understand that it's not a question of a political decision of this or that government. It's the deep lesson from our history. In 2006, we continued this effort. We made a decision to build the LNG terminal in Świnoujście, which is very close from where we are. We can even see the terminal from this hotel. In 2015, we started operating the terminal, and the first delivery in December of 2015. And this started the actual process of diversification and making Poland independent from gas supplies from Russia. Then today's the symbolic signing of the PGNiG Sempra infrastructure contract is also a major development, a milestone in our response to the situation. If it was not for the decision of building the LNG terminal, if it was not for the decision to build the Baltic pipe in 2016, when we return to this project with full speed ahead, and hopefully everything will proceed successfully, and already in winter this year we'll be able to use gas transported through the pipeline. Of course, this will require some major effort to use the full capacity of the pipeline, but nevertheless, this is crucial today. This is crucial today for Poland and for Europe. Let's put it bluntly, the access to LNG terminals, contracting gas from other directions is fundamental for the security of Poland and Europe as well, the security of Central Europe. This is the real possibility to provide our support to Ukraine. And now, why are we discussing this today? What else can we do? How to respond to the situation adequately? We need to change the strategy in the face of war in Ukraine. Geopolitics turned out to be a major factor determining the developments in the nearest future, including energy supply and energy security. In recent years, we discussed a lot about the energy transition. The discussion continues, but priorities have changed. We need to first deal with energy security, the supply of gas, electricity for households and industries. This creates tremendous opportunity because Repower EU, announced by the European Commission, reads that the diversification long-term should be based on the maximum use of renewables, and this is very rightly said. In this way, we can be independent from the supplies of energy sources from any direction. And also what Amos Hochstein, the advisor of President Biden, has said. He said that from the point of view of the US administration, the long-term policy will be based on supporting energy independence through the use of renewable sources and energy transition. And this is something that in the long run will be available for us, but in the short-term perspective it is not possible
to base our energy system on renewables. We need to secure our energy through such contracts as the one signed by PG&AG and Sempra Infrastructure, interconnectors and different directions of energy supplies. Transition is a tool that will help us to be independent from Russia, and the European Union depends on gas from the supply of Russian gas in 40%. So we need to find a substitution to that in the short term. Gas is going to be crucial for Poland to fill the gap that will be created when the current coal-fired units are decommissioned. No matter whether we decide to prolong the operation of certain energy sources, their economic lifetime has been approaching its end. The period 2025-2035 will be crucial for the Polish energy sector in terms of balancing the system. Still before the war, we discussed that natural gas would be the transition fuel that can be used for energy transition, and also the decision of the European Commission to include gas in the taxonomy and accepting gas under certain conditions. What are the other tools? The 3Cs initiative that Minister and President Duda underlined very much from the very beginning of his presidency. This is a difficult project combining interests, sometimes conflicting interests of different countries, but putting more weight on the southeast direction is a natural direction of developing the modern energy security in the region in cooperation with our partners, and this is what we have to continue. And one of crucial foundations of the security, the strategic partnership between Poland and the United States. We know this, and this is a question of history. We cannot find understanding in Europe. German and French interests are frequently different from our interests, and this forces us to find partners from beyond the EU. The issue of military guarantee through the North Atlantic Alliance needs to be supported by the diversification of energy supplies, something that we've been involved in. And finally, just Amos Hochstein has said, we are in the state of war. Luckily, the military activity takes place in Ukraine, if we can say that we're lucky, but Ukraine took over a tremendous burden of this military action on behalf of defending the European values, values of such countries as Poland as well. But we are also linked economically. The taps have been closed for the delivery of gas to Poland and Bulgaria. This is a part of the hybrid war, nothing else. And that's why in this reality we need to find adequate resources. And now I'd like to invite to the panel I'd like to have a discussion that I outlined how efficiently, in cooperation with international partners here in Poland, we are able to respond to the threat and how energy security can be compromised with just transformation and how we can use it in the best way for the benefit of our citizens. Let me invite Ministers Piotr Dziadzio, Piotr Jabłoński, the Ambassador of Denmark, Ole Toft, and the Attaché of the US Embassy, Mr. Robert Rudish, the Attaché for Energy from the Embassy of Lithuania, Mr. Gobachevsky, and we're going to have an online participation of Minister Mikołaj Kołyński, or there should be an online link during the panel.
Good morning, Minister. I'm speaking to Mr. Mikołaj Koliński. Congratulations on your promotion to become the Deputy Minister for Energy in Ukraine, and let me express my words of gratitude and admiration to the heroic Ukrainian nation during this war with Russia, and we believe that it will be the war that we will win together as the whole of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, when discussing how to ensure energy security of Poland and Europe with regard to the situation that we have found ourselves in, and how to use the current reality of the crisis that we have found ourselves in. And my first question goes to Mr. Paweł Jabłoński. Polish diplomacy in recent years has consistently pointed out and demonstrated how dangerous Nord Stream is for the energy security in Europe. In the light of the current war and the use of gas as a weapon by Russia, is there any possibility to neglect or to erase those gas links through the Baltic Sea? And will the declarations of phasing out Russian gas supplies, will they materialize? Will there be any significant resistance, or perhaps will this current situation lead to a unity of thoughts and decisions on the European level? What is your take on this from the point of view of the Polish diplomacy? Of course, a reply to this question is what you can say most diplomatically as possible. It depends. And it depends on whether the activities on the part of Poland and other similarly thinking countries, countries who have this realistic point of view on the current situation, whether these activities will be continued and whether they will be effective. Because the fact that we are talking today, that finally many European member states who have been building the dependence of Europe on Russian supplies for decades, these countries are now changing their policies, and it is a great thing, and we are very happy to hear those declarations. But unfortunately, already today we can see attempts being made, also with regard to the sanctions policy, attempts to find certain loopholes or ways to continue the relations with Russia. For example, the famous or infamous matter of payments in rubles, or what some other countries are doing by paying in euros and dollars, but to a special account where this money is being exchanged into rubles. So it is a very unfavorable phenomenon and very harmful to the credibility of the European Union. Because if the European Union imposes sanctions and then the largest EU countries are trying to circumvent or actually breach those sanctions, and if the European Union does not do much about that, but of course, we hope that certain steps will be taken here. Well, if that happens, it will demonstrate that we are not very efficient in our actions. And the EU's credibility is one of the most valuable things, because for many analysts who anticipated before the 24th of February, anticipated that EU's and NATO's response will be delayed and weak. All those analysts were surprised by how much we have been able, both in Europe and in the transatlantic dimension, how swift our response was. I'm not only thinking about the military cooperation within the NATO, but in the end of March, in the conclusions of the G7 summit in Brussels and the NATO summit and the European Council summit, at the same time, together with the visit of US President Joe Biden, we had a very significant step contributing to the energy security. That was the decision about joint purchasing of gas from American contingency and reserve resources. And we are very thankful to the US, to the Americans for that they decide to support Europe in this difficult time. And this policy has to continue, because it is with sadness and disappointment that we have to say that for example, in German policy, but in the policy of other countries, we still hear some voices that, well, we should give some concessions to Putin to allow him to keep his face in this political dimension. There are still also such voices in the energy context, and we will continue to have such attempts, because these activities taken for decades already to become independent of Russia in terms of energy sources were also supported with a big network of business and also corrupt links and political links. For example, cooperation of very secret services. It is no conspiracy theory. These are simply facts. Many people in the business elites of Western Europe are unfortunately linked and related to this Russian system, and they would like to come back to that. So that is why it is so important to continue this pressure, and why it is so important for us to be very consistent here. And we need to be aware that we will bear certain costs. We are already bearing these costs, but we need to be aware, and we are aware, that we need to make others aware of that. These costs are not the consequences of sanctions. These costs are the consequences of war. And if this war continues, or if Putin wins this war, there will be other wars in the future, and these costs will rise further. So if we do not want these costs to rise, we need to finish this war by Ukraine's victory. Let me add another question. The sixth sanction package is coming, and we know that there will be no sanctions for gas supplies in this real dimension. What tools does Poland have and Polish diplomacy have today to convince our European partners to take this step? In which package of sanctions, or is there such an opportunity at all for gas supplies to Germany be covered or included in sanctions? The recent statements by President Macron and Chancellor Scholz clearly indicate that there is no such willingness. Of course, we understand the situation, that it is difficult for major economies who have become dependent as a result of those past political decisions. They have become dependent on gas. It is difficult for them to switch it off, to turn off the tap, but there should be a certain deadline until which these goals should be met. So what are the tools in the hands of the Polish diplomacy? Well, the main tool is consistent action. Action with various measures, very often those that are not among standard diplomatic activities. So we are talking about direct actions on the general public opinion, like the information campaign after Easter targeted at more than 10 European nations. Those mobile billboards related to oil, but they apply to all Russian hydrocarbons. So we address the European general public. The European public opinion has a different approach. In many countries, in the majority of countries, this attitude is very much in line with this realistic assessment of reality and the aim to get independent of Russian hydrocarbons. We are aware that there are countries who have not taken steps like Poland starting the construction of the LNG terminal or the initiation of the Baltic Pipe project that is currently coming close to finish together with our Danish partners. So we are aware of the fact that it is difficult because we have had to face these challenges in the past. But we try to make our partners aware that the good response for today is not just to indicate those difficulties, but to look for solutions. And we do all we can to make it easier for them. The fact that Poland is increasing its resources by further diversification actions, looking for new supplies, for new sources, increasing their volumes and building new infrastructure components. And what we have mentioned today multiple times, the 3Cs initiative, these activities in expanding energy infrastructure along the north-south axis, but not only this, if we strengthen this axis, there can be some branches going towards the east and the west, forming alternative means of energy security for our neighbors in Western and Eastern Europe. And we need to encourage countries in the west of Europe to take similar actions. For example, Spain and France that cannot come to an agreement about building an interconnector for many years. And finally, we can see that this community-oriented thinking, pan-European thinking is appearing, and it can become, it can get a realistic dimension. So certainly consistent actions, and we will continue to do that, even if some people say that some actions go beyond the standard palette of diplomatic actions. Today we are in a situation where we have to take non-standard actions that you wouldn't take in the times of peace, but we are facing an existential threat as the whole of Europe, and we need to take actions that we wouldn't normally take before the 24th of February. Thank you very much, Minister. I think that opinion forming and trying to create a certain coalition of European countries in that respect is one of actions of key importance. We will come back to that in the discussion with regard to international cooperation and how it can support this. But speaking of Poland, I would like to ask a question to Minister Piotr Dziadzio, who is responsible to a large extent responsible for Poland's energy and raw material policy. So in the nearest future, there will be those current factors will continue to affect the gas market. How will they translate into a certain reassumption or reevaluation of Poland's energy policy? We currently have the official document called the Poland's Energy Policy until 2040. It is an official government document indicating the directions for development of the energy market, methods to ensure energy security, the energy transition methods, and the final energy or fuel mix that will be the foundation of the Polish energy sector. Until recently, we were talking about the role of gas, natural gas, as a transition fuel. What is the current take of the Ministry of Climate and Environment on that? How should we reassess that in Poland's energy policy with regard to the current crisis situation? Should we introduce or accelerate the introduction of renewable gases, so those components resulting from the energy transition, giving us access to our own resource, be it the one that is extracted in Poland? Our current extraction covers about 20% of our domestic demand. Perhaps we should come back to the past discussions about shale gas deposits. In the past, they were deemed insufficient or economically unfeasible. Today, we have a completely different economic situation with regard to price levels. So what should be the government's response with regard to the strategic assumptions of Poland's energy policy? Thank you very much for this rather complex and comprehensive question. And the response is not simple. First of all, and it is also complex. Let me say a few words about what the oil and gas resources are there in the world. The world has enormous resources of fossil fuels. The natural gas in its traditional form, estimates show, I'm not talk about billions of cubic meters, but let me say that it can cover our demand for the next 80 or 100 years at the current level of global demand. And the situation is similar with regard to crude oil. These resources are there, but they are not within our reach right here, right now, and not in the current geopolitical situation. Let me also mention coal, because coal, as we keep hearing today, in Europe's current situation, is coming back into the spotlight. We have globally, estimates show that there's about 300 years of coal reserves globally, of hard coal. So the resources are there, but we are undergoing a very comprehensive, very complex transition, the energy transition, and switching from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. It requires enormous efforts, both in terms of investment and money, obviously. And on top of that, we have the war that has demonstrated that the resource-related strategy does not exist in Europe. Europe has woken up in a situation where, first of all, Nord Stream 2 and the implementation of this project has been halted. It is a very important piece of the puzzle. Europe has seen, mainly Germany, have seen that when there's no access to this fuel, to this resource, a problem appears. And it demonstrates itself in the fact that the whole economy that is based on cheap fuel from one source, without any diversification, the functioning of the economy and of many EU member states is threatened. And it is a very complex situation indeed. The fuels, the resources that are available globally can be extracted for many years to come, but they have to be supplied to their location of their consumption. Poland is a country that in the current geopolitical situation has responded in the anticipating manner to the threats related to the shortage or unavailability of energy resources and fuels. Decisions made dozens of years ago led to a situation where we can say, yes, we have built an infrastructure and we have the capacity to bring these resources from other sources. We have diversified our supplies. It is a very important component, because if we didn't have the LNG terminal today, and if we didn't have those links, for example, with Lithuania and Klaipėda, and it is not a result of decisions made 2 years ago, but it is a result of many earlier decisions and considerations. And understanding of Russia's policy towards West European nations. It was all about making them dependent, both economically and politically, from the Russian resources. And politicians who are often corrupt took those decisions that were favorable for their pockets, but they were unfavorable for Europe's energy security. And these are very serious consequences of those short-sighted policies and looking at their own interests in the short term only. So coming back to the first words of my intervention, the resources are there and we can use them. But on top of that situation, we also have the energy transition, where we phase out the use of fossil fuels and we move towards renewable energy sources. They are a certain future for us, but they require quite a lot of effort and quite a lot of time and money. So we have a certain deficiency, a certain shortage today. So we are lacking the resources that should be used in the transition period, that's natural gas. We do not have well-developed infrastructure for renewable sources like biogas or biomethane, and we do not have the infrastructure ready for other renewable energy sources like wind. PV is starting to gain momentum, but it has its limitations with regard to transmission capacities and consumption capacities. We do not have sufficient energy storage infrastructure today, which is a certain problem for us. So we are all aware of the fact that we'll have the energy when the sun is shining, but we have it right here, right now, and we are unable to store that energy. We are able to generate energy, but we are unable to store it in the longer term. So this transition period will have to be secured by natural gas to a large extent. So with the infrastructure that we have and with the agreement signed today between the US and Polish companies, will bring another component of energy security. It is a very important decision-making area today. 2027, please look at the prospects. From 2027, that's the period for this agreement. So we need to get ready for those resources to reach us, and it is related to the expansion of infrastructure. We are doing that all the time, but there are also decisions made to even further expand the infrastructure. So therefore, this long-term policy that we can see today, that you can see, it shows that we are getting ready and we will continue to use natural gas for quite a long period into the future. It is a natural consequence of our activities, but we need to look at other renewable energy sources that are within our reach. And here our ambitions focus on maximum use of geothermal sources, high and low temperature geothermal sources. We will also take that direction in order to diversify our energy security and our security of resources, because geothermal waters are a resource that we have to learn to use in an effective manner.
I think that the situation related to energy costs determine certain political decisions regarding preferences of using specific sources, but this has changed. We can see that a number of sources that in the past were considered unprofitable or unfeasible, and no one wanted to decide to convey such a high transition cost, today is perceived from a different point of view. Before offshore wind appears in Poland, before the nuclear portfolio is there, we run a certain risk in the period 2025, 2035 in order to provide this energy security, so the energy policy should be verified, but natural gas should come from different directions based on new infrastructure, and it is going, gas will fill the gap. The gas-fired blocks in Żerań and Ostrołęka and further projects, are we ready to balance the system? The Clean Air program, which is a tremendous success of the Ministry of Environment, generated the fact that in small towns, local coal-fired furnaces were replaced with gas-fired ones, so we can expect a larger use of gas by individual consumers. The same applies to the industry, and are we capable to secure such a volume of gas that will be needed? Let me add to what I have already said. The energy policy of the state will be verified. We have already started the process. We changed the assumptions and objectives of the energy policy, which was approved by the Council of Ministers, and we've been working on adjusting these goals. It is not easy because we have a limited volume of gas that we can see in the upcoming 20+ years. We have a limited volume of other energy sources, and we are more willing to use coal, which is our natural
resource. We need to maintain certain balance, in a sense, that will help us to go through the energy transition based on resources that we are going to have available in the upcoming period to proceed safely with the transition. Do you believe in the CCS, CCU renaissance for gas and coal? Absolutely, yes. These are very little popular technologies. They are not very popular in Europe, except Norway and the Netherlands, where the capture and storage of CO2 projects are implemented, but we have been preparing for such projects. Some of the investment projects under the coal mining industry agreement is based on such investment combined with capture and storage of CO2. But it's a completely different area of activity which should develop in our country because we have the potential, experience and competences. So we're able to transport gas, but we are able to store gas. We have much experience in storage for acid gases like methane that we can use and store. But at the same time, CO2, from the point of view of my department and the discussion that we have in the Ministry of Climate and Environment, we consider using CO2 as a resource that's going to be used for the production of synthetic fuels. This is the direction that we would like to harness, especially that companies that we've been talking to about this are very much interested. They want to have CO2 available because considering the surplus of hydrogen, they can use hydrogen and CO2 to produce synthetic fuels. This is something for the future, and this is the area of energy security as a target solution. Thank you very much, Minister. Mr. Paweł Czerwiński returned, the representative of the Chancellery of the Polish President. Please join our panel. And now I'd like to ask a question to our friends from Ukraine. Mr. Mikołaj Koliński, who has a very important and difficult task to ensure energy security in Ukraine during the war. But the war will end, and we all believe that with the support of your partners, Ukraine will win the war. So let me ask about the future. Before the war, Ukraine proceeded with the reform of the gas industry based on the EU model, and you also tried to use the gas infrastructure, offering European companies the storage services. After winning the war, are you going to return to this policy, to the liberalization of your market and opening of your market to cooperation with international partners? Even a year ago, we had a discussion during our conference with representatives of the High Council regarding the deepening of the cooperation and the exploration of an extraction of gas in Ukraine. Are you going to continue this direction? And whether in this area the Ukrainian government can see potential for the cooperation with Poland and Polish companies? And if yes, then in what areas and based on what projects?
Thank you, sir. Dear colleagues, I would like to continue our discussion with the following directions. Over the last few years, Ukraine has proven that it shares the Ukrainian principles in energy sphere. We have implemented energy reform based on European directives. On energy system, our energy system is now already synchronized with the European Union. We continue to transit natural gas to the Europe despite the war. We have proven, we believe we have proven we are the partner, and we are a reliable partner for the European Union and we belong to the so-called energy community, European energy community. Now we believe now it's our time to place Russia in energy, European energy mix. There are three ways we can be done. First of all, Ukraine has the biggest in Europe underground gas storages. The transmission system of Ukraine is connected to the Eastern, Central, and Southern Europe. This infrastructure can help Europe to make a giant leap, become independent from Russian gas. Total capacity of underground gas storages, running underground storages, is 1 billion cubic meter. And we already now can promote European partners some about 12 billion cubic meters. Our underground gas storage is located in the western border, and it's quite close to the Slovakia, Poland, should be secured. The tariffs of underground gas storages is like half time lower than any European one. So we implemented, like 4 years ago, we implemented special custom regime, custom free, with no charges, especially for European traders, which is very flexible, and it takes like 3 years with no charges. So European companies very actively using underground storages of Ukraine to hedge the gas for long terms. So in combination, jointly with Polish LNG, so big projects like 3Cs, Ukrainian underground storages, and natural gas infrastructure could be key component for new energy security architecture of Europe. The second consideration, the dimension where Ukraine can help Europe to replace Russian energy, is our access to electricity generation. Our estimates show that electricity from Ukraine can replace as much as 70%, some about 70% of Russian natural gas that is exported to Europe. This can help the countries as Germany, Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova, and many others, to secure their energy needs and to reduce reliance on Russian energy. Our ministry and TSO, transmission system operator, are working actively with NSOE, with European Commission, to enable commercial flows as soon as possible. We have submitted our suggestions to Repower Europe plan. We contain practical steps on how the European Union could utilize Ukraine's electricity export capacities. The second way for Ukraine to contribute is by producing clean fuels, including renewable energy, biogas, hydrogen. We have unmatched potential in building additional renewables capacity after our victory. We also plan to implement a number of batteries, storages, projects, and install additional flexible generation capacities. In this matter, Ukraine can become a reliable partner for Europe in reducing dependence on Russian natural gas and other energy, fossil fuel. I'm glad to discuss these opportunities and these options with European partners, and with you right now, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. So, as I understand, the key fundamentals will be electrification and transition towards renewables as the tools you would like to reach independence from the Russian gas supplies as well. And how it's nowadays, how taking into account this crisis situation, you can keep energy system in Ukraine in balance?
Ukraine has quite strong energy infrastructure, so our internal balance, frankly speaking, is well done. We use in day maneuvering system more cheaper electricity, so we have like in our balance more electricity that could be proposed to the Europe. At the same time, we started to receive gas to underground storages to hedge it for the next heating season already. So our internal production of natural gas is in very good level. But I'd say it's not the same as before the war, active phase of the war. But anyway, we have quite enough fields, new fields that could be developed, onshore fields and even offshore. And this gas could be easily proposed to the Europe. At the same time, our infrastructure now is mostly focused not only on transit resources, it's also focused on internal production, and it could be easily used for transit natural gas, for example, from TANAP or other strong projects. So it's well developed, and we believe it's good input for European energy infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Wishing you victory come as soon as possible, and let's hope for future cooperation to rebuild this what was damaged. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming back to our discussion at the table, but I would like to come back to international aspects and question to Mr. Ole Toft, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to Poland. The Kingdom of Denmark is a leader in terms of energy transition in the Baltic Sea region, and it is also a country who is open to the needs of their neighbors with regard to energy security, and the best proof of that for us is an excellent cooperation in the Baltic Pipe project. Summarizing, Denmark is a reliable and proven partner. From the point of view of Denmark, is there further potential for cooperation with Poland and other countries from our region, especially with regard to Central and Eastern European region, where the energy security is significantly under threat? Both with cooperation, both with regard to energy security, but also energy transition. Can we think about more impressive projects in the future, like Baltic Pipe 2 or a hydrogen project, some multilateral projects related to energy? What is your Excellency's take on that cooperation and the areas where this cooperation could develop?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, definitely, I think so. I think this crisis has shown that we really need to work together on a regional basis, and there's great potential in the Baltic Sea region for further cooperation. And I think also as this discussion today shows that countries like Denmark and Poland basically share the same approach to energy policy that we have, and we understand how important it is to continue to diversify our energy supplies and also to secure interconnections. As I said before, the very, very good experiences also on the practical cooperation between our TSOs, the gas system and Energinet on the Baltic Pipe project, I think has also strengthened the interest. That's at least the case in Denmark for further cooperation with a partner that we have found both very professional and reliable. So I think we have a great potential and also a possibility to broaden this cooperation into a more full Baltic Sea perspective, as you're also working with, and I think it's a very interesting project, the 3 Seas initiative. So there's definitely potential there. For what you could say would be interconnectors and large infrastructure projects, both in gas and in electricity. Another area where you have been discussing, several have mentioned the challenges that we will meet in our region in the period of time from 25 to 35. And here I think there is also a great potential for us in reaching out for some of the, you could say, the smaller low-hanging fruits. Things like energy efficiency, development of biogas, modernizing of district heating systems, more strengthened build-up of the use of photovoltaic and onshore wind. I can say as a response, our national response in Denmark to the current crisis, our government have decided to strengthen both our investments in photovoltaic, but also in onshore wind with 400%, because it's simply the fastest and cheapest way to get access to very cheap electricity. And most of these smaller projects, from energy efficiency to onshore wind, these are things that you can, where you will see the outcome within 3 to 5 years, and that's probably what many of the countries in the region will need in this period of time from 25 to 35. Thank you.
Thank you. And I spent many years in district heating business also, so I know Denmark is really forerunner and leader in terms of energy efficiency. Do you think this energy efficiency is also a tool for substantial reduction of the natural gas usage? I mean, maybe it's a good advice to Germany, an example also from Denmark. As we talked, we need some strong message to be passed how to get rid of Russian gas, and that is probably one of the important fields that you mentioned, to reduce the demand everywhere where it's possible.
Definitely. I think that is key. In Denmark, we started our green transition. We started it because we faced an energy crisis in the 1970s when we were totally dependent on oil, especially from the Middle East. My father was a manager at a refinery, so I know this story very well. And then we started our domestic production of gas and oil, and that has been for us a key in our transition, just as gas is and will be a key in the Polish transition, energy transition. But it is clear that when we are in a situation now, again, where the price of fossil fuels will rise, that then the investments in energy efficiency and modernizing of also the very large and fine district heating system you have here in Poland, then this kind of investments, they pay off so fast that it makes so much sense. So it goes hand in hand, you could say, the green transition and then just good business investments, so that the gas can be used in the where it's most needed and where it makes most value for society.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Looking forward to continue this cooperation and discussion. And now, a teraz wrócę może na język polski, to będzie.
Let me turn back to Polish. It would be better to communicate with our guests in the room. What we spoke about, this transition, this change, this shift is a long-term process, but we need energy security right here and right now. Another winter is coming. And we know that in our geographic reality, demand for heat determines or translates into demand for gas. That is why we need this strategic partnership mentioned earlier with the United States. We have a declaration of significant increase of gas supplies to Europe with regard to natural gas. A question to Mr. Robert Rudysz, the attaché for energy at the US Embassy to Poland. The United States, thanks to the shale revolution, have become the largest natural gas producer in the world, and they've also become an important exporter of that gas. American gas is coming to Poland under multiple long-term contracts, and today we had a great opportunity to see that materialize with regard to the future. Another contract for covering 20% of Poland's demand. It is a great thing indeed. Does the U.S. gas sector have sufficient potential to eventually replace Russian gas that will be phased out from the European market? Could we tell the Germans today, don't be afraid to give up Russian gas, because LNG from the US is a great opportunity for you. So what is the American strategy for natural gas, both with regard to energy security in Europe and with regard to energy transition?
Okay. Thank you very much. And we are incredibly proud to be your partner in this energy security endeavor. And we realize the important role that US LNG plays. And we have great examples all around us. Yesterday, a fantastic US company delivered a cargo just down the shore. And we're proud of that. And of course, we had this fantastic signing today of another huge commitment for, I think, 3 BCMA in 2027. Currently speaking, though, in the very near term, we are somewhat limited in what we can export. We had our best month ever in March. We had an all-time peak of 340 million cubic meters a day exported in the United States. We have 7 large-scale facilities operating, and with 1 additional facility is scheduled to come online in 2025. So by the end of this year, we expect to have the daily exports almost to 400 million cubic meters a day. But that is not going to obviously make up the entire capacity of Russian exports. Even with the 8th facility coming online in 2025, we'll be at about 440, just under 440 million cubic meters a day. That being said, the opportunity to expand beyond that is immense. We have already approved more than triple that capacity, 1.4 billion, 1.4 BCMA or BCMD to be exported. But what we need to underpin that is the commercial relationships, exactly like we saw today. The U.S. exporters need partners on this side of the Atlantic to agree to long-term agreements to build additional export capacity in the United States. And then we can make a monumental difference in replacing that gas. Yeah, not to be repetitive, but this is exactly the type of deal we need. We know that there are new facilities being built all along the Baltic in Germany, on the North Sea. And once we get these contracts in place, there will be commercial drivers to significantly expand, hopefully significantly expand export from the United States.
Amos Hochstein, the key advisor to President Biden, said that in US you have fully commercial gas market, but how the US government can enhance the companies, the private business to go for these deals? Can you support, for example, or accelerate development on the infrastructure? I mean, the output terminals, because now Germany decided to build few new ones quite quickly. So it's possible probably also to do it in Mexican Gulf or wherever it's needed to increase the output.
Largely, we've already kind of done the work on the side of government in creating those export opportunities and creating permissions. So where we focus now is on the relationships with Europe, and where we can use our diplomatic relationships and our networks to help improve the efficiency within the European network. We've talked a lot about interconnectors today. Those play an incredibly important role. Baltic Pipe is, of course, a perfect example of this. But a lot more can be done to improve efficiency with interconnectors in the European grid. Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, we think those will play important roles. And we also want to encourage the European Commission to require Gazprom to reduce its long-term booking on the Turkish-Bulgarian border, because that will allow for a lot more additional opportunities from Turkey to Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, etc. And then to take advantage of some of the underused LNG facilities in other parts of Europe. Of course, things are very fully booked here in Poland. But in the UK, there's opportunity again in the Iberian Peninsula. So with MidCat and some of these connections, we think a lot more can be done, and we're looking forward to ways that we can work, with our European partners and where we can be helpful.
Thank you very much. Lots to be done in this gas geopolitics in Europe as well. Teraz chciałbym wrócić do naszego trzeciego partnera.
Let me come back to our third international partner, that is Lithuania. Quite recently, we had the opportunity to see the opening ceremony for the GIPL gas interconnector. Some time ago, we had the then CEO of Amber Grid, who was signing the cooperation agreement with the Polish counterparts, and we can see you attending these conferences every year. So what is the progress with expansion of infrastructure, and how does the Polish-Lithuanian cooperation work? Poland and Lithuania share a certain perception of threats to their energy security, because we were both part of the Soviet bloc that has led to poverty and lack of freedom for our societies. So that is why we have this strong tendency to become independent. We have chosen to invest in diversification of our gas markets. And the opening of the Poland-Lithuania gas link, gas interconnector, is a great demonstrator, a great proof of that cooperation. And it is also a great support for LNG supplies from the Baltic Sea region. So can Lithuania go even further towards further integration of gas markets in the Baltic Sea region in order to create a certain future gas trading, free gas trading area or gas hub that would be an antidote, a response to the position of Russian gas? Thank you very much for this question. Of course, thanks to GIPL, we can see many prospects and possibilities and opportunities for the future. GIPL, by starting its operation, has opened up many opportunities for the entire region. And we are in Lithuania, we are willing and ready to discuss a common gas trading platform or gas exchange. We can talk about more favorable tariffs at entry and exit points between our national systems. Both our countries, Poland and Lithuania, have taken the same pathway of diversification, and we have both heavily invested in LNG terminals and gas infrastructure. And now, in Lithuania, we are finishing our pathway to diversification because we are a smaller country. Poland will be completing its projects, some of its projects in the near future, and we need to start discussing how to use this infrastructure and how to build a liquid market. First of all, Lithuania is looking forward and will welcome to Polish gas trading companies. In particular, we invite PGNiG to enter Lithuania. We hope that PGNiG will take active part, will become an active player in the Lithuanian and Baltic states market, and it will become a market maker to introduce more competition in the gas market, benefiting our off-takers and our gas consumers. When talking about the common gas trading market, since 2015, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland are conducting expert discussions about finding
na połączenie
best
tych
possible
rynków
way to
gazu.
connect our gas markets.
Do tej grupy eksperckiej składają się przedstawiciele operatorów, regulatorów oraz ministerstw.
Representatives of operators, regulators and ministries. So this group of about 30 people
dyskutuje, jak usunąć różne bariery w handlu transgranicznym
how to remove various barriers
obrotu gazem do konkurencji.
cross-border trading and how to encourage gas trading companies to compete. And working on this format, we have managed to achieve certain results. For example, Lithuania and Latvia have a common balancing area, and Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia and Finland have one common tariff area. And we can also say that in the nearest future, we will reach an agreement between Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and Finland on establishing a common tariff zone, tariff area, to remove tariffs at entry and exit points between various national gas systems.
Mogę powiedzieć też dodatkowo, że LNG, rozwinięta infrastruktura gazowa,
well-developed LNG
pozwoliły naszym krajom na wstrzymanie rosyjskiego gazu.
Our countries to stop importing Russian gas.
Obecnie nasz terminal LNG w Klaipėdzie ma przepustowość
LNG terminal in Klaipėda has a capacity of 3.75 billion cubic meters. But due to the current situation, there is a possibility to expand this terminal, to expand its capacity to 5 billion cubic meters per year. This process would take 3 years from the investment decision.
Zaspokajamy swoje potrzeby gazowe, czekamy też
in Lithuania, we can fully cover our demand for gas, and we are also waiting for more interest across the region, also from Poland, with regard to that additional capacity. And with the expansion of the LNG terminal here in the neighboring town of Świnoujście, and with the construction of a floating terminal in the Bay of Gdańsk, and with the possible expansion of the LNG terminal in Klaipėda, we believe that we could support our allies from the south, of Poland, or we could support Ukraine with surplus of gas that we will have in the future as a result of our earlier decisions.
Także myślę, że tak na koniec, że do głębszej współpracy w regionie i powstania rynku gazu może przyczynić się
cooperation in the region and the establishment of the common gas market can be fostered by the auction later this year in Klaipėda, auction for long-term capacity allocation, about 12 terawatt hours or 1 billion cubic meters. So we would like to encourage Polish companies to participate. In 2018, at DISA, we carried out a study visit in Klaipėda. You remember back then, it was also related to the energy forum taking place there. And back then we had a decision, and I remember the concerns on the part of Lithuania whether this capacity of the Klaipėda terminal will be fully utilized. Now we can see the situation has significantly changed, and it is good news that there is a possibility to expand its capacity by additional 1.5 billion cubic meters. Is there an expectation for Polish partners or other international partners to take part in such an investment project? That is one question, one thing. And the second thing, we are also working on our floating LNG terminal near Gdańsk. And another question to you from the point of view of Lithuanian experiences. What can be done for this floating terminal to be built as quickly as possible?
Tak, sądzę, że jest spore zainteresowanie. Widzimy wynik, że w pierwszych dniach otwarcia GIPL już był sprowadzony amerykański LNG przez zamówienie PGNiG-u do Klaipėdy.
US LNG was delivered to Klaipėda.
Przesłane do na polski rynek.
And then the majority of that went to the Polish market. So there is such an interest on the Poland side and other countries to expand, because Latvia and Estonia from the 2nd April of this year, just as Lithuania resigned from using Russian gas, and the only source of gas for our countries is the Klaipėda LNG terminal. There is interconnection with Finland. There is interest on the part of Finland to expand the capacity, and we can see that the development of interconnectors north-south, that they open new possibilities for using the infrastructure, developing infrastructure, and for business, for companies involved. There might be some lessons for Poland in order to develop the floating LNG terminal. I don't think that Poland needs to resort to the experience of other countries. You have had tremendous success to diversify. You're a role model in Europe, and you have professionals working on that. So the best solution would be to continue the cooperation. I'd like to come back to Paweł Czerwiński. So last but not least, the representative of the Chancellery of the Polish President. So Robert Rudysz and mentioned this South-East channel and European cooperation, as well as the development of gas terminals to use the potential even better and to fill the gap once the Russian gas disappears from the equation. You support the 3 Cs initiative. So from your point of view, this economic zone that accompanies the Russian aggression in Ukraine, how this will influence the use of the ready-made platform, namely the 3 Cs initiative. What else needs to be done to make it more realistic? We all remember the discussion on the floating terminal in Croatia, that it took quite long, and now we can see a well-connected infrastructure between Baltic and Adriatic seas. This will definitely strengthen the level of energy security, and how the 3 Cs initiative can support Ukraine, because if we succeeded while implementing this initiative, if we succeeded in developing a new direction of the flow of energy sources, gas in particular, perhaps we'll be able to support the supply of gas from the West. So, will Poland, having diversified infrastructure and interconnectors with neighboring countries, can Poland become a hub, an energy hub in the region? Is it feasible to have this cooperation in the 3 Cs initiative area with our eastern partners of Ukraine and Moldova? Let me begin with the topic you mentioned last. Of course, it is possible, and there are already objectives defined for the cooperation between the 3 Cs initiative and Ukraine. Because of the specific nature of the format, which includes EU member states, Ukraine cannot be a direct partner, a member of the 3 Cs initiative, but according to other proven formats of X+, we had the Visegrad Group Plus, now we have the Lublin Triangle covering 2 countries, 2 member states of the 3 Cs initiative and Ukraine. So there are proven mechanisms, especially when Ukraine confirmed their Western orientation, they can be a part of these cooperation formats, even though not at the capacity of a fully fledged member. Apart from the military war, wiele i one
in the context of this economic war, there are a number of opportunities and they will be utilized for certain. Whether the Three Seas Initiative is ready to respond, to tackle all the challenges, those unexpected challenges, including a lot needs to be done.
Nie jest to tajemnicą, że nie wszystkie
państwa
należące do inicjatywy Trójmorza angażują się w nią w jednakowym stopniu. I tu nie chodzi o to, żeby wskazywać, które konkretnie, ale najłagodniej mówiąc, niektóre państwa są wręcz bierne. W niektórych państwach mamy problem polegający na tym, że nie wszystkie ośrodki władzy są jednakowo przychylne inicjatywie Trójmorza. Nie jest tajemnicą przykład Chorwacji, gdzie prezydent jest zdecydowanie jej przeciwny, zresztą przeciwny jest wszelkiej współpracy środkowoeuropejskiej. Na szczęście kluczowe decyzje podejmuje rząd i rząd tą współpracą jest zainteresowany i w tym zakresie działa. To nawiązanie do kwestii, którą pan poruszył, mianowicie terminalu gazowego
the LNG terminal on the island of Kirk.
To, czego jednak potrzeba, to pieniądze, dlatego że jakkolwiek inicjatywa Trójmorza jest już rozpoznawalna, to jest bardzo dużo, ma już jasną strategię. Proszę pamiętać, że na samym początku było w Europie, w Unii Europejskiej bardzo niechętne podejście do inicjatywy Trójmorza. Ona była wręcz postrzegana jako inicjatywa antyeuropejska, rodzaj przedsięwzięcia, które ma wywołać podziały.
It was claimed that it's anti-European cooperation and Germany wanted to join
Pozostaje pytanie intencji Niemiec, które stały za tym. Myślę, że w świetle tego, co coraz częściej okazuje się na temat uwikłań politycznych Niemiec, dobrze, że przynajmniej na obecnym etapie Niemcy są obserwatorem w inicjatywie Trójmorza, nie zaś jego pełnoprawnym członkiem, gdyż obawiam się, że mogłoby dojść do prób zdominowania inicjatywy, a biorąc pod uwagę, jaką do niedawna politykę energetyczną prowadziły Niemcy, nie wiem, w którym miejscu byśmy w tej chwili byli, gdyby Niemcy wcześniej zaczęły odgrywać istotną rolę w inicjatywie Trójmorza. Tutaj strategiczny charakter ma zaangażowanie Stanów Zjednoczonych. W sensie inwestycyjnym, także w sensie finansowym, jak wiemy, w Kongresie jest ponadpartyjna zgoda, aby inicjatywę Trójmorza wspierać finansowo.
Major parties to support the Three Seas Initiative. We will also need a strong political support on the part of the United States for the cooperation format, especially that it's strategic, extending beyond energy matters. As you rightly emphasized, this is the north-south axis. 30 years after the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the bloc division of the world, our part of Europe made a tremendous step forward to develop south, north, east-west connections, and now we are very well connected with our partners in Western Europe, but we're poorly linked between individual countries in terms of energy, roads, railway lines, internet connections. It's easier to access Vienna from Prague than from Prague to Bucharest. So there are a number of challenges. It's a good statement. There are a lot of challenges. Last year we heard our colleagues from Ukraine to consider including Ukraine in the Three Seas Initiative. As you rightly mentioned, the former did not foresee that, but in this particular situation of Russian aggression in Ukraine, perhaps we should reconsider that and discuss it together with other partners into the initiative, because certainly today it's a common goal. This is something that we've been discussing This is a topic which is already present during all working meetings of the initiative, and I think it's going to be a very important point during the next summit. Undoubtedly, this is very much needed. No one doubts that Ukraine needs to be a close partner of the 3Cs initiative. The question is how to solve it at a technical level and which issues should be prioritized. Since we've been discussing the 3Cs initiative and other activities, other projects in the energy context, I'd like to draw attention to perhaps one more thing, which is important for the 3Cs initiative and countries of the region in this particular energy context. We've mentioned that several times, and probably other panels will refer to the destructive influence of Nord Stream and Nord Stream 2 on the energy security, and not only, including political and military security of this part of Europe. Nord Stream 2 has been suspended or frozen, but it's there. Quite recently, there was an interesting interview of the ambassador of Germany to Poland, who said during the interview for a large, major newspaper that he could hardly imagine that Nord Stream 2 can start operate, but we should already consider what and how we should do to prevent the operation of Nord Stream 2. However, the pipeline has been built, and supporters of the idea refer to tremendous cost incurred, the infrastructure which is there. So what can we do to eliminate Nord Stream 2? Perhaps let's dismantle Nord Stream 2 and Nord Stream 1, and let's designate proceeds from selling the scrap to the development of our system. I'd like to thank you very much for the panel involving distinguished guests from different parts of the world. I'd like to apologize for a slight delay. The discussion was particularly interesting. Yes, let me take over. Let me invite you to the further part of our agenda. A round of applause for our panelists. Excellent discussion. And let's continue. We'll continue with the intervention by Dan Bruyere, who will tell us more about the American gas sector. The title of the presentation of the minister, he was the Secretary of Energy, the American gas sector, a reliable partner in building security and transformation of gas markets in Europe. And I hope that you, Mr. Minister, is proceeding to the stage, and I know that the organizers rushed to attract the minister.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Is it possible to lower this?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for the kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dan Bruyere. I'm the president of Semper Infrastructure, and I am very, very, very excited to be here in person on the 25th anniversary of this very prestigious event. It's a pleasure to be with you to celebrate and discuss our energy industry, both its challenges and, yes, its opportunities as well. To the organizers, to the hosts, thank you for your kind invitation. Our relationship with GAZTERM over the years has been very, very important to us, and we hope that it continues for many years to come. Your energy needs as it relates to the future economic growth, the economic security, and of course your national security are all important to all of us. At Semper Infrastructure, we value the close relationship that we have with the Polish government and the Polish business community, and we believe that we can help achieve Polish energy objectives. We're facing unprecedented times, and the conference theme adequately addresses this period in history as the gas market is at an inflection point. And we're all aware of what's driving this inflection point. falling European domestic energy production, low renewable energy output, economic recovery-driven demand growth, low natural gas stocks. All of these have resulted in substantial energy price spikes, even pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine. Since the invasion, however, Russia has halted supplies to Poland and Bulgaria after national companies there refused to meet a demand that they pay in rubles. Even more recently, Ukraine suspended gas shipments through one of its most important transit points, which processes approximately 32.6 million cubic meters every single day. To say the least, these are challenging times. However, Poland is no stranger to challenge. From the devastating days of World War II, throughout the dark days of communism, Poland has always fought for freedom. And when we think about what's going on in the world today, we look to Poland once again as a leader. It was Poland that helped start the 3 Cs initiative in 2015. It was Poland, when I was the United States Secretary of Energy, that led our efforts in the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation, or PTEC as sometimes it's better known. And today, we at Sempra Infrastructure are proud to join Poland once again in its never-ending quest for increasingly clean energy and energy security. Just moments ago, for those of you who were here, we were honored, Sempra Infrastructure was honored to sign an HOA with PG&IG, which would allow for the purchase of 3 million tons per annum of liquefied natural gas from some of our portfolio of projects in North America. That gas is associated with this HOA will come from 2 major facilities that we are developing, Cameron LNG in Louisiana, where I happen to have grown up, and Port Arthur LNG, which is in Texas. These will be 2 of the largest liquefaction facilities in the United States. The Cameron LNG, which is phase 2 of that facility, is expected to include a single LNG train with an estimated maximum production capacity of approximately 6.75 million tons per annum of LNG. What we will also do in that facility is look for increased efficiencies that may lead to additional volumes coming out of that facility through debottlenecking activities. We have filed permits. We've signed an HOA with our joint venture partners, which include Total Energies, Mitsubishi, and Mitsui. We've signed an HOA for those volumes. We've also filed permits with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in the United States, and we're optimistic that we will reach FID on that particular expansion sometime in 2023. At Port Arthur, we're also developing an enormous facility there that will have approximately 13.5 MTPA when finished, when trains 1 and 2 are finished. And we're moving very quickly at Sempra Infrastructure to sign off-takers for that facility. And we're also optimistic for FID in the very near future. The importance of these facilities to global energy security cannot be overstated. They'll be important partners to the regas facilities that have been developed and are being developed here in Poland and all around Europe. And we stand firm to our commitment to PG&IG as an ally in this effort and as a partner in this mission to provide a reliable and a secure economic and energy future. Fortunately for the United States, we have plenty of natural gas, enough to meet our own needs in our own country and enough to meet the needs of our allies all around the world. And the United States is answering the call from Europe. Right now, as we stand here today, U.S. LNG exports to Europe have ramped up since 2021, with 24% of all exports last year going to Europe. Through the first 4 months in 2022, about 50% of the U.S. LNG exports were delivered here to Europe. And that particular transition will continue because in the history of mankind, that is what energy transition has always been about. It's been about from less energy to more energy. It has never been about replacing one energy source with another energy source. With the possible exception of whale oil, today we use more energy than we ever have, and we will continue to do that. We use more gas. We use more nuclear power. We use more renewable energy. And we will use more future energy technologies that have yet to be developed. That's the important transition that we need to focus on, because that will provide us with both the economic and energy security that we all desire. I first heard about this concept many, many years ago, but never more powerfully so than from Poland as we began conversations in the G20 in 2020. And there it was said that energy diversity is our strength. Energy diversity is what we need to consider as we go into this G20 conversation. And I just noticed that there was a blog this morning that I will read to you very quickly from a friend of mine in the United States that I think summarizes it very, very well and mimics the conversation that I heard from the Polish energy minister as we had those conversations just a few years ago. I'll just read it to you really quickly. Since the first OPEC oil embargo nearly a half century ago, and more recently with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, energy producers and consumers alike have learned important lessons about the significance of energy commodity sourcing. It all comes down to this: know what you'll need going forward, diversify your sources of supply, focusing on suppliers who are reliable and friendly, and 3, don't screw up by becoming overly dependent on suppliers who could prove to be sketchy. We are learning those lessons today, unfortunately, in the worst way. But as we think again about this energy transition and we think about the need for more energy, it's not only because we want that security, it's simply because the energy demand is going to continue to rise. And that's why we need to continue to focus on the diversity of energy supplies. We stand firm. We stand as a firm and committed partner to PG&IG and to Poland. Be they natural gas coming into your ports, or be they hydrogen technologies that we will develop jointly over the course of the next few years, we remain a firm partner to Poland and PG&ID. We remain committed to our commitments within the 3 Cs. We remain committed to PTEC, and we remain committed to energy independence, not only in the United States, but all throughout Europe. It's never, ever been more important than it is today. I want to thank each of you for the commitments that you've made. I want to thank each of you for the commitments that you're going to make. And I want to thank each of you for the partnership that you have, not only with Sempra Infrastructure, but also with the United States. It has never, ever been more important than today. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this important conference. And I look forward to chatting with each and every one of you as we conclude the 25th anniversary of GAZTERM. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Big applause. And zmienię język na polski i przejdziemy do kolejnego panelu. Będzie to panel drugi, poświęcony transformacji na bezpieczeństwa. Będziemy mówić o niezależności energetycznej,
We'll talk about energy independence in the light of decarbonization, Repower EU and Fit for 55 programs. The moderator will be Professor Grzegorz Tchorek, so let me give him the floor to invite our panelists. Professor,
i mam nadzieję, że za chwilkę pan do nas dołączy, przerwa techniczna i zaczynamy.
I hope the professor will join us in a second, so a short technical break and we'll start our panel and our discussion.
Zapraszam do otwarcia dyskusji.
So, Professor, could you please open the floor for discussion? You can invite our panelists and you can start this panel. So, I'll hand over the mic.
Proszę bardzo.
Beautiful one indeed.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Kłaniam się.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Mieliśmy okazji wysłuchać pierwszego panelu. Mam nadzieję, że coś nadbudujemy nad to, co już
I did not have the pleasure, the opportunity to listen to the first panel, but I hope we can add something to that.
Który będzie poświęcony.
So let's move on to the second panel. It will be devoted, obviously, to gas, energy and climate transition, and how the role of gas in this process can change. And let's move on to and we'll also discuss the new tools from the EU, both Fit for 55 and Repower EU, which both aim at strengthening earlier assumptions. And we'll try to answer the question, what does it mean for us? And let me invite the guests, the speakers today. Let me invite Mr. Robert Perkowski,
Bardzo proszę, panie prezesie.
CEO of PG&AG,
SA.
Vice President
Zapraszam
of
pana
PG&AG,
Gabriela
Mr. Gabriel Gorbaczewski,
Attaché do spraw energii, ambasada
Attaché for Energy of the Embassy of the Republic of Lithuania to Poland.
Piotra Kusia,
Let me also invite Mr. Piotr Kuś, Director General of NSOG.
świeci w oczy, powiem państwu.
This light is shining straight into my eyes. Mr. Artur Michalski, Vice President of the Board of the National Environmental Protection Fund,
i pana prezesa
and Mr. Bartłomiej Pawlak,
PFR.
Vice President of the Board of the Polish Development Fund, or PFR. Do we have Mr. Pawlak with us?
Pan prezes Pawlak jest poszukiwany pilnie.
We are looking for Mr. Pawlak.
Rozumiem, że tak, że dołączy.
I understand that he'll join us.
Dzień dobry, kłaniamy się. Nie wiedziałem, że pan
I was
będzie
unaware of
mówił
the fact that you would be talking to us online.
Troszkę inaczej ustawię. Szanowni
so let me take my seat
panowie,
here and gentlemen.
Sytuacja jest dobra, ale nie beznadziejna.
The situation is, we might say, good but not hopeless. Very colloquially.
Mam pewną serię pytań.
And I have a number of questions. So let's do it like this. I will ask one question to each of you. We'll have a round of answers, and then we'll have another series. My great request is to provide a certain dynamics to our discussion. Let's be a bit more. Let's have a discussion. Let's have some contradicting opinions here. Let's disagree somewhere. Perhaps not. We shouldn't fight each other, but perhaps with this disagreement we can build some added value. So let me start in the previously mentioned order. So let me start with Mr. Robert Perkowski. And let me start with the history of Repower EU and the Fit for 55 package. 55 stands for 55% of CO2 emissions reduction. It is a challenge for us. So in my head, when I think about what Repower EU is, the conclusion for us is rather sad, because it means less gas compared to previous assumptions, but another positive indication, it means less gas from Russia, because that's the way we should read it. So how do you see the prospects, how do you see the provisions of these two documents? They are still under negotiations. So where do they lead us? And where will they lead the Polish gas sector? The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this question. I think the combination of these two goals, the energy security and climate transition, is very difficult, because if we look at the climate targets, they to some extent and exclude the possibilities for future development of the gas sector. But we can say that multiple times in the past gas has been
chociażby wojny na Ukrainie pokazała, że chociaż teoretycznie Niemcy i cała Europa była już gotowa niemalże do zaabsorbowania
and Europe was almost ready to adopt the deployment of renewables almost immediately, but well, still gas is still the main axis of discussions about energy in the whole of Europe. And currently all countries and all energy companies are looking for new pathways and redundancy for the current logistics and supply chains to allow for supplies of gas fuel. What can we say? Let's look at the most recent history, let's say last year, or previous year, especially winter 2021, which was not very windy, was not very sunny.
I okazało się, że nagle tak naprawdę faktycznie ten gaz,
in fact,
niestety to było taką trochę nie do końca sprzyjającą dla nas okoliczność.
And it wasn't a favorable
circumstance. Bardzo istotne
natural gas provided significant, tangible support for the power sector, and
przez tą zimę te magazyny, które w Europie
drained our gas storages
działaliśmy trochę nieco bardziej
that winter. Unfortunately, in Poland, we are a bit more cautious
nie składaliśmy.
because we did not make very dramatic declarations. So, development of renewables should be based on the components of security. And I firmly believe that without the development and support of gas systems and the gas sector as such, in various forms. Let's remember that gas can still fit within the climate policy, because today it is natural gas, but it can be, as expected by the European Union, it is expected for it to contain more and more biomethane, and it meets the criteria, both the climate and energy security criteria. Biomethane can be generated locally, and it is also a low-carbon gas because it is mostly produced from waste. We can have more hydrogen as well. Hydrogen is different from natural gas. It cannot be extracted from anywhere. It is just an energy carrier, and you need to take primary energy from somewhere. Nevertheless, the gas infrastructure can operate on hydrogen. So, on the scale of the EU, without maintaining the gas system, there will be no development of renewables. Let's imagine a situation where today there was a simplified thinking about the energy security. In single-family housing, it is slightly different, but in large companies, especially power plants or CHP plants, there is some mandatory coal stock levels. Poland has some mandatory gas storage deposits, so these seasonalities, seasonal fluctuations can be balanced out by stocks or storage. If you base the energy system on renewables only, that is wind and solar, there is an additional factor. One thing is the instability of demand for energy, and on top of that we have another instability on the actual capability to generate that electricity when planned. Because we expect that there will be a lot of wind and sunshine in summer. But if not, until the next season, we will have to enter the next season with our stocks and storage facilities depleted. And I'm convinced that because Poland and the EU is a union of many different nations, countries in various parts of the continent. Some of them are close to the Arctic Circle, others have a much more friendly climate in the south of Europe. So there are differences in terms of needs and capabilities. But many countries, not only Poland, have district heating systems. systems. And it is very hard for me to imagine that gas could simply disappear, or fossil fuels could, as such. I represent PGNiG, so Polish oil and gas company, just a reminder. So I cannot imagine gas to be easily replaced by any other energy source. Easily replaceable. Of course, let me repeat that there will be more biomethane, and there is a certain biomethane potential in our country. It was established at 4 billion. But we need to reach that, we need to take the first steps. But this potential will continue to increase. The share of hydrogen will increase in all installations. But the current technical solutions and the current technical infrastructure make it impossible for us to think about short or mid-term, easy short or mid-term replacement of gas. So the criterion of energy security, security of supply, will be dominating here, and it will modify our climate goals. So thank you very much for this deepened insight. With regard to Repower EU, there are certain thresholds or certain caps on storage. We currently meet them, even before these regulations were put in place. So let me move further. Gabriel, Lithuania is a country that feels the breath of the big brother from the east. What is the recipe for success with regard to efficient and quickly becoming independent and independent life in your current conditions? And what is the future policy, future energy policy in Lithuania in the context of biogas and biomethane, for example? Thank you very much for this question. What we have already implemented in Lithuania recently is not a result of decisions taken 1 or 2 years ago. Those decisions were made more than a decade ago. And in the energy sector, decisions should be made in a strategic and forward-thinking manner, well into the future, for the coming decades. So more than a decade ago, we understood, especially after Russia's invasion in Georgia and the energy crisis of 2007-2008, we understood that the prices of energy carriers and Russia's policy using energy as a tool can be harmful to Lithuania. So we decided to fully diversify our energy sources. And let me remind you that back then, Lithuania was fully dependent of Russia, because one of conditions of our EU access was to shut down the Ignalina nuclear power plant, which had the same reactor type as the one in Chernobyl, so that was the main reason. So we were fully dependent not only on hydrocarbons, but also with regard to electricity. So a strategic decision had been made to build an LNG terminal in Klaipėda, first hiring it, and in recent years we made a decision to purchase it. So this allowed us now, in the context of Repower EU and reducing our dependence on Russian gas, it allowed us to fully refrain from using Russian gas. From the 1st of April, by our own decision, we stopped purchasing gas from Russia. Because let me remind you that after the completion of the LNG terminal in Klaipėda, our long-term contract with Gazprom expired, and we were signing short-term, 1-year contracts with Gazprom with a volume of 30 or 40% of Lithuania's demand. In some periods, several years ago when we had gas prices of 7 to 8 euros per megawatt hour. For more than half a year, there was gas coming only from the LNG terminal.
Zapotrzebowanie Litwy, jak i w prądzie, tak i w
Lithuania's demand for both power and gas is comparably low.
12 terawatogodzin,
Power for electricity is 12 terawatt hours. It's the same as the consumption of Warsaw. For gas, the demand is 2 billion cubic meters per annum.
Nasz przykład,
however, our example on our scale, this example can be used by others, but I think that
i są podejmowane o wiele bardziej kompleksowe
should and is taking very more complex decisions. It is not very simple to marry, to combine the targets of REPowerEU and Fit for 55. In Lithuania, we have an energy strategy of 100% renewables by 2050, and we are moving in that direction. We have low power demand, low electricity demand, and this year we will complete 4 energy storage, electricity storage facilities, 200 megawatt hours, and in offshore wind we will have 1.5 gigawatts by the end of the decade. And it will cover half of our demand. So I think that due to REPowerEU and due to the Russian invasion on Ukraine, we might even accelerate our renewables targets. Indeed, it is difficult to combine the challenges of the energy and climate transition, especially in a country like Poland, where we still have to expand our infrastructure, and then we will have to phase it out if we are to meet the challenges of the EU regulator. So now my question to Mr. Piotr Kuś. Director, you are close to the decision-making body on the European level, shaping the institutional landscape and determining the framework and boundaries for cooperation. How could we deal with our local specifics? It is very important for each country. However, with our energy mix and with the challenge resulting from the fact that by phasing out coal, we will simply need more gas, need to have more gas. So, trying to marry, to combine the regulatory challenges and local specific challenges, how should we care for the infrastructure? How should we try to build this infrastructure? We need to know where our target is.
Ja może kilka słów na początek.
Let me say a few words of introduction. We are at the panel devoted to EU regulatory challenges, and the best proof of that is the number of acronyms, weird names, REPower Europe Fit for 55 and ENTSO-G. Let me decipher this acronym, the European Association of Gas Transmission System Operators. So it is the organization that I'm representing, and I've been the director of that organization since January this year, and it gathers all certified gas transmission operators in Europe. And we are working very closely with the decision-making body. We are working on grid codes and on European 10-year plans on infrastructure. We are also working on grid codes allowing for best market-based solutions with regard to the gas market. And let me put a semicolon here, because infrastructure is of key importance in our considerations on energy transition. I think that we can talk about infrastructure indeed in the light of the most recent regulatory acts appearing in Europe, and also in on a certain timeline, because we need to apply this time filter to infrastructure issues, whether it's short, mid or long term. And we need to look in that manner at our regulatory environment. So indeed, Fit for 55 established and outlined the most important goals for the European Union to be reached on our journey towards a zero carbon economy in 2050. And in December, if we had met here in December, we will be talking about yet another brick in this package, the hydrogen/gas package, or the fourth package related to our infrastructure. And of course, it includes methane emission issues and security of supply. So we would be talking about how the transition and transformation of our grids, or transformation, how to run our transition towards low carbon gases or hydrogen. Unfortunately, we are talking about infrastructure in the long term, but we can see how the world is changing. First, high gas prices, difficult situation in the energy markets, then Russia's invasion on Ukraine, and then very specific declarations on the part of the decision makers as to how to translate these activities that were previously planned in the package into specific actions resulting from REPowerEU. So, shift away, phasing out of Russian gas and introducing certain actions to even further accelerate the transition. And now looking at infrastructure, we can say that in the long term, we are all aiming at using renewables to the largest extent, including renewable gases. And we can paraphrase what has been said earlier. We can see certain convergence of the climate policy and the energy security policy, because every molecule of hydrogen and renewable gas fed into our grid will reduce our dependence on gas suppliers and increase our security. So we can see that these goals are very ambitious. Hydrogen accelerator by 2030, so increase production of hydrogen from 5 million tons to 20 million tons, where we are supposed to produce 10 million tons in Europe and import another 10 million tons. So we need to look at this infrastructure, we need to look at the plans for Europe, we need to see where the main production clusters or hubs will be and where the hydrogen revolution will start, and we need to provide relevant infrastructure for that. Another 10 million tons of hydrogen imports. So we will have to take a look at the main import corridors and major directions for hydrogen imports. We are already talking about Africa, offshore, and the Iberian Peninsula. So these are the activities that we have to start analyzing. The aforementioned biogas. We also have our targets in Poland. The EU is proposing to double the biogas target for 2030 to 35 billion cubic meters of biogas to reduce our dependence, which translates to 5,000 new biogas installations in the whole of Europe. So with regard to infrastructure, we have to adjust to that. And at NSOG, for us, the operators, it is nothing new. We have been already studying the possibilities for quite a long time, possibilities to adjust our infrastructure. So repurposing or retrofitting to adjust the infrastructure to the use of new gases to the largest extent possible. And we also need some facilitations. When we are talking about the package, there's a number of postulates that we have been formulating. We can see a very positive impact of this package that was presented in December, but we see that certain things will have to be revised or corrected at least and improved in that package. That's the long term. In the short term, or the mid-term, we need to refer to what we have been talking about in the earlier sessions. That is how to maximize alternative gas supplies, natural gas supplies to Europe. And the best example is LNG, increasing interest in LNG. I will not talk about the details, but we have already mentioned that many countries want to have their LNG terminals. Many countries are maximizing the use of existing terminals, and we have to think about what sources can be used to import LNG to Europe. And we also have our internal European production. So we need to see whether there is a possibility to ramp up production within Europe to reduce our dependence rather quickly. So terminals and regasification facilities is one thing, but LNG is not just about those three simple letters, three-letter acronym, but it is a global market, and there will be a competition for our European companies on the global market. Also, we need to have a willingness to pay a certain price for LNG, and then bringing it to Europe, and then seeing how LNG, we know that geography of terminals is not evenly distributed across Europe, so it will be a very significant task for the infrastructure sector to achieve something new, because if we look at the gas market infrastructure in Europe, we have seen it along the east-west axis so far. If these changes appear, we'll have to build new architecture from west to east. And we will need adjustment, we will need new investments, and they will have to be ready for the future. So this is the mid-term perspective. And now, ending with the short term, we've mentioned the storage regulation, so this fast track and filling up of gas storages this year. This is of key importance. We need to face this difficult, risky situation. We need to manage the risks. We need to get ready to that, and we need to be able to operate effectively for the next 1 or 2 years in order to plan ahead. So as operators, we are working on the front line. We are watching and following closely the situation. From the start of this crisis, we have been working on a daily basis, cooperating between each other, exchanging information and looking for new solutions. So this is something that we've been doing on a daily basis.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive introduction. In the second round, I will come back with a question referring to history. While developing the infrastructure, we need to remember not to make it orphan later on. So let me ask about the multi-fuel and ammonia dehydrogen-ready solutions, because these attract our attention today. For now, thank you very much. We proceed to President Michalski. Mr. Michalski, the National Environmental Fund and Water Management Fund is the institution which is some of the most important from the point of view of the distribution of EU funds, plans, activity plans including, and the shaping of the climate and energy policy and transformation. Could you please tell us more about the very high general level? What is the view of your fund where you would like to be present and intervene? And in the second round of questions, we'll get into greater details into programs or projects. Thank you very much. Perhaps, indeed, our institution, the National Environmental Fund, is the institution which is the largest, distributing aid funds for various sectors, including gas, biogas, and renewables, and energy sectors in general. We are here to implement the programs rather than define policies, and we do what we have been established for, the implementation of aid programs. We've been on the market for 30 years. We do accumulate much experience, and we are quite efficient. The regional funds and the Environmental Protection Bank, we do support the energy sector and heating sector and all intermediary sectors. In fact, when we met here last time, I'm not sure whether President Perkowski was present here, but we discussed our programs,
Gaz jako paliwo, gaz
as a fuel is present.
Element, który możemy finansować.
Gas as a component that we can provide funding for. The National Environmental Fund runs several programs, not only the first and the second priority axes. We've been implementing 2 priority axes, and other institutions implement only parts of certain priority axes. We are responsible for the energy and environmental axes of the operational program, and we continue with our Phoenix program. We are an institution called the National Environmental Fund. We are the operator of funds and
projektów, przedsięwzięć ze środków krajowych, nawet znacznie więcej niż ze środków innych unijnych. Choć się powszechnie uważa, że
national
ten strumień pieniędzy
mainly,
ja wcale go nie
although
chcę
many people believe that the EU funding is a major part of the setup. Nevertheless, the majority of projects were supported with our domestic funding, primarily, and this funding originates from the fees for using the environment, for conversion of different sources of energy. There are a dozen or so funds, in fact, and the recent ones include the Modernization Fund,
ale oprócz właśnie tych pieniędzy unijnych i
kolejne fundusze, które będą this is all apart from the EU funding, and the 50 billion in the new programming period that is going to be channeled for energy efficiency and renewable sources of energy, and another 100 million for the Modernization Fund, the Energy Fund, and others. We met here last time, and people asked me about programs that we can offer to develop the gas sector. And I responded with a question, because there are many projects. I'm not saying that there are more projects than the funding. The situation is not that bad, but I ask a question, will there be enough gas to provide funding for projects? And now we had a situation that was unforeseeable.
Mocy przewidywania, ale byłem wtedy właśnie zaniepokojony, że tyle projektów gazowych się zwraca, że ja mówię, że starczy po prostu gazu. No. Jednak się
we have a large portfolio of projects, and I'm not saying that there are too few projects, but there are a number of projects already planned, projects in the pipeline, some of them already implemented, but they cannot shift to gas because they would have to increase the heat price twice for end users. They still can purchase coal and handle somehow, and they cannot shift to gas. I'm not mentioning situations that there are companies willing to move to gas, but they still operate coal, but they cannot buy coal at all.
Czy nośników nam starczy, czy nam starczy paliw. I okazuje się, że jednak jest w tym problem.
That there is a problem.
Natomiast trendem generalnym, który będziemy chcieli jako resort klimatu i środowisko, myślę, że w współpracy zresztą z polską spółką
Environment Fund would like to support, and perhaps we'll be able to discuss tomorrow, will be to make the gas greener.
Stworzylibyśmy takie możliwości, wpuszczać jak najwięcej
biometanu, as much as biomethane can be transmitted through this system, and we would like to see more greener gas in the system. If we succeed, then we're a step ahead, just as Robert Perkowski has said.
chcemy to rozwijać.
This is what we would like to develop. We can think of 4 billion cubic meters of gas. I don't know within which period, but this is something we'd like to focus on today than we still thought a year ago. The gas was there was no need to consider more expensive technologies, but we need to bear the cost of purifying the gas. It's less profitable, but still it's something that we calculate considering the current gas prices and the requirement of the energy security, which is the most important. We need to designate certain funding and consider how to solve the problem and fill the gap. Let me ask about gas projects. This is a very justified question in this group of people, and considering the way the transition is going to change our economic systems, we need to look for solutions and coupling with other sectors, because the sector coupling trend will apply to the gas sector to the largest extent, probably, considering decarbonization objectives of the EU. Thank you very much, and we move to the president of a slightly different institution. Can you hear us?
Zapoznawania się wzajemnego, tak powiem, przed tym panelem mieliśmy dosyć
Before the
ciekawą
panel,
dyskusję,
we had an interesting discussion
jak
on
próbować
how we can
ukształtować
try and shape the
finansowania
support
i
scheme and funding scheme
naszego kraju, tak
in
żeby
the country
wyzwolić tak zwane
to
efekty synergii.
release synergy effects.
PFR-u,
From the point of view of PFR, the institution that you represent, of a slightly or completely different profile than the National Environmental Fund. So from your point of view, the overall setup, what the overall setup should be, so we can stimulate the energy transition to make it cheaper and easier.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję
Thank you very much for the question.
Ja myślę, że powinniśmy wziąć pod uwagę
I think we should consider two components which will allow us to implement what you've been discussing to a larger scale. We can reverse the question and ask why we have so little from the 4 billion cubic meters of methane or biogas.
Myślę, że tutaj odpowiedzi są dwie, to znaczy jedna to jest pewna konsekwentna strategia, którą
we've been implementing a methodical strategy that we should implement at the level of the government, state-owned companies, private companies and financial institutions. On the other hand, the cooperation between partners is crucial, especially financial institutions, because the Polish Development Fund, PFR, is a capital partner operating on market principles. We are not able to provide we can only provide permissible aid and support. Mainly, we're discussing investment funds. We are under a strict supervision and inspection of Eurostat. They check whether our transactions are arm's length transactions. And while participating in the energy transition, we are able to implement 10 or 20% of projects that are needed on the market, perhaps closer to 10%. Together with such parties as the National Environmental Fund, with the leading role of the National Environmental Fund, considering the experience of the fund, and together with banks, we're able to implement 80 to 90% of projects needed. This is the difference between acting alone and acting together in unison.
Trudno nam wychodziło historycznie.
From the historical point of view, it was difficult to act in unison because in Poland our institutions operated individually on the market, but during the past several years we made some progress, and we've tried to cooperate in order to deliver our end partners, including PGNiG or local governments, to secure the best comfort and to provide 100% of financing needed, so they do not need to go here and there and try to sign different separate contracts with the national fund, with banks, but to have a one-stop shop to deal with all financial matters for their projects. And while discussing this, I usually quote the public-private partnership and building the incineration plant in Olsztyn. This is a good example of what I've said. Still before the war in Ukraine, we consider that it's worth supporting incineration plants as an additional element of the energy transition setup, because it's better to incinerate our own waste rather than Russian coal, and it proved to be very efficient, especially after February, the 24th of February this year. So we do have an institutional partner. We have PFR providing capital and the National Environmental Fund providing their aid, and without the national fund this mix would not work. And on top of that we also have the environmental bank, and we maintain the arm's length principle of the transaction. It's not the support at the level of 90%, which in many instances it may cross out market standards or reasonable standards of projects. But in this particular case, the support provided by the National Fund accelerates the process. It's an ideal setup, in my opinion. Together, we can deal with very complex transactions and processes. And it seems to me that it's one of keys to implement the 4 billion cubic meters of biogas. We're the largest owner of biogas plants in Poland, and we've been implementing this process together with our partner. We have 16 such biogas plants in the country. This shows the scale of the challenge, and partially the regulatory environment changes so often that not always what was a substrate in the past can remain. So we still have the unknown in terms of the price of a substrate or what the substrate is. If we do not ensure stable regulatory framework, no matter how much PGNiG and other institutions, including financial institutions, would like to implement such projects, we will not succeed. We need to know that we do have a stable strategy, maybe even flexible strategy, that will lead us to materialize first 1 billion cubic meters and then 4 billion cubic meters from biogas to biomethane and hydrogen. Once we have this flexible cooperation between financial institutions, mutual trust and the awareness that we can transfer knowledge between our institutions, and we need to have strategic goals defined at the level of the state in agreement with the European Commission, which seems to be now much easier than before the 24th of February. This will enable us to implement strategic objectives. I like what the Lithuanian representative has said. I fully agree. If we want to achieve something, we know what Lithuania succeeded with. We need to plan 10 years ahead and be very methodical in the implementation of this.
Kompleksowe podejście do tej układanki.
I'm very happy that we have a comprehensive approach to this entire puzzle. I would add the National Research and Development Center funds wherever there are some needs for research. And optimization is certainly required or recommended. I would also put the Polish Development Fund in this sequential process of advisory, and it would be great if we had a one-stop shop system that would facilitate it for beneficiaries. Let me come back to the second round of questions. Mr. Perkowski. Mr. Pawlak has used the sequence that I often refer to when I look at the future of decarbonized gases and their development. Biogas, biomethane, biohydrogen, or green hydrogen. If we think about gas as a transition fuel, and we have no other choice, we can talk about the time frame and the scope of the use of gas in the energy system. But in this sequence, is this the sequence that we should look at when thinking about the transformation of the gas system? Yes, absolutely. I'm convinced, and I can see that many other panelists use this and emphasize that gas fuel is an ideal fuel for the transition. We are currently facing a crisis that started in the gas sector last year, and it was highlighted by the war in Ukraine, but it resulted in not only Poland but the whole of Europe starting to think in a different manner from the point of view of energy security. I will deviate from the topic, but I will come back to it in a second, I promise. So, security with regard to taking care of every single penny or every single zloty so that the investment projects are not orphaned if circumstances change. This we have discussed biogas plants. We have resources one year and next year it's not there. The same applies to other gas infrastructure. We can use gas from Russia, but we can use any other gas, like you have mentioned. Like both of you have mentioned, but also taking care of security and reliability of the partners that we enter our contracts with. So there is a component of security. One is diversification, the second one is reliable partners, and the third component are various and diverse sources and technologies. Only then will we be able to ensure full security. But finally and ultimately, I believe that we will need gas still. Let's look at the leaders in Europe, those supporting zero-carbon solutions. The Germans promised that they would build 2 new LNG terminals by the end of this year. But you know more about that here at the conference than ordinary consumers. It's not only used to heat up, to warm up our houses. It is used as a resource and as a fuel in the industry. And it will continue to be needed. It will be needed in the industry and in heating. And once we are talking about heating, when assessing, evaluating the changing environment, we are also witnessing a huge process of dissemination and heat pumps becoming more popular. So let's imagine that 3 million households will install heat pumps in Poland. And let each of them have only 3 kilowatts. So at peak times, we would need 10 gigawatts of power, of electricity, of capacity. So where will this capacity come from? So we are coming back to the crux of the problem. Gas-fired units that will be used to generate electricity in a much more efficient manner and more environmentally friendly manner. Because we in Poland do have problems with slow generated emission. And gas, natural gas, indeed, is a carrier that will allow us to quickly achieve a 50% reduction in CO2 emissions and a significant reduction of other pollutants related to the burning of coal. An alternative to gas can be biomass, but its availability and opportunities to use is rather difficult. So we are facing a dilemma where, when shifting away from coal, due to our energy mix, we are opening up a completely new potential. So each new technology should have an opportunity. Let the market, let practice, let companies have an opportunity to improve and perfect their own technologies. There is some space for hydrogen, there is space for biomethane, for biogas, for PV, and wind power. And all this will be mutually complementary. So each of the energy carriers will have its niche in the future. So it is hypothetical, but let's say cars might be hydrogen powered, but large heating units can be fired with traditional natural gas or similar gases like biogas or biomethane. There is no other way to provide heat to Warsaw. The largest heating plant in Warsaw, in Siekierki, cannot be powered in any other way. Anonymously, I can say that there was someone who calculated that in order to replace coal with biomass in Poland, we would need fast-growing plants on the surface area of Romania. Of course, it is purely hypothetical because today this energy comes from coal, no one will replace it with biomass, but this demonstrates the scale and the needs for further diversification and an opportunity for other sectors. With regard to hydrogen or biomethane plants, installations generating biogas or biomethane, why they haven't developed yet so far? It was easy and safe. It used to be easy and safe. And every new technology requires certain circumstances and specific conditions to develop. And it appears that an installation is easy, but the whole logistics chain and supply chain for the generation of biomethane and then purifying it without any support schemes and with prices that were in place before last summer, it was difficult to talk about permanently long-term profitability of hydrogen production. So PGNiG together with PK and Orlen have signed a contract with the major idea behind it was to combine to link producers of substrate for biomass plants. So we want to be a market maker by guaranteeing hydrogen, biomethane or biogas producers that the surplus of gas, that will offtake the surplus of their gas production. And it will be much easier to manage such an installation if you manage the stream of substrate and you are at the same time the co-owner of an installation. Thank you. Indeed, the market conditions did not help us. There was no stimulus from the market. Before COVID, natural gas prices were so low that there was actually no reason to think about biogas or biomethane becoming profitable. In countries where it had developed, it was thanks to a certain significant level of support. Thank you very much. And I would like us to say a few words, a few sentences about LNG, because it appears that this segment of the market, LNG, is the biggest winner of the current situation. The Japanese have been developing the LNG value chain for several decades. Not only the Japanese, but also the Americans are working on it, and many other countries and companies. But this shift of this inflection that took place in the recent months has brought a lot of support to the LNG sector. So the question is, to what extent the Lithuanian experiences with the LNG terminal and the LNG market as such, how useful can they be for us? I know that it is a difficult question. You might have to be a bit of a prophet, but what about this market in over the next 5 or 10 years? How can it change over the next 5 or 10 years? Thank you. I remember several years ago when we were starting the construction of GIPL, the gas interconnector pipeline between Poland and Lithuania. We were considering whether there would be any interest in this gas in both directions, and our LNG terminal was not fully utilizing its capacity. But our main stimulus to implement these investment projects was energy security. And when we made our final investment decisions, we were also thinking about establishing market-based stimuli to use this infrastructure. And there is no single scenario or no single lesson as to how to create demand for LNG. Paradoxically, the gas demand in Lithuania is dropping every year. And next winter, the only remaining city that is heated with gas, that is Vilnius, will switch to cogeneration, that is waste incineration and biomass. And as an open economy, we focused on cooperating with similar countries with similar demands, like Lithuania, Estonia, and Finland. We decided to first start discussing it and then to establish a joint gas market, and by this to demonstrate the benefits to companies from those markets, to show them that and to boost their interest in LNG, to show that it is more profitable, more beneficial. So establishing a more favorable tariffs at entry and exit points in the longer term. I'm not talking about a European perspective, but perhaps building regional gas balancing areas and unifying gas trading platforms. All this means that companies have more interest in operating on a broader market and competing in such markets. There are less legislative barriers, and this interest will appear.
So we can say that the energy policy is decided by individual countries, but joint purchases, for instance, could produce some positive effects, if not at the EU scale, then sub-region scale. Definitely the Empower EU or Repower EU, one of the objectives is to have joint purchases. The Lithuania is for perhaps not pan-European purchases, but sub-regional purchases of gas that could be decided by individual states to join these sub-regions. And in principle, we support this direction. We will proceed to Mr. Kuś. Director, I've already mentioned what I would like us to discuss. Since we've been discussing LNG and the development of infrastructure in the region, which has been to an extent neglected, but will deviate from gas at a certain moment. Are we able to develop the LNG infrastructure to be ready to receive various gases in various forms, including alternative fuels? Thank you very much for the question. I believe that in particular today, when we've been discussing gas infrastructure that we need to extend, we discuss future-proof and high-ready solutions. So we would like the infrastructure currently used to address our current needs could be used longer term. It's difficult for us to decide when and in what region this will actually materialize, but it's also a question of determining these processes step by step and planning them step by step, and this is what infrastructure operators have been doing, and we as ENTSOG have been supporting this effort. The most important is technical readiness, and from my experience I know that there were a number of technical dialogues between companies and vendors or suppliers of certain solutions are there, and the suppliers understand that they need to adjust to future challenges, and they are familiar with the challenges in the area of infrastructure. Another thing that we try to stimulate as ENTSOG is the quality of gas in the future, namely hydrogen, and add the mixtures to it. There is this technical dialogue. We have prime movers, companies that would like to join in and prepare to these processes as quickly as possible. Certain activity has been going on in various parts of Europe, and they started adjusting their infrastructure. There are going to be different paths used in different parts of Europe, but we need to prepare for the future, and we need to know where the infrastructure is to be developed. So from the point of view of operators, we put forward the most important objectives or postulates. We need to do the mapping, we need to understand volumes of gas generated in specific areas. Hydrogen is in the forefront, and natural gas, after purification, it can be pumped through our networks. So it's mainly the question of adjusting the geography, volumes, and then how the infrastructure is going to be adjusted, considering the solutions in the package and the future planning. It is based on the major objectives for the gas market. The operators are natural parties of the revolution, and we would like to act jointly with other participants of the market, promoting changes, offering our assets that are already there and are used by classical fuels, but these are costly in terms of time synergies. We need to be able to adjust our gas infrastructure, which is much cheaper to convert it into transmitting hydrogen than building new pipelines. And we do not need to repeat certain investment processes anew. So it's easier to convert the existing infrastructure. And when we discuss repower, there are ambitious goals, and time is a crucial factor. So each regulatory component, administrative component, permitting component that can be made efficient and can expedite the process
jest kluczowy.
is crucial.
Jest też kwestia oczywiście może mniej debatowana, natomiast
There is also another issue which is less debatable,
myślę bardziej indywidualnych już strategii
namely
regionów,
individual regional strategies
do wykorzystania istniejących
of using existing assets.
Do mnie ta argumentacja
In
dociera,
my I understand your arguments, but nevertheless,
pytanie, to znaczy,
this leads us to a difficult question.
Powinniśmy brać sobie na barki ten
Do we really need to
domieszkowania wodoru do systemu gazowniczego?
deal with the admixture of hydrogen to the gas system? Probably we will not need hydrogen everywhere. If there's too much hydrogen, how this will change the calorific value of the fuel, and then how to separate it? This might be a provocative question, but maybe we over-dimension the use of hydrogen and its presence in the distribution and transmission systems. When we look at these processes, we will discuss the dedicated infrastructure, and let me just add that while discussing these challenges, we need to have an integrated approach to our plans. We examine what's going on in the energy system, in the gas industry, and further market solutions planned. Let me put it as follows. There are different approaches. What we have included in the package by the legislator is the possibility of ensuring 5% gas quality at interconnectors, but this opens new possibilities for regions and for countries that claim that at the first stage they would not be able to adjust the infrastructure, and if there are projects generating new gases, they will be able to use them. So this opens a possibility to choose without finally deciding whether it's better or worse. Just as in the previous round of questions, I told you, the more sources, the more molecules, alternative molecules included, it's better for our continent. Thank you. Yes, it's better for diversification and security. Mr. Michalski, let me ask you about your programs. What is interesting there for our gas and a larger group of people interested in finding sources of financing for this energy transition. That's going to be costly anyway. I'd like to thank President Pawlak for mentioning our joint plans and projects. We are going to cooperate indeed while implementing far-reaching and costly projects that require a lot of knowledge and time and a completely different approach. So let me mention that apart from national programs, where the Energy Plus program takes the lead, which focuses on the energy efficiency in the gas sector, not only the use of gas itself, but also transmission, energy efficiency, optimization of the use of gas, where we are trying to reduce the consumption of a source of energy. This program covers everything that is not present in other attractive programs. We have programs related to cogeneration, and there we can fund gas-based generation. And let me just add that we do have this Polish institution on the market for the 30 years, and we don't need to worry that, considering certain limitations and conditions, including state aid and limitations set by EU directives, but in gas
gas, we do have this possibility. It's more difficult with coal. Only commercial funding can be offered, perhaps with some component that increases the profitability, but nevertheless, gas is the only fossil fuel that we can clearly support with our state aid. So, cogeneration programs for the industry can shift to cogeneration and implement relevant projects. We have projects above 50 megawatts and above 50 megawatts. For those projects combined with district heating and below 300%. These are specific divisions within our programs. We do have the modernization fund. Let me just remind you that we have funding from the sales of CO2 emission rights and certain programs that focus on the district heating, the national district heating program, and programs supporting previous programs, such as geothermal sources. There can be the gas component that provides for the stabilization of the operation of the energy source. So geothermal source can be complemented with gas. And with the use of renewables, stabilization is necessary. While listening to my colleague from Lithuania, I thought whether we would manage if we used renewable sources of energy and energy storages. It would require huge storages considering the 20 gigawatt demand at hand. The system is created for 40 plus gigawatts, but the peak that we had recently was probably 27 plus gigawatts. So we need to ensure the coverage for everything, but there are always other sources available, but we need to develop storages just to avoid blackouts. This would be something unacceptable. Let me refer to Behartov, or even better, the Turów plant. Specialists know what I'm talking about, but in the media raised such issues saying that Turów stabilizes the energy system all over Europe. I'm not saying that they stabilize that system in total, but definitely when we have interconnections between particular EU countries, Turów stabilizes this system just as any power and heating plant, including those that are coal-fired and shifting to gas. Otherwise, it would not be able for the electricity system to operate and to a large extent heating plant systems. And we have President Pawlak. Could you please share your comments whether we do have space in zero and low emission sources to build something that is called local content or Polish content from the point of view of the PFR. Could you briefly refer to the economics of that? We're not lagging behind other countries. We have our own science centers, startups, and the ecosystem, which is also very important of the energy transition. As such, the energy transition is defined very broadly, including renewable infrastructure, gas and gas infrastructure, a very important component of that, and still coal, because if it turns out that the modernization program would require our support, we are ready to participate in such processes. We all know what coal is at the moment, and it is in decline, but a very important element of the process are technologies.
bez wsparcia, ale też bez takiego elementu, o tym nie powiedziałem poprzednio, bo ja
something that I have not mentioned previously. I told you that there is a need for a macro strategy at the level of the government, but this strategy will not compensate for everything. We will need institutions that are represented in this room, because we, by adapting new technologies or giving them green light, we're able to build the Polish content. And last but not least, a very good example, although this does not apply to gas, is Ekoenergetyka, a company which was a startup at the University of Zielona Góra, and they operated in the seed stage for a number of years until the low or zero emission program was established. Since stimulus were provided for development of chargers for electrical buses, the company grew significantly. They employ 500 people, they sell their chargers to Paris and Berlin and several other cities in the world, and the company is a global player because they used the support of the Sciences Fund, the National Environmental Fund, and the PFR, the Polish Development Fund, is there to support such companies, companies that are considered important from the point of view of the economic development of the country. We can invest in such companies indirectly or directly, and then we complement the financial setup, and we are able to support the Polish content, which is crucial from the point of view of the success of energy transition in Poland.
Ja pozwolę sobie na jedno, dwa zdania. Tutaj pan redaktor Jakubik na mnie karcąco patrzy, ale proszę pozwolić wyprowadzić jakieś wnioski. Może nie będą zbyt odkrywcze, ale mam nadzieję, że coś podsumują. Jak patrzymy sobie na system elektroenergetyczny, system gazowniczy, ciepłowniczy, które gdzieś w różnych obszarach ze sobą sąsiadują, to bez wątpienia te działania, które podejmuje Unia Europejska, idą w tę stronę, aby go zelektryfikować, tak? W perspektywie 30-50 roku około 50% energii będzie w tej najbardziej wysokomowanej postaci, czyli energii elektrycznej. I myślę, nie patrzyłbym na to jako problem, tylko jako wyzwanie, ale też szansę, że tym sektorem, który będzie podlegał bardziej, że tak powiem, intensywnym przemianom i rozwijaniu, to będzie chyba system gazowniczy i na to musimy się przygotować. Wątek, czy konkluzja na poziomie unijnym jest taka, niestety jak patrzymy na to, odkąd kiedy mamy wojnę, znaczy jak patrzymy na Unię Europejską historycznie, to ona nigdy niestety nie mówiła jednym głosem i trudno powiedzieć, że mówi nam teraz w okresie wojny, ale komunikat REPowerEU, który będzie gdzieś nabierał kształtów regulacyjnych, myślę, że jest taką próbą i pozytywny sygnał z tego zamieszania jest też taki, że
a positive effect of that might be that the European Commission or community institutions that we should support are a chance for us
że tak powiem, nie przeciągali liny na swoją stronę. I ostatnia rzecz, a propos globalnego wymiaru, bo
influence global players
do śledzenia tego, co się dzieje na Ukrainie w sferze
trying to follow what's going on in Ukraine in terms of the war, but we need to remember that a major shift has taken place at the geopolitical level, something that no one has expected. Russia, which seems to be so powerful now,
odwracać się i uciekać, dlatego że Amerykanie, których rok temu tu nie było, to znaczy byli fizycznie nasi gości, ale Ameryka odpuściła sobie Unię Europejską jakiś czas temu I dzisiaj do niej wróciła i myślę, że to jest jeden z najbardziej pozytywnych
is back in the European Union.
Dziękuję
This is perhaps one of the most positive conclusions. I'd like to thank all attendees. I'd like to thank the panelists.
Tak jest. I
Thank you very
zapraszamy.
much.
Wielkie brawa dla naszych
A round
panelistów,
of
dla
applause.
pana moderatora również
And
za
for the
sprawne poprowadzenie panelu.
moderator for a
I proszę
very
państwa, czas
efficient
na obiad
panel.
już
And
podobno
it's
wszystko jest
time for
przygotowane.
lunch. As I
Zapraszamy do
heard,
stołówki.
everything is ready. So let's proceed to the restaurant. Thank you.
After this short break. Institute, and he will introduce you to the panel that we're going to continue today. And
Dzień dobry, dzięki Wojtku.
Tomorrow.
Mamy dzisiaj
Wojtek, thank you very much. First of all, we do not compete with lunch, which is an advantage in itself, but today we're going to discuss the prospects of free markets, free gas market at the time of shocks. During the introduction and initial panels, the Russian Federation has been mentioned several times, but as a representative of a think tank, let me say something good about Russia. Their crime activity in Ukraine contributed to one thing. It is not only Russian administration, the support to the regime is significant, but they decided to build their economy following the North Korean model. This is something we should help them with. We have sanction packages. The Western community and our cultural community should get rid of any relations with Russia and their citizens, considering their unacceptable attitude, and we can help Russia in this process, and this is what we are going to discuss in the panel. But before we proceed to our distinguished guest, let me start with Piotr Zawistowski with the introductory speech.
Tak, to jest tak, że do tego się mówi i to działa. Ja się muszę wyluzować niestety, bo ja nie umiem taki spięty opowiadać.
Unfortunately, it's hard for me to be talking when I'm so stressed out. My colleague is much more professional and much more experienced with public speeches. First of all, let me welcome all of you. A very warm welcome, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to demonstrate our presence here as the Polish Power Exchange, TGE, throughout the conference, but also particularly during this panel. And the reason for our increased presence here are not the events that we are talking about. We have made this decision earlier due to the fact that we have the 10th anniversary of the gas market this year. And we are celebrating this anniversary in turbulent times, so the discussion about the free market gains a completely new dimension.
Te dyskusje prowadzone od rana pokazują, że
the discussions since this morning show that every day can bring new facts, new events, new developments, and the new components of this situation in this certain game that is being played. And from the point of view of the gas market, these developments may change our ideas, our thinking, our strategies, perhaps not the general viewpoint, but perhaps our view. They may change our viewpoints with regard to future developments. So talking about down-to-earth market, the usual discussions at the conference, on top of that we have something new. So far our discussions were not very much binding. We are talking about certain visions for the future, gas as a fuel that will bring us to the renewables age, but this was all about some distant future, certain declarations only. And today we are in a situation, I would like to join the words of gratitude from our moderator. This situation forces us to act more decisively
zapiętych w krótkie terminy.
and in a much shorter term.
To na pewno jest tak istotna zmiana
And this is a very significant change for the market in its very broad sense. It doesn't only apply to the gas market, it applies to the world economy as such. But as for the gas market, this situation has such an influence that we need to talk a lot more and in a much more specific manner, and we need to take much more specific decisions with regard to how we are going to manage the situation, because we simply do not have the time. Someone has given so much momentum to the situation that the decisions made by us here in Poland, but also on the international level, at the European Union level, or among international players who have a certain approach or attitude towards this conflict. I'm not trying to be judgmental here, but the whole world has a certain attitude towards the conflict beyond our eastern border. It all means that we have to think differently about the current changes, and we need to be much faster in implementing those changes. We do not have any headroom for something happening further into the future or next meeting in 3 months. We need to face the reality as it is right now. So in the backdrop of today's discussion is the gas market and the prospects for its development in general. What is going to happen in that market? And I thought that it might be good to show what has happened over the last 10 years and where this market is as of today, with regard to everything else that I have mentioned earlier. At some other conference, I mentioned about some conjuring and about the turning points. I said that, and someone was laughing that, you know, everyone can drive a car. It's easy to drive a car when you step on the gas, and you see who the real driver is. Who is the real driver? Is the one who can drive in corners. And everyone who's interested in motorsports know that you gain time, you gain seconds, not on straights, but in turns, in corners, and at braking point. So we have a lot of knowledge about our history, and we now have to use this knowledge and adapt it to the current situation. So a brief summary of the past 10 years at the power exchange. We decided to build a gas market, and we can see where we are right now, and it can be some sort of an introduction to the discussion that will be chaired by our moderator. What is the power exchange doing in principle? Well, everyone knows that, but you have to present it anyway. The role of the power exchange is to focus, is to bring supply and demand together in one place so that the market is liquid. Usually exchanges start with small turnover and then they grow. And it will come later. And one important thing is to have an entity making the price transparent. So perhaps not creating the price, but allowing for market price to be created or fixed in a transparent manner so that everyone can see it. Another component that is often neglected when everything goes well, and everyone remembers about that entity only when turbulent times appear, is the guarantee of secure trading of a certain commodity. So it's not just about entering into a transaction on the power exchange, but the fact that such a transaction brings the certainty of settlement. So be it the certainty of payment, or in our case of a gas market, the certainty that the fuel will be actually delivered under the contract. And the supplier of market information, due to the fact that the market is transparent and there's a lot of transactions under a model that is transparent and visible to the market players, and the exchange is publishing a lot of information about the market, the exchange is the sort of market information to a much larger extent than in case of just bilateral transactions, and everyone would trade somewhere in their offices, in their back offices, which is okay, but the transactions wouldn't be as transparent. So what has happened over the last 10 years? So the power exchange in figures, 500,000 of transactions. We're talking about the gas market, of course. 1,000 terawatt hours. So we are talking about enormous volumes of gas trading. amounts of value of trading in billions of zlotys. Session days, trading takes place basically every day, especially if we're talking about the spot market. More important figures, I mentioned liquidity and the importance of liquidity for the market, and the increase in volume of trading on the gas market. Last year, it's almost 180 terawatt hours in volume. The beginning of this year was quite good, but the past 2 years, or these last 2 years, have two features. Apart from the current situation and its impact on the gas price, last year the dominating entity on that market, that is Gazprom, has led to a situation that everyone knows about. It was commented on in Western Europe, impacting gas prices in the whole of Europe. So this turbulence on the gas market has translated into the electricity market, so we had very high gas prices and electricity prices in the wake of that. The volume of trading on the exchange mean that the market is very distorted or there's high volatility in the market. That was the case in the beginning of the pandemic, when everyone was starting to change their strategies due to the developments, and traders, as traders say, they reverse their positions. So it is an indicator. So increasing volumes of trading indicate that there's a lot happening on the power exchange market. So here we have average weighted prices, very stable for a longer period of time, with a drop in the beginning of the pandemic due to the prospects for drop in gas demand. And then 2021 and 2022, huge increases of average prices. And if we had a chart for the last year, we would see how the dynamic was. And this average does not reflect the prices for the end of the year. So what is the picture of the current discussion, the start of the current discussion? Of course, from the point of view of the gas exchange market and the projects related to that. The transformation of the gas sector, and it is related to renewable gases, and this is the subject of our letter of intent with PGNiG, and there has been a long discussion and unfinished discussion about gas, natural gas as a fuel that will allow us for transition in the energy sector. Then diversification of gas supplies. The current position of Poland. We are probably, most likely, the most diversified country, perhaps in the whole of Europe. It's hard to investigate, but certainly in this part of Europe. And this means that the importance of this market can increase. And we are in a situation that wouldn't be imaginable even half a year ago, when everyone thought that everything was stable, and we are currently in the conditions of complete instability, and this is where we can only appreciate the work and the effort of the past years, meaning that regardless of the global supply of gas and the related situation, we will have the technical capabilities to use those gas supplies. And some in Europe do not have that comfort, and they are linked to those pipelines that they have built. Of course, larger political programs like the governmental program to build a gas hub in Poland, and something that is not listed here, that is the 3 Cs initiative, which also boosts the activities related to gaining independence from the Russian supplies. That was always the intention, and beyond, apart from this theoretical aspect, it has gained practical dimension. So it is not about whether we should do it, it is more about how to do it, because we have to do it. And how we perceive the role of the gas exchange and the power exchange. Only some selected items here, because this could be a very lengthy discussion. We treat the energy transition as an opportunity. I already mentioned why. Thanks to new infrastructure infrastructure, we have more opportunities to use this new market, not only for Poland, but also for the neighboring countries. And also the implementation of the gas hub program, and in general, initiatives aimed at liberalization of the gas market and increased importance of Poland in this region, with the use of both political and technical tools, including interconnectors. It is of great importance for us, and we see it as a great opportunity, and foreign international gas markets. Our opportunity to take part in the international trading with the interconnectors that are built from and to Poland, especially in the current situation, in our opinion, significantly increases Poland's importance and TGE's importance if Poland goes towards fully market-based mechanisms. And it is also a great opportunity for the entire market and for our country. It is a great opportunity, also for trading companies as well. That much of an introduction from myself. I promised to make it within 10 minutes, and I don't know if I managed to do that.
Pan już usiądzie.
Zapraszamy do zabrania miejsca. Panie prezesie, to było 10 minut brutto, nie netto, ale zaczynamy naszą dyskusję. Piotr Zawistowski, mamy go na pokładzie.
Piotr Zawistowski is on board with us. Przemysław Wacławski, Vice President of PGNiG. Krzysztof Zanos,
Polska. Zapraszam. Siergiej
member of the board, Veolia Poland. Siergiej Makogon, Director General of the Ukrainian Gas Transmission System Operator. Łukasz Beresiński, Head of Analysis Department at BGK Bank.
I
Małgorzata Banasik,
partner zarządzający
Managing Partner
kancelarii.
Zapraszam
wszystkich.
Her law firm.
Kurczę, trudno czas mamy z powodu takiego, że jednak 4
difficult time due to the fact that Piotr has taken away 4 of our minutes. My first question would be, why is it so expensive? But perhaps this question should go to you, Przemysław. Perhaps not why is it so expensive, but what are the sources of this crisis that we currently have in the market? We should call it a crisis. And the second thing, in the context of what was mentioned earlier, and you had really excellent guests and speakers in the previous panels, if you are frequent attendees of GAZTERM conferences, it is knowledge that has been collected throughout the years. Is there indeed space for a free market? It is more of a geopolitical discussion, but is there space to have a free market, and why do we have a crisis? Let's start with the crisis. This crisis situation started for us much earlier. I don't know how you have felt it, but for us, this crisis started in the end of the third quarter of 2021. When we noticed, we witnessed significant increases in the price of gas by tens of % every day. Those of you who are not following that trend on a daily basis, it was not visible to those of you. But for us, the situation has changed dramatically, because from the pandemic period in 2020, the price of gas went down to several euros per megawatt hour. The standard levels was 15 to 20, and then suddenly the price of gas goes up to 100, 130 euros, and it can change overnight, so no one knew what it was all about. It was a situation that was unprecedented. It has never happened earlier in history. So we started thinking about, first of all, what is happening and how to cope with that. It is easy to look at it with hindsight. When we started 2021, it was the post-pandemic period. We had a very cold winter, which of course favors the gas industry. We had high gas consumption. Then we had a rebound post-pandemic with high demand, very high prices of gas in the Asian markets. So those spot deliveries that could, for example, of LNG, that could go to Europe, went to Asia instead.
And then suddenly we had limited supply of gas from the east, from the Russian supplier. And it suddenly turned out something that not all of us knew, that Gazprom was co-owner of some of storage facilities in Europe. They were not filled up. The demand was high, Russian gas went elsewhere, so there was no balance between supply and demand, and then suddenly gas prices skyrocketed, and the volatility was enormous. A statement from one or other person could impact the price by tens of percent, especially that the energy mix in Spain, for example, is very highly based on gas. And electricity prices skyrocket. Yes, it was a situation that we are not used to and we did not know what to do. So this is the response to your first question. This was the source of the crisis. So this crisis had started earlier. It was not with the beginning of the war, which is obviously a huge tragedy, and it has an enormous impact on the gas market. The fact that we have been cut off from gas supplies from the eastern direction in late April, not with the expiration of the Yamal contract. It also had an enormous impact. But for us, the times of the crisis started much earlier. And paradoxically, what the high increase, significant increase in the gas prices helped us to get ready to what actually happened this spring. Because we all took part in some activities. The government was preparing draft legislation. We were securing financing. And suddenly when the actual war crisis started and when gas supplies were cut off from Russia, we were much better prepared. And we were also getting ready to this situation for many years because Poland's and PGNiG's strategy was based on phasing out Russian gas. So what about the free market? Is there room, is there space for the free market in this situation? Well, I have a financial background and I'm a big supporter of the free market. But I have to admit that in the current situation that we have been facing in the recent months, the impact of the state was very significant. The influence was very significant, and in key industries, in key sectors ensuring security of functioning of the state, a certain level of the influence or some limitation of free market practices is not that bad. One technical request, we have Mr. Henryk Muchała from PGNiG. If we may ask for an additional chair for...
Mamy białe.
No, we have this.
Miał też dużo do opowiedzenia w tym temacie.
Dobra, więc
Henryk will also have quite a lot to say. So we will provide an additional chair. So Sergey.
Po polsku?
Polish or English?
Okay. So I think we are witnessing a first war waged by Russia, and the cause or the tool of the war, or the prequel to the war, was a gas crisis, right? Przemek mentioned that Gazprom was emptying, drying out the gas storage in Gazprom via Gazprom Germania and other infrastructure. How do you see the geopolitics? You are in a spot that almost Nord Stream 2 was certified. If not for Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, if they were to be certified, the war probably would be in a couple of months, but your economy would be threatened by Gazprom and the lack of gas supply to Ukraine. How do you see the geopolitics? What's the crucial part of crucial problems to be solved right now?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the people of Poland, to the Polish government and Polish companies who provided the support to Ukrainian people, our army forces and our companies in this from the very first hours of the war. So Poland probably right now is the the biggest supporter of Ukraine, and in many cases we are like-minded. We understood many years ago that for Russia, unfortunately, gas it's not about business. For Russia, gas it's about the politics, about geopolitics. Russia was increasing, pushing for increasing the dependence of Europe on Russian gas for many years. I believe the first fatal mistake of Europe was the Nord Stream 1, and next fatal errors, mistakes were the Nord Stream 2 and Turk Stream, which actually led to the significant dependence on Russian gas. So about 40% of gas in
abandoning Nabucco pipeline, for example.
Yeah, this was probably the time when the Europe was quite strong and actually not to allow this to happen. So for us, actually, the war started not this year. For Ukraine, war started actually 8 years ago. Back in 2014, the Russians invaded eastern Ukraine. Of course, nobody at that time was ready to accept that. So it was kind of some, let's say, civilian war or something like that. But for us, for Ukrainians, we always knew that it was the war with Russia, with Russian forces. It was part of the aggression. And really, we believed and we warned European governments, each particular country, that the main goal of Nord Stream 2 is just to circumvent the Ukraine in order to allow Russians to do what they want with Ukraine. Because while Ukraine is still transiting about 25% of Russian gas, we believe that we will be still in the interest of Europe actually to support us. The word is very pragmatic, I would say. So we warned European Commission, we warned German government that Nord Stream 2 is actually a huge military threat for Ukraine, a huge military threat for entire Europe, but we received this, no, this is just business, this is about business relationship with German companies. Finally, everybody see that actually all these routes against Ukraine, all the measures which you mentioned, this drying of European storages, is part of the big geopolitical game of Russia, how to impose their will on Europe and actually to dictate the prices. Because you cannot talk about the free market, you cannot talk about free market prices when you have a monopoly. Because monopoly always will dictate the price. And currently we see that having the opportunity to transit more gas to Europe, Gazprom is not using that. Even with the recent situation in one of our transit pipeline, Sakhranovka, probably you heard, we had to declare force majeure because actually these occupied territories, the Russian-controlled forces started to offtake the transit gas. So actually they started to steal the transit gas which goes to Europe and actually make Ukraine responsible for that. So we had to declare force majeure, but we as a prudent TSO operator, we proposed to Gazprom to use another interconnection point, Sudzha, which is located at the controlled territories and which can easily transit more gas than actually the booked by Gazprom. The technical capacity of Sudzha pipeline is 244 million per day. The total current transit with Gazprom is about 109. But they decided not to cooperate. They decided to actually to decrease the supplies, to blame that there is no any force majeure. But in our contract, actually declared or even undeclared war is already right for us to declare force majeure. So we as Ukraine always been as reliable transit country. For us, it's very important to keep transit because we don't have separate pipelines for transit and for local transportation. For example, it's not like this in Poland, for example, with Yamal, which was designated transit pipeline. Also, Nord Stream 1 is designated transit pipeline. But for Ukraine, it's one single system, and we need all pipelines to be operational in order to be able to supply gas to our households. We still have very big market. It's about 30 billion cubic meters per year, and we need to supply this market with the gas. So for us, it's very important, even in such difficult times, to keep the transit, because it provides us at least some assurance that Russians would not deliberately destroy our gas infrastructure. But in the future, you know, we see a lot of bottlenecks at the European gas market, regulatory, technological, infrastructural bottlenecks. Finally, we see also that a lot of countries started to reconsider their energy security of supply policy, energy security policy. For example, Germany understood that they need to build the LNG terminals, they need to have alternative sources of supply. We see many other countries starting to redesign their energy supplies. Really, the example of Poland is very good example how countries could identify such a risk many years ago and work for many years to decrease this risk for the Poland. Now, with Baltic pipeline, with LNG terminal, with interconnector with Lithuania and Slovakia, I believe that Poland is significantly in better shape than, for example, Germany. We definitely support the full embargo of energy sources from Russia, because currently 1 billion euros is paid to Russia by European consumers every day. And we believe that actually European consumers are hostages of Russia right now. There is no other choice. We believe that the full embargo will come, but probably it will take some time. But even now we can do significant steps to decrease the money stream to Russia. First of all this idea about special additional import tariff on Russian energy sources, escrow accounts, many other ideas, which the main goal of which is to decrease the revenue stream to Russia, because actually those money are spent to fuel the war against Ukraine. As a first step, we believe that actually the flow from Nord Stream 1 could be redirected through Ukraine. We easily can accept these additional volumes. Our system is designed to transit more gas, so our capacity is 146 billion cubic meters. For us, it's very important, as I said, to have this transit to make Russia more dependent on Ukraine. So it means that the Russia would be interested not to destroy our infrastructure, but also it would allow to reduce the revenue stream to Russian Federation. 1 week ago, we thought that Nord Stream 2, Nord Stream 1 flows could be split between Poland and Ukraine, but last week Russia decided to put an embargo on Yamal, so now the only Ukrainian route remained operational for them. So we believe that now it's a turning point for significant redevelopment of the infrastructure, of regulatory affairs. We strongly believe that it should be united procurement policy inside Europe in order to increase the bargain power of buyers, not to allow supplier to dictate the prices, not to allow to include the political discount into the final gas prices, because it's very difficult to justify why the prices on gas for one country is significantly lower than another one. So it's the only reason, it's not transportation cost, the only reason it's the loyalty discount, we say. We see that some countries actually blocking a lot of initiatives in EU because of the very generous conditions from Russia. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. I will not allow Ukraine to fall. Krzysztofie,
Krzysztof, Sergei referred to Nord Stream 1. Let us remind us that in 2005 the contract was signed and ETS was introduced the same year, and the system of decarbonization based on renewable sources of energy and the transition fuel gas to eliminate nuclear power and other components. And now we have the war situation. We deal with the war and hyperinflation. We received 1.7 million Ukrainians in Warsaw and a number of Ukrainians in Międzyzdroje. So on the one hand, embargo. On the other side, we have the climate policy and heating plants. At the end, hundreds of locations. Of course, you have a large portfolio, 350 or 400 locations that face significant problems. What is your view on the issue? What solution would you suggest? What can we do there? Welcome. Thank you very much for the question, which is right to the point. In Warsaw, we have 400,000 Ukrainians, and last week 25 children were born, 25 Ukrainian children. But coming back to the war that you have mentioned, we've been having this war for a number of months. When we had shortages of coal supply, the winter period, we survived the winter period thanks to much effort and cooperation with other Polish producers of hard coal, and our stock of coal at our heating plants were enough to sustain the production for 14-15 days. In case of Termika, we had a similar situation, and as the district heating sector, we live permanently in crisis. I've been working in this sector for 25 years. I started in the heating sector, I went through the large power sector, and I'm in Eola, the large heating corporation with core business of water, waste and energy in the world. It accounts for 40 billion euros and 200,000 people. So we have a global overview. Considering heating and power, we need to secure supplies supplies of primary fuels for companies in Central Europe. In the case of coal, it's 2 million tons. And we decided at a strategic level 3 years ago that we should go through very deep decarbonization of our group, based chiefly on energy transition involving gas. And in Poland, Veolia includes 2 large locations in Łódź and Poznań. We are present in Warsaw, and together with PGNiG and PGNiG Termika, we buy heat from Warsaw heating plants to cater for the needs of citizens of Warsaw, but we are also present in counties, 400 locations, 40 locations in case of our company, and we try to decarbonize counties, cities, using gas. We are well secured in terms of supplies of coal. We had to reach out global markets. We import coal, and we have problems with low sulfur content coal. We don't have problems going to Africa, Colombia, Indonesia by 2, 3 or more ships full of coal, and this is what we've been doing. Our competences are unique in a sense, and we try to translate the same into the situation related to gas. Considering gas and this transition and decarbonization, until 2030 we should be free from coal. The challenge is major because we service large metropolitan areas, and district heating is used by 15 million people in Poland, and 2.3 million are Veolia customers. Our company is also very strong on the industrial market in Poland through Veolia Industry. We service Panasonic, Amazon, Volkswagen, and we supply energy, power, and heat to our customers. This is a major challenge for us in terms of our gas needs. The target is 1.2 billion cubic meters of gas. From the point of view of competences, this is a major challenge. We've been cooperating close with PGNiG. We'd like to thank them very much, because finally we need to ensure energy security of these cities and counties, and what Mr. Wacławski has said. I agree that in terms of volumes and security of fuel supply is the issue that this state should deal with. We are fully aware of the cost of gas and may cost or will cost. In the case of Veolia, it is a kind of commitment. Let me brag that the decarbonization is not only on paper. We've been doing this physically. We won the auction. We signed the first contract for the supply of heat to Poznań. This is the first contract with Siemens, and we've been implementing decarbonization. The capacity market is our hard commitment for 17 years to come. We invest, and of course, we need to implement the investment and supply energy. There's no soft game. We've been monitoring the situation around us, especially that Veolia is present on every continent. And this gives us a broader overview. Are we afraid? That's a question of the perspective. I had an opportunity to work in Africa with steel sector and gas, and I was scared there. I observed the situation in Poland and in Europe with much concern. The solidarity in the EU and in this sector is very much needed. And also what we need is honesty. From the regulatory point of view and legislative point of view, we're going to have conditions to take care of the energy security in the end of the day. Of 2.3 million citizens, because when we have call to operate for another 7 or 10 days, all services contact us, and we, as managers, are responsible for the supply of heat, sufficient supply of heat. We don't have any complexes of buying ships. We know how to do that, but we are not that large, and perhaps there is no such need. So our natural partner is PGNiG, with whom we've been discussing these issues in order to do it more efficiently and decarbonize, whether it's going to involve the commodity exchange or any other way. We will do it for certain. The cost has been growing every year. Our emission is 3.2 million tons of CO2. It's a major problem for this sector. We went to 950 million or even 1 billion
next year. We need to abandon the carbon footprint, we need to reduce the cost of ETS, and at the end of the day, we need to remember that gas and energy security will cost, and ordinary citizens living in Poznań, Łódź or Warsaw will have to pay for energy. And this is also a major challenge for this sector and for the state, how to deal with it.
Thank you very much. Małgosia, next question goes to you, because the barrier to entry or to blackmail, we are talking about Nord Stream 1, Nabucco and other projects. Krzysztof mentioned geopolitics, but also security. The states give a certain shield so that on the other side the market can function properly. So the state creates the market by shielding it from the outside, providing security, or is it some kind of an anomaly? What should the system look like? The division of tasks have looked like that in the whole of Europe for many years. The states were responsible for building safe, secure infrastructure, diverse infrastructure. Even the third package allowed for operators to remain controlled by the state. It is only the situation in Germany that so much infrastructure was in private hands, and to a large extent it was dependent on a foreign state that was Russia. And we can see the recent changes in legislation aiming at allowing for nationalization of the storage operator in Germany. So the division of tasks and responsibilities, just like Sergei has said, that we managed to diversify our sources by building the Baltic Pipe or Gipel to at least ensure the pathways to supply the fuel to our country. But let me mention what the European Commission says in the Repower documentation, and what will most probably be announced in the coming days. The European Commission points out to the investment projects in Poland, or the construction of new terminals in Greece, interconnectors between Greece and Bulgaria, or even the new FSRU terminals to be built in Poland and in Germany, new infrastructure connecting France with Spain. It is all important, but the European Commission is concerned about whether we should actually invest in this infrastructure. Perhaps we should earmark or allocate those funds that are currently allocated to this infrastructure to speed up the energy transition, so that the limited resources that we have should be used for energy transition. And the European Commission points out that the current turmoil on the market highlight the even larger need to accelerate the phase out of fossil fuels and acceleration of the energy transition. We can see very much strengthening in terms of solar, PV, heat pumps or green hydrogen. And the European Commission is planning to earmark enormous funds to have this equipment manufactured in Europe, so that we can source the raw materials here in Europe. Enormous funding will be allocated to streamlining the manufacturing process. There are legal changes planned to speed up the investment process. So all these activities that were announced by the European Commission under the Green New Deal will be even more accelerated with regard to gas infrastructure. The Commission points out that in the first year we should even expect reduction in energy consumption. So perhaps we will have some restrictions or curtailment in winter, And the European Commission is also pointing out that it is possible. When we are talking about the free market, it is possible that the states, national states, will be allowed to regulate the prices, to fix the prices in a more regulated manner. We hope that it will not be the Spaniards, Greeks, and Italians to give us advice on heating in winter. That might be risky. But two paradigms of globalization that we have to rethink. One was outsourcing of production to countries where labor is cheap, without asking why. And on the other hand, we were importing resources from countries, killing their own citizens and killing citizens of neighboring countries. And this simply has to change. We need to bring manufacturing back to Europe and use this know-how in order to implement the energy transition. This is very important. Mr. Henryk Mucha, you have regained your sovereignty in terms of chair availability in the panel. So, my question is, what should consumers do? Those who buy gas, not necessarily from you, but mostly from you. It is a difficult moment for gas consumers. So it is a cost of living in a war-like economy. But eventually these are the costs that we all have to bear. And electricity, power, gas, and all the other aspects of our lives. Yes, I have a chair, I have a mic, so I'm quite comfy here. Thank you. I hope that I'm not the reason for this turmoil in the very beginning. Everything is clear now. Let me refer to part of the statement from Mr. Piotr Zawistowski about having a straight and a corner. It's not only about driving and drivers. From the point of view of a company selling gas, last quarter of last year and the first quarter of this year, it's not just one corner, it's a series of hairpins in the mountains. To use that motor sports analogy or comparison. So, answering your question, we were designing the liberalization in the gas market in Poland in a different way. The PGNiG, who used to be a monopolist, is not a monopolist anymore. PGNiG retail sales, so a company selling gas to more than 7 million consumers, is having new consumers every week as an emergency seller. So being a dominating entity in the market and the leader of the market, we are increasing our customer base week on week. And this allows us to compensate for customers leaving us. It is a fact. The high price of gas for some of companies, some of businesses, medium-sized and large companies, this high price of gas for the last several months has been a very significant reason for specific decisions, and it's not possible for everyone, but some businesses are looking for alternative energy sources. And we are acquiring new customers as an emergency supplier, but let me assure you that we are trying to maintain everything that is so important, that we have learned about for the last couple of years. When shifting away from being a monopoly, especially a monopoly of thinking, and treating the customer as the most important partner, and treating our competitors as an entity allowing us to change. I'm very sorry. I would like to apologize to all those who had a problem reaching us by phone in the beginning of the year, but our business has never been scaled to such a level to have 250 or 300,000 calls per day. Our customers were calling us, asking us about everything. Gas prices for individual customers, I will talk about them in a moment, about price of gas for businesses, about the new Polish deal, and prices of gas in 2026, 2025, and so on. The situation in the household market today is slightly different, and the sensitive clients, we all know that in the end of January, there was a special legislation adopted protecting those two groups of customers until the end of the year, protecting them with an umbrella. The tariff price is frozen. Those sensitive customers are tariff customers, and this price is 270 zlotys per megawatt hour. What will 2023 bring? We'll see. But the situation is different in the enterprise market, in the businesses market. Large customers, large clients are able to source that gas in a very good manner. So the market mechanisms, education, and what has happened in the gas market over the last 10 years, but also our involvement for the development of market or exchange-based products and providing our clients with reliable information on a daily basis so that they can make their own purchasing decisions. This is bringing results today. We have many clients, the majority of clients in the strategic segment, that is the largest segment, and also key customers, key clients who purchase gas very well in advance. And there is a slightly worse situation in the micro and small businesses segment. We are still preparing new programs for those clients, and we will continue to do so, of course, in response and in line with what the market allows us to do. If you are not able to manage to get through to the help desk of PGNiG, I can give you the private number of the CEO. No, of course. Łukasz Brzeziński from BGK Bank. We are talking about this historical perspective since 2005, or what was happening in summer last year. What about the mid-term? What are we to expect in the medium term? What is your take on that? What Małgosia was talking about, how should the transition process be designed? The current problems are temporary. Ukraine will win the war. And what will be the medium term? What will the medium term look like? The balance between geopolitics, new technologies, acceleration of the energy transition, because we can see that there is appetite for that at the European Commission. So what will be the medium term? What will it look like? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this invitation and for inviting me to this panel in this group of such distinguished speakers. Indeed, the increase of gas prices in the end of last year has led to a situation that the costs of energy production from fossil fuels have risen significantly. And also increasing competitiveness and attractiveness, cost attractiveness of renewable energy projects. And it appeared that if this tendency is maintained, then the attractiveness of renewable energy projects will increase, which would mean that natural gas would remain a transition fuel for the energy transition process, but it can be such a transition fuel for a shorter period of time. The start of war in Ukraine has introduced yet another aspect, the issues related to security of gas supplies, and this has significantly changed the paradigm, because the risk of reduced natural gas supplies on the one hand pushes us significantly towards renewables because they do not depend on any political or geopolitical decisions, but on the other hand, in the short and medium term perspective, there is a question of replacing those risky fossil fuels, from Russia. And now the question is how to do it. And with regard to the fact that the global gas market, supply and demand on that market were relatively balanced,
podaży gazu rosyjskiego będzie
Reduced
oznaczało,
supply of Russian gas
konieczne
will
będzie
mean
pozyskanie
that
gazu
we
ziemnego
will need
z
to
innych
source
źródeł.
natural gas from other
Jest oczywistym tutaj chyba dla wszystkich,
from other
że
directions,
zwiększenie
from other
dostaw gazu
suppliers.
ziemnego z innych
And it is
źródeł
obvious that
będzie
increasing
wymagało
gas
istotnych
supplies from
nakładów
other sources
inwestycyjnych,
will require
zarówno na
significant
infrastrukturę,
investment expenditures,
już nie mówię tylko o
both on
gazociągach, ale
infrastructure.
o
I'm not talking about
infrastrukturę
pipelines only, but
LNG,
also
na
LNG
terminale
infrastructure,
wpływające, na terminale regazyfikujące,
liquefaction
na,
and regasification
flotę
terminals
gazowców.
and the gas
Ale może
carrier
też
fleet,
powodować
but
oczywiście
it can
zapotrzebowanie
also
na nakłady inwestycyjne
lead
związane
to
z zagospodarowaniem nowych
increased
złóż
demand
gazu
for
i na
investment in
zwiększenie wydobycia.
exploration of new gas fields and increasing the extraction capacity.
Kluczowi gracze,
So,
Stany
key
Zjednoczone,
players
Katar,
like the United
Australia,
States, Qatar
nikt
and Australia,
nie zwiększy
no one
podaży
is able to
gazu,
increase
nie
their
zainwestuje
gas
istotnych
output,
środków w
and no one will
zwiększenie
invest
zdolności
in
produkcyjnych
increasing their
bez
production capacity
posiadania z drugiej
without
strony wiarygodnych,
having a reliable,
długoterminowych kontraktów.
long-term contracts. And today's agreement signed between PG&IG and Sempra Infrastructure, and also what was mentioned by the representative of the US Department for Energy, is a great proof of that.
Konieczne jest
So,
de facto takie skomitowanie się
so we
Europy
need
do
commitment on the part of Europe
odbierania gazu
to
ziemnego w długim terminie.
natural gas in the long term.
Mam tak jakby dwie troszeczkę dwie ścieżki, które
we have two pathways going in slightly diverging directions. So on the one hand, we are talking about development of renewables, but also the matters related to energy security mean that there is a need for significant investment and significant long-term commitment
do tego, żeby zapewnić sobie bezpieczeństwo
to ensure energy security. Of course, we can debate whether the resources needed to ensure energy security, whether these resources or these funds could be shifted towards renewables or other projects that the European Commission is pointing to. But in the medium term, that's what it looks like, and that's the way we see it.
Thank you. We started from presentation by Piotr. A question to you.
To kiedy będzie taniej?
When is it going to be cheaper at the commodity exchange?
Giełda tylko pokazuje cenę, giełda nie wpływa na cenę.
Well, I'm not the right party to tackle the question. The exchange only shows the price, does not influence the price.
Na giełdzie jest drogo, jakby to giełda była winna, że na giełdzie jest drogo.
When it's expensive at the exchange, the exchange is blamed for a very high price.
Nikt nie jest winny, to jest
no one
chyba błąd
is guilty. It's the glitch in this overview. Is there a space for the market in this difficult situation? Of course there is, because we need this primary market, this primary game of supply and demand. Those who extract gas, this game will continue. The question is what measures will be used to protect the market against temporary problems related to the war and Russia, and do we want to go as far as that far with intervention to move back in the development of the market, or to select tools to be prepared to normalize the situation, because this space of current intervention, there's no alternative for the market. For us to be sure that the prices we can see are the result of good market game, when you have healthy structure, a number of suppliers and certain number of clients and users, so prices are not dictated by just one player who decided to adopt this and not the other supply policy, and then terrorize the situation. We need to avoid such situation. We need to draw the right conclusions. And there's no alternative for the market. There were some ideas of a single buyer and buying gas for Europe. 20 years ago, we deviated from the single buyer concept in terms of electricity. To have a single buyer and then a redistribution of cost of energy, and someone concluded that perhaps this was not efficient. We can come back to the conclusion, but the question is whether we are able to build a new, better market, more diversified market to avoid any negative influence of a single party. And I'm not talking about Poland only, but the general market, and it's difficult to blame anyone combining with the situation that I've referred to. When someone has all the resources in one hand, then the party is able to dictate, to make decisions whether it's going to be cheap or expensive, and lead to the situation using secondary mechanisms. We, as the commodity exchange, are a party of the so-called last mile with the result of the diversification level and operation of global markets. So, in fact, we take care that within our area of activity, we should copy the game at the scale of the market trading within our area. And this is exactly the same situation for every commodity exchange, because commodity exchanges do not operate everywhere. We provide the opportunity to trade, so the market will always be there. Even when the states will buy, they will negotiate with other states, depending on volumes, unless we agree with a cartel that will dictate the supply, because in nature, such solutions in our economic space also are present. And I fully agree with what you've said about those paradigms that we will have to deviate from, because our trust to super effective economic models, outsourcing of production, where production is very cheap without examining the continuity of supplies, because it pays, and why, and the origin of the cheap production. We should reflect on that more deeply. Let me give you a comparison, just like a marriage of reason and marriage of law. When it comes to the marriage of reason, it's about building wealth, but when a party changes their views, there's no sentiment that sometimes someone may need assistance, and perhaps we should be softer. So this hard capitalism based on marriages of reason and changes in people should be a question of the past, and this should lead us to a much pleasant place to live, though we need to go through certain turbulences at the moment to clear the atmosphere. And let me refer to Henrik. If I may, undoubtedly, in the past 10 years, the free market did a lot of good things, though we have the war, we have the gas crisis, which continues, and the role of the state is very important there. Until the 1st of January 2020, we should have the tariff period. The date was prolonged until 2027, and it's good news for everyone, for all households in particular, because the state and the president of the regulator's office will control the situation, and I'm very serious. It's good news. While being in the middle of the process, but on the other hand, on the 18th of May, the upcoming Wednesday, the European Commission is to present the activity plan and objectives for particular member states
that will be translated into very specific measures concerning business off-takers. Sergey?
You are on a panel and on a conference that for 25 years has been analyzing and checking strategies for real diversification, for example, in gas sector. Real diversification meaning that physically the gas is brought from other directions than Russian Federation. There are multiple sellers, and we this way, for example, in Poland, in Lithuania, are getting more safe, right? But the question is to you is how can we help you? Because it's let's have this opportunity to ask this question: how can we help Ukraine to be a sovereign country? Because as we can see, energy resources, energy as a whole is part of the war.
I think the key point for Ukraine is to be energy independent, and we have everything for it. We have quite significant nuclear energy production. We have coal. We have significant resources of gas and oil. Unfortunately, we missed many years because of the political turbulence, because of different points. So we missed a lot. Yes, this is our pain in developing own gas production, because definitely we can be self-sufficient in terms of the gas production. We currently, Ukraine produce about 20 billion cubic meters of gas. Before the war, we had to import additional 10 billion cubic meters. Currently, for me, even difficult to estimate what would be our consumption next year, because, as you correctly said, a lot of people moved out of Ukraine. A lot of enterprises stopped the production. So it's for us, we already see that consumption decreased about 50% so far. But we believe that the situation will restore, because we are pushing Russian back to the borders, and the enterprises people will start returning back. Enterprises will start to work, and the consumption will increase. But in general, for us, it's very important, as I said, to invest in gas production in Ukraine. Secondly, we need to really invest in energy efficiency. This is also the second pain for Ukraine. We have also a lot of things to do in the area of energy efficiency, because we consume, as I remember, 3 times more energy for unit of production comparing to Poland, for example. How Poland can help us? Definitely for us it's very important to have the access to the alternative sources of gas. Yeah? So we are very interested to get access to Polish LNG terminals, to Polish gas market, to be able to source gas from there. Of course, we understand that Poland also is very limited in gas supplies. But I believe that jointly we can find the way how to satisfy the needs of both countries. Currently, we have created firm capacities with Hungary. We have some developments, connections to the Greece and Turkey through Trans-Balkan pipeline. Slovakia is a very important route for us, but only Poland can give us access to the different molecules, to the Baltic pipeline, to the LNG terminal. So that's why for us it's very important to create the capacities between Polish and Ukrainian gas systems in order to give our shippers the firm possibility to import gas. So this is probably now the most important thing. And also your companies are welcome to Ukraine to develop energy fields. As I remember, PGNiG last year bought the field in western Ukraine. So you are very welcome to increase your investments in energy production. Definitely it would benefit both Ukraine and Poland.
What about electric energy? A new connection should be there.
Sorry?
Should there be a new electric energy connection? Khmelnytskyi power line?
I'm not in electricity business, so I'm pure gas guy, so I really don't know. But anyway, I believe that deep integration of markets, it's very good for all countries. I mean, that integration, this free energy flows between the countries, sometimes it looks dangerous from the point of view of kind of self-defense, but in general, I believe that solidarity principle makes such integrated company stronger together.
Thank you very much. We have maybe a minute for a question, a brief one. If there is mamy chwilę na pytanie, jeżeli państwo.
There is 1 minute for questions from the audience.
Okay. W takim razie bardzo dziękuję panelistom.
I'd like to thank panelists. I'd like to thank for coming and an interesting discussion. GAZTERM has always been a place where we discussed strategies and we've been developing a consensus. I'd like to thank Krzysztof and his team for inviting us, for the opportunity to have this panel, and I'm sure the next panel will be equally interested and that you will join us next year.
Możecie oczywiście nagrodzić
Of course, a round of applause for the
Dziękuję. Oddaję teraz głos mojemu wspólnikowi.
Let me give the floor to Wojtek.
Tak, jestem.
Yes,
proszę Państwa, działamy dalej. Naszym panelistom bardzo dziękujemy. Za chwilę następny panel, ale przed nim prezentacja.
But before this panel, we're going to have a presentation on digital transformation in the gas sector in the era of crisis. And this is going to be delivered by Jarosław Zarychta, Cloud Business Development Manager, Google Cloud. And we're going to give him the floor in a second. Let us reorganize our stage and the Google Cloud presentation in a moment.
I received information that we can start, and I hope I can be heard very well. Welcome, a warm welcome to everyone. I'm Jarek Zarychta, I represent Google Cloud, and in that company I represent the team devoted to industry and energy sector in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been following the discussions and sessions very closely, especially those devoted to the current situation in the sector. I've been working in the IT sector for the energy industry for more than 10 years now, especially in the power sector, and the gas sector is stimulating my curiosity in these turbulent times. So I would like to change the beginning of my presentation. I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the representatives of the gas sector, for their determination and unity in the light of the situation of the recent months. So I would like to thank you all very much as an individual consumer, as a Polish citizen, and as a person who understands what is happening in the energy sector. So what we have here, we have a cloud, and I would like you to understand these symbols of the abacus, and I called my presentation the digital transformation in the age of gas crisis. I was inspired in this by the title of our conference. So from one crisis of the pandemic, it's still there, although we have probably learned to live with it, we are moving on to yet another, more dramatic crisis, where human lives are taken away from our Ukrainian friends, and directly and indirectly, we are affected by that. And we do not know what's coming next. The new normality after these years of boom of prosperity and relative peace of mind in business. In my humble opinion, without being an expert, we will not be able to live to see this normality. The new normality is the crisis. And in the light of the crisis, we need to choose the steps we take in business. So my appreciation was expressed due to the fact that your expert knowledge and the decisions made in recent months and in fact years, it was mentioned from the stage here multiple times, these decisions have proven to be right and correct. I am a service provider, but I do not want to be perceived as your service provider. I would like to be perceived as a partner, and we have heard a lot about partnership, and only in such a way can modern IT work with the energy sector. It is the type of partnership that we should build and we should care for. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present Google to you. Google and Google Cloud. There is a subtle yet important difference. Let me start with the mission. When I look at the websites of my potential clients, that is your websites, I don't have to visit your website because I know you, but many companies operating in this sector are rather small companies. So I'm looking at their missions of those companies, what their values are. Sometimes it's pure marketing, but sometimes it's quite more than that. And Google's mission is to organize the world's information in the digital world. Please imagine how this mission is implemented today. What would happen? What would have happened if we hadn't had this website? It makes us aware of how important this window is to the digital world. This is the most frequently visited website in the world, according to research and studies. But behind this picture, there is enormous infrastructure. Let me move 2 slides back to show you the mission of Google Cloud. We want to do exactly that, exactly the same as Google. We are combined or affiliate companies, but we want to focus on your organizations, on enterprise-level organizations. So the same infrastructure, highly scalable and secure, should not only serve the consumers, all of us, but primarily, and that is the mission and task of Google Cloud's employees, it should serve the enterprise sector. And as for infrastructure, we can assure you that it is the infrastructure that we build only for the purpose of our private fiber optic network and our own data centers. And one of them, or the whole region consisting of 3 data centers, is located in our country. And quite soon you will receive an invitation from the organizer, you will receive an invitation to that event. The first anniversary, a very important anniversary of the establishment of the family of data centers or data center region in Warsaw, Google's data centers. Several days ago, a competence center for cloud technologies was established in Warsaw. So this transformation, maybe not from the abacus, but from older tools than the cloud, towards this transformation towards cloud computing is already happening here. Has it reached your enterprises? I do not know that yet, but I like this slide very much. It demonstrates that we have been working closely together for quite a long time. I always ask this question, is there anyone in this room who can raise their hands and say that they have not used a single tool presented in this slide, starting with the Chrome browser, perhaps starting with the Google search engine. Perhaps many of you came here to this conference using some of Google's tools. This is what Google is about. But Google Cloud, perhaps there would be more hands up in the air. Because Google Cloud provides enterprise sector solutions. I manage a team at Google Cloud, a team focusing on cooperation with the industry. It is not the largest team in Google Cloud, as you may imagine, but our cooperation will change that. At Google Cloud, we would like to be a digital transition partner in your sector. So what does it mean for you? We have prepared infrastructure that I have already mentioned, because digital transformation, although it is not only the IT domain, it is mostly about infrastructure based on which you can build your digital transformation strategy for you to migrate your critical solutions to and infrastructure that will be used by your companies to become more effective. So this infrastructure is available here, right now, and within the borders of Poland is a fundamental part of our offer. The second part is our digital infrastructure, a set of services to manage your data. Google has a similar mission. Google Cloud has a similar mission to Google, but in order to implement that mission, we need to have tools to cope with the catastrophic surplus or overwhelming volumes of data. I've been working with clouds for many years, and it is you, our clients, who are telling us that the increase in data volumes will soon mean that the currently used or previously used IT systems will not be sufficient. We need this digital transformation, but it is the first session when anyone is talking about digital transformation from the stage. But there would be no energy transition without the digital transition. Several fundamental solutions of the digital transition are presented on this slide. I would like to focus on that. I have only some short time for this presentation, but I would like to have an opportunity to discuss certain solutions with you, some selected solutions. So first we need to collect the data. So this means that we need services like the Internet of all things to collect the data from any source. It can be a human being, an employee, it can be a thing, it can be an OT or IT system. Then the data has to be stored somewhere. So we need data storage facilities that is scalable in accordance with or tailored to the volume of data that is stored. And then once we have the data, we need to correlate it, we need to draw conclusions from that data. So these are advanced analytics and as a result and as a consequence, artificial intelligence. And finally, let me share with you my proprietary thought. I don't expect to be quoted as Plato, or like Plato, but I like this thought because it simplifies or simplistically demonstrates how important the selection of tools is, especially in IT. IT is not easy, especially for people who work in business and cope with other challenges. But imagine that I have a nail in one hand and a hammer in the other. Which component am I facing? It seems that I have a relevant tool for this task. It is just a challenge for me. I am from a generation who was sufficient with manual works, but if I did not have a hammer, but I would have a nail, it would be a significant problem for me to implement this very simple task. And this is my simple thought. In the area of IT, you can simplify it to go down to this simple statement. If you have the right tool tools in your organization, then any business challenges, implementing any business challenge will be a challenge itself. You will focus only on your own competences and not on the tools that you will have to use, because you will have those tools on board. And every change, the change that is part of our lives, you will be able to transform into a challenge and an opportunity. And the parallel to what I have just said, or let what I said be a parallel to what I want to point to. With the relevant tools in the organization, both the physical tools and the virtual tools from your service providers or technology partners, you are able to achieve any business targets. And there is quite a lot of these challenges in your area, in your sector. And the response to that is that there is no energy transition without the digital transition. And I am very happy that I'm the first person today who says that clearly. I'm not the only person in these projects. It's not that Google has come here with their maps and the Android system and to teach you how to transform the energy business. I have listed our major partners working on these projects. We are working with them together. And the most important clients and areas with completed projects. And this logo of Veolia, I cannot see the CEO here, but I would like to thank him. I am a direct contact point for Veolia in Poland. They started their Road to Cloud program quite recently in Poland. So we have everything that is needed to start the digital transformation projects. And you need business courage, and I would like to encourage you to have this digital courage and to diversify your providers in the IT world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Google Cloud presented a bit of optimism after these difficult discussions from earlier in the day. And now we'll have a slight reorganization and we will soon find out about what's coming. Perhaps someone might establish a data cloud together with Google. We'll remove the abacus and I will tell you what's coming next. So we are going to have yet another discussion panel. I hope we have the right number of chairs. So we'll talk about the security of natural gas supplies to Poland. So a fundamental thing, a fundamental requirement for our country's security, but also a fundamental thing for a successful energy transition that we would like to implement with a large share of gas, perhaps smaller share now, but some industries cannot operate without gas. So let me give the floor to the moderator of this panel. It will be Jakub Wiech, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Energetyka 24. You have your mic. Welcome.
I'm the Deputy Editor-in-Chief for Energetyka 24, and it is my pleasure to moderate the discussion on gas security of Poland. There is no more respectable panel than this one regarding energy security in the gas sector, especially in such circumstances. Editor Jakubik mentioned that we removed clouds from the gas sector. We'll see whether this will actually materialize. It is my pleasure to welcome distinguished guests who contributed much to analytics and the functioning of the gas sector. Let me invite Paweł Turowski from the Department of Non-Military Security from the Ministry. I've just discussed that 2 hours ago. Let me invite Mr. Kucela from representing Gas System. Dariusz Kucel. Welcome. Let me welcome Błażej Wojnicz, the President of Board for Gas Storage Poland. Paweł Pikus, Director of the Department of Electricity and Gas from the Ministry of Climate and Environment. We're going to have him online, so perhaps let me invite Professor Waldemar Kamrat, representing the Gdańsk University of Technology.
We're still waiting for Mr. Turowski and other guests, and let me start our panel from the following question, a question which I believe attracts interest of many people in the gas industry. Let me ask Mr. Kucel, are we going to be ready with the Baltic pipe on time? What is the status of the project at the moment? Thank you very much for the question. There are few occasions that a man can say, yes, we'll manage on time. And it is my great satisfaction and pleasure. The project was developed by a visionary long time ago. We needed an idea and determination to implement it, and we're at the final stage of its implementation, including the offshore and onshore parts. Key pipelines are there, ready to receive permitting. Pumping stations of Goleniów, Kustorzyn and Odolanów are at the final stage of their development. I can confirm that on the 1st of October, the first molecules of gas will flow through the pipeline. We know that this year, in the final quarter of this year, we're not going to reach the full capacity of the pipeline. Our colleagues caught up, and we know that on the 1st of January 2023 we will reach the full capacity. So Danish mice and bats did not hamper. Yes, they hampered a little, but the cooperation was super professional, and we're in a very good moment of the project. Excellent, thank you. Do you have any information regarding contracts for gas? Of course, gas system is not responsible for the supply of gas. Our role is to provide the capacity. There are going to be auctions very soon, and then we will know. PGNiG has already declared that that the pipeline will be filled with gas. And from one strategic project, let me move to another. Let me ask Mr. Wojnicz about our storage. What is to what degree our storages are filled? 84? Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to give you precise figures. I've just returned from the storage in Kosaków. The pumping is still going on there, but I'm sure we reached more than 87%, and the storage of Kosaków more than 93%. You can check it online at your website. We focus. Let me ask you about the possible extension of storages. This geopolitical turmoil in this part of Europe, and considering the scale of your projects diversifying supplies of gas to Poland, do you see the sense of expanding these storages? Essentially, we assume that the larger import of gas, the larger storages we need. In terms of gas consumption in Poland, according to all estimates, the consumption of gas will increase in Poland. Of course, different estimates, the estimates differ. Different possibilities and the target consumption, and we can expect the increased consumption of gas, and also the storage capacity should grow. Let me go even further. We, as the operator of the storage system, observe what's going on, we monitor the increase in demand, and we indicate the possibilities of expanding storages. We are the operator of storages. The owner, however,
którymi operujemy, jest Polskie Górnictwo Naftowe i Gazownictwo.
PG&IG. So we indicate them the need to expand, and quite recently we pointed to that once again. The decisions have not been made, but nevertheless some decisions were made to increase the storage capacity in the country. So this is actually happening, and I can only add that as a Gas Storage Poland, we would like the storage capacity to increase in cavern storages rather than deposit storages, because we do have competences and possibility to develop such storages, and these storages can be finally used for other energy sources such as hydrogen. Do you think existing storages will be developed or new ones will be built? We would like to select solutions that are immediately available because of urgent needs, so we will focus on expanding already existing storages like salt deposits that have been examined where we have relevant administrative permits. And let me address Mr. Turowski. Welcome with us. We've discussed certain components of the Polish energy and gas security. Perhaps you can tell us more about the gas security in the European context. What is the European perspective of our gas security, considering what's going on behind our eastern border? If we consider energy security of Europe, gas security, the key country shaping the model was the Federal Republic of Germany, and to a large extent mechanisms at the level of European Commission were based on German models involving purchase of gas to push out other sources. And of course the source of gas was important, the different directions were considered and political decisions were made. Of course, from the point of view of Berlin, this eastern direction had major advantages, geopolitical advantages, and contributed to strong links between the Russian Federation and Germany. This mechanism has been known since 1970s, beginning with Social Democratic Chancellor of rapprochement, that we should harness Soviets and then Russia. Of course, there were certain things untold, that since we built strong links with Russian Federation in time, we will be able to push out the major political power from Europe, namely the United States. And in fact, this project is at the stage of testing. The Polish situation, well, Poland rightly identified geostrategic role of gas and the way it is used, and it was resilient to this overflowing narration that gas is only business, economic calculus, and no matter from whom we are going to buy it, it's going to be good. If I remember the gas industry, 15 years ago, it was popular that molecules are the same, they have no origin, and we should buy where it is the closest, namely Russia. And today, we can say that molecules are not the same. This is the reality. So, in fact, Poland rightly diagnosed that the Russian Federation would use natural gas as a tool, as a political tool, trying to limit the maneuvering possibilities for particular states. And mechanisms of building gas independence were stimulated by Minister Naimski during the Buzek government in Poland. Mr. Naimski was an advisor and he promoted the supply of gas from Norway. Now we have the Baltic pipe. At that time, in the past we had another attempt to restore the project in 2005-2007, and now we're in a much better situation than all other neighboring countries. We fully control our state, we can support Ukraine without any concern about what happened, because what happened does not create a dilemma at the state, at the management, whether we should support or not. And the dependence of gas, whether the dependence on sources of gas is crucial, we can see in other countries. And of our neighboring countries, or even Poland in the future. And these are different paths that Europe seen. Gas dependence. You've mentioned these energy contacts with Russia, which continued at the time of the Yamal pipeline, believing that when you trade with someone, you don't fight with the party. Do you believe that this logic will no longer be valid, and this full-scale military action of Russia in Ukraine puts an end to this energy liberalism? In politics and in economics proceeds through processes. If you want to build a pipeline, you start a process. The same applies to politics. If we have many countries in Europe focusing on close cooperation with the Russian Federation for various reasons, including politics and economics, the war in Ukraine will not change the point of view of those countries and elites. These are certain processes. You need to take mitigate certain actions and slow down those that are unfavorable. Thank you. Professor, I'd like to address Professor Kamrat. I'd like to ask about something that refers to what I asked Mr. Turowski about, namely the concept of energy liberalism in the relations with Russia was matched with the vision of gas as a transition fuel in the European energy industry, energy of high emission and low or zero emission economy. Do you believe that this concept of gas as a transition fuel will continue?
Thank you very much for this question, but I'm not a fortune teller. I can only say that paradoxically what has happened has triggered a number of mechanisms accelerating a technological breakthrough in the energy sector. Natural gas was supposed to be a transition fuel, but after this transition, we were supposed to be aiming towards a hydrogen economy. Some people say it's an extraordinary period of time and extraordinary actions are required. And I believe that the energy transition, as it has been planned and it will be implemented, perhaps at the 50th edition of the GAZTERM conference, we might have a hydrogen economy. But paradoxically, this will accelerate the studies towards using hydrogen at a broader scale. But in order to live to see that, we need to meet a number of conditions. Today I had a very inspiring conversation with the representative of the Gas Industry Chamber of Commerce. You need to balance the market and whether we need to know whether these activities allow us to have a correct diagnosis of the situation. I hope that I will see many of you at the Polish Gas Industry Congress in less than a month in Łódź, and we'll be able to continue this discussion. But, to the point, I think that due to this gas being as transition fuel, we are talking about security of natural gas supply. Some people say that it is sufficient to increase LNG supplies to Poland to ensure security. That is true, but we need to have access to sources of that gas. We know that is not the cheapest gas. We need to have access to a fleet of carriers. So for the next 10+ years, we will have to resort to coal. Although it's hard to believe it, but you can still use coal to a certain extent. Gas can be manufactured from coal in the pyrolysis process. If we have syngas, we can recover rare earth metals, we can directly burn hydrogen, or we can use it as an admixture to natural gas, which we will have shortage of. And the second thing, the energy sector is not the main consumer of gas. The main consumer of gas, apart from the household sector, is the chemical industry. So we will have to look at some alternatives to gas. For example, to manufacture fertilizers. I'm not trying to say that you have to go back to the Stone Age, but we did not have natural gas, and agriculture was flourishing without any chemical additives. Other means of fertilization were used, so it can be done. There's yet another component that is not often mentioned. By 2050, when we look at the forecast of the Demographics Committee of the Polish Academy of Sciences, there will be 25 or 26 million Polish citizens. So the demand will be smaller, the needs will be smaller. I do not think that for the next 25 years we would saturate our national economy with gas to the same level that would be on par with highly developed countries, because simply we cannot catch up when we are lagging behind so much. So it is an opportunity. And another opportunity is that with regard to hydrogen, I will not discuss the details, but hydrogen technologies have different colors. You can have green hydrogen, although I'm very cautious optimist here, because to produce green hydrogen, you need to have electricity from renewables and water hydrolysis. And water resources in Poland are rather poor. We are at the level of Egypt. But hydrogen can also be obtained from waste gas processes in the glass industry, ceramic industry, and there are other means to produce hydrogen, and Poland has some achievements here, initiated, by the way, by the former Minister of Climate, and his works, his efforts in establishing the work group for hydrogen economy and low carbon economy, as well as biomethane. The representatives of the gas industry chamber of commerce were participants of those works. And there are very serious works developed as a result of those working groups. So we need to give actions in the hands of younger people. They are more willing to take risks, and I think we should succeed. I wouldn't be concerned here. However, the energy transition, in the sense that it was devised, in the way that it was devised, according to European Commission's ideas, will not happen. This trajectory will have to be revised. Last year we spoke about Polish Green Deal. Today we are talking about new conditions. I'm not even talking about the transition itself, I'm talking about energy security. So we do not know when the war will end and to what results. But one thing is for sure, the President of the Russian Federation, by starting the war, has led to a certain unity in Europe. We do not know for how long it will last, but a certain way of thinking emerged. And Poland plays a very important role here. We have been pointing out to that a long time ago. And the third thing is that we started thinking in completely different categories than previously, and it is a positive development. Thank you very much. Director, we have discussed various sources of gas and projects aimed at supplying us with gas, but also the prospects of the role of gas in Poland's energy transition. So a relevant question now is whether we will have enough gas. Have we balanced our supply mix to cover the current demand and the expected peaks in consumption or increases in consumption, like in the heating sector and in the electricity production? Thank you very much for this question. It sort of combines the questions that have been asked earlier. The data that we have today show that with regard to availability of infrastructure and availability of fuel, and with regard to the needs or demands that we have today or increased demand in the future, we are well prepared to cope with even the worst-case scenarios. We mentioned the Baltic Pipe, expansion of storage facilities, and our diversification strategy that we have been consistently implementing for the past dozen of years, with some turbulences, but we are successfully finishing it. So with regard to demand forecasts, it appears that our transformation pathway with gas as a transition fuel, with regard to our diversification strategy, not only for supplies but also of sources, with the strategies and the analysis that we have and long-term contracts that we have, it all is correct. Our pathway is correct. And our partners, both from Europe, primarily European partners, who spoke a different language earlier, they are now following our pathway and they are visiting the places that we have visited some time ago. They are paying visits to Qatar or to the US, looking for gas. So today we are announcing new agreements in supplies of gas from the US, when we have stable supplies of gas from Qatar, and we have the prospects for gas from the Norwegian shelf and PGNiG as one of the market players in that area, I wouldn't be concerned or afraid with regard to whether we will have enough gas for the next couple of years, especially with regard to the revision of the energy transition process with regard to gas in the coming years, whether the demand will increase by as much as forecasted some time ago, or perhaps with regard to the current market and current market prices, consumption of gas may drop. With regard to the new capacities in Europe, with regard to LNG imports or new supplies by pipelines from alternative sources, or revisions of forecasts of gas consumption in the west of Europe, taking into account all these revisions with regard to gas, it all shows that we are on the safe side. On top of that, we have the prospect of acceleration or upward revision of the energy transition in Europe, so increasing all the targets for energy efficiency or targets related to renewables or hydrogen production that will force all players and all countries to revise their energy policies. But I would be here cautiously skeptical or realistic, because we know that targets are one thing and reality is another thing. Reality is very hard, and the energy sector needs stable supplies of fuels and commodities, similarly to the entire economy. What we see on the level of the government, on the level of the ministry, so the revision of the energy strategy and taking into account the energy security pillar, it was always present in the energy policy, because our energy policy has never been detached from the energy security. Only on top of that we have competitiveness and environmental aspects, but highlighting the independence and security and sovereignty will increase the use of our own resources, including coal, in the medium term, and increasing our efforts to find new sources of gas. The possibility to use the competences acquired by our companies with regard to the Norwegian shelf and LNG. And indeed, for the last 10+ years, the Polish gas industry has gone a long way, a long successful way, and today Europe can learn from us. And I hope they will learn not only about how to ensure energy security, security of supply, but they will also learn about how to transform this sector. So we do not have to be afraid or concerned with the dynamic increase in demand for gas, because in the past 5 years we had an additional 1 billion cubic meters per year of additional consumption. We are ready for that, is that right? Yes, indeed. Our projects were aimed at covering larger imports, and the current projects, like the FSRU terminal in Gdańsk or new capacities in storage, they are all aimed at covering the peak. And the question is how big the peak will be with regard to the events that we are currently facing. Let me just add one thing. It was a very relevant diagnosis of the situation. This acceleration was caused by the fact that the projects were accelerated. But energy investment projects require more steel, more cement, and so on. Wartime economy will slow down, or post-war economy will slow down these processes. We will not be able to build as quickly as early, because we will have shortage of components and commodities like steel. Mr. Pikus has mentioned that it will stabilize and it will be slightly higher. When it stabilizes and if it doesn't drop, it will be a success. We will survive that if there is no drop in demand. You've mentioned the FSRU, so I'm looking at the director here. So let me ask, when will we have this floating unit in the Bay of Gdańsk? for LNG. Of course, the FSRU terminal in the Bay of Gdańsk is a plan that dates back to several years ago. Originally, it was planned for 2027, 2028, but of course, life is always richer in developments, so we are currently in the process of analyzing by how much this process can be expedited. As of today, it is likely to be 2026, and with the support of the European Commission and changes in legislation, it can be even earlier than that. Of course, there's a number of risks along the way, but we have learned how to cope with these risks in the past period. Please note that the FSRU is not just a vessel that will be moored to the shore. It requires surrounding infrastructure around the terminal. So you need to build a breakwater, you need to build the marine part, you need to build gas export pipeline. And it is all happening. So we are implementing this plan with peace of mind. In late March, we have finished the open season procedure, where we have confirmation from the market that there is an interest at the level of more than 6 billion cubic meters. And we can already see on the international market that these expectations are higher. But as of today, it is at the stage of additional analysis of when and what can be done. Do we know what will be the form factor of this terminal? Will it be a charter or a vessel built from scratch, or will it be a refurbished gas carrier? Due to the fact that the open season procedure was closed at the end of March, the decisions have not been made yet. Analysis is currently taking place, but the vessel gas carrier market is very unstable. As you know, Germany has made the decision to build 4 terminals, 2 of which they want to complete by the end of 2022. It's not that they are starting these projects right now. They started those projects well in advance, and everything is ready. Everything is prepared. And additional 2 will be finished in 2023. So the demand for gas carriers globally has significantly risen recently. But also production is increasing, so we are not very concerned about that. But as I have mentioned, the final decisions have not been made yet. Now let me ask Director Pikus, because we are talking about the possibilities to increase the supplies through LNG terminals, but perhaps we should think about increasing supplies via pipelines. So the question is, will we build Baltic Pipe 2? Let me put it like this. If the market shows that Baltic Pipe 2 is needed, then it will be built. The competences acquired by GAZTERM with Baltic Pipe 1 are unique, and they can be used with the construction of the second pipeline. But let's look from the point of view of demand for this gas. Just like the professor has said, this demand may not be that high in the future for various reasons. One reason is that we will undergo the transformation process. The second reason might be that the gas price is at such a level that it is easy to make decisions to look for cheaper alternatives. As of now, those infrastructure projects that we are thinking about cover the demand for gas fuel in the coming 10 or 15 years. But we need to avoid sunken infrastructure costs or orphaned costs, leaving the operator with infrastructure that is not useful because of the transition. The past 10+ years that we devoted to build our infrastructure has paid back, and we can see today that it was a good investment. But we need to be very cautious looking at the demand that is being generated. We need to see the behavior of the power generation market and the capacities on the capacity market in gas appearing in the coming years, and this will also determine the demand for gas. So let's look at the demand in a peaceful manner. We need to look at the international interest. As the director has said, it is purely a matter of declaration, so there are no contracts for capacity. Everyone is looking at it from the point of view of an emergency situation. So if I need some capacity, I will reserve it. But let's remember that these are costs for the Polish off-takers and Polish consumers. And with regard to our industry, our chemical industry, we need to optimize these costs, and we need to provide gas to our off-takers at a most reasonable and affordable price. So we need to be very cautious with the future investments, looking at the demand. For now, the projects that we have completed and are completing are sufficient to cover the forecasted demand, and it appears that we will not have a very significant boom in the gas industry on top of what we have right now. So we have the possibility to use the previous experiences, and the market will tell us what's going to happen in the future. So with regard to the market and what is happening in the regulatory framework in the European Union, question to Mr. Bojnic. Looking at this ownership structure of gas storage facilities in the European Union, and looking at the activities that were taken with regard to that infrastructure in the past year, do you believe that these facilities were slightly used as a weapon against Europe, or paradoxically they did not reduce our resilience, European resilience, with regard to Russian gas blackmail due to the fact that Russian companies were operators of those storage facilities?
It's more political rather than management questions or governance question. In my opinion, this situation in which Gazprom was the owner of storage could lead and led to the susceptibility of Europe to the blackmail. But I'd like to draw your attention to the following fact, which also refers to what you've said during the panel. A specific modus operandi that Russia followed, the transfer of ownership of the largest gas storages in Germany, finally took place in 2015. After the annexation of Crimea and the hybrid war in Ukraine, the intentions of Russia, something that Poland kept repeating year after year, that the imperial policy of Russia is something fitted into the DNA of the political system, that there is. It is a specific political system developed by people originating from intelligence services, and their business is not used to maximize profit, especially in the energy sector, but business is a component of their politics. And when it turned out that European elites were blind to it, and despite of activities, despite the aggression against Ukraine, European countries decided to focus on the economic calculus without analyzing what's behind. This only encouraged Russia, and this is what we can see at the moment. And responding to your question, yes, it was an element of politics. And from the
perspective of time, it was well played, though Poland and Polish politicians pointed to the situation, pointed to the real purpose of this activity. Let me just add, Germany, but not only, made a strategic mistake liberalizing the infrastructure sector of gas in the country when it turned out that these sectors are crucial for the state security. Poland did not do that. We had regulations adopted 20 years ago, which guaranteed that we have storages prepared to deal with any disruption in supply. The market didn't like it and does not like it because this does not fall into the category of liberal liberalization of the market, and at the level of EU institutions, new rules are developed regarding the operation of storages and storages to be filled. So it's a strategic overturn also in German politics, so Germans do not have to use extreme solutions. They had to take over the infrastructure, and then they learned that storages were not filled, and they regained the influence on the sector. It's a change in the thinking among Western elites, and they come back to the concept that the storage infrastructure should not apply, should not follow market rules, because everyone thought that when the market is liquid, everything was fine, but no one could see that it was shallow at the same time. So fluctuation of one source of supply could boost the price. Everyone was happy that the situation was very good, but in the case of any disruption in supply, the situation could worsen quite fast. I'm very glad that we have the return into this emergency thinking rather than market thinking. Thank you very much. I'd like to draw your attention to perhaps one more thing. Europe has made a strategic mistake. A mistake but fortunately, Western Europe has a well-developed system of gas pipelines. When you look at the gas map of Europe, you can make minor investments in the south of Europe to have access to gas from Africa. Algeria, for instance, there are terminals. The same applies to Spain. There are no interconnections between Spain and France, because since 1970s France focused on developing nuclear power, but this can be made up for. We don't have to stick to Russian gas. The world does not like void. The world will end someday, and we don't know whether the Russian Federation will fall out, will disintegrate. In a couple of years, they're going to have different thinking, and people will think about their says not only remembering the large war, because Russian people living in large cities have this type of thinking, though still people are afraid of intelligence services.
It's the 21st century. It's not possible to run businesses using antiquated methods, and it's not possible to have military action done the way it was done in the past. More advanced technology takes over the conventional army. So let's be optimistic. This may change in the future. Maybe the youngest of you in the room will live until that time. Hopefully this changes as quickly as possible. And one more historical comment. We're located between one superpower and the other. So historically, centuries ago, we had a woman as a Tsar who spoke Russian very little. He was a member of the Hohenzollern dynasty, so this imperial thinking at that time, we had Drach nach Osten and then Drach nach Westen. And sooner or later, aggressors cannot win. And they have their best places were defenders of the island of snakes. This woman was born in the nearby Szczecin, which links the two superpowers. But you mentioned the large mistake that Europe has made, and someone else mentioned that there was this turn in the thinking of elites. So let me combine these views with a common denominator and ask Mr. Turowski, have we really witnessed the change in the thinking among European elites? Have they drawn conclusions based on those mistakes that led us to the current situation regarding susceptibility to the Russian blackmail? This I don't know, but I know how certain mechanisms operate. If we decode them, we will be able to come up with a good conclusion. The economy is a part of a political order. It has never been that gas sectors operated by themselves. The political realm defined rules of the game. And it was obvious because the word of politics defines certain order and relations between gas sectors to maintain status quo and to build superpowers, or powers in general. This is how pawns are set at the chessboard, because subsystems, economic subsystems, build this power, and everything is placed in the political context. And the counterpoint, a testing point, is the war in Ukraine. And then we can ask ourselves a question: how these political orders contributing to subsystems, including gas subsystems, managed. And we have a simple answer to that: the Normandy format and Minsk agreements to stabilize Ukraine as an independent state, designed by the Federal Republic of Germany and France, bankrupted. And what experts from the Eastern Studies Center say, the international and energy and economic policies of Berlin failed. If they failed in the same way, European Commission policies failed as well. Perhaps we can hardly see that in the pronouncements of commissioners, but these processes are taking place. And on a side of it, we see something that helped Ukraine to survive. namely the United States. So assuming that after a sort of peace or the introduction of a new order, the two basic conclusions are not taken into consideration and we have business as usual is very risky. It's a very risky assumption and actually impossible, because if we have certain dynamics that products, European projects fail, they will be replaced by new projects that we still cannot see. But if we look at certain indicators or markers that the Czech Republic is interested in purchasing gas through Poland, decoding this message, you can see that this is new mechanics of creating new order and sources for power and stability, since old ones failed. So, concluding this, when we leave this building, we go to the pier and we see the 4 pipes immersed in at the bottom of the Baltic that failed. And we can see large tanks of the LNG terminal, which signify a new model of politics, which in the short run or the mid-term will grow. And Poland has a unique chance. With 500 kilometers of shore, with 3 strong seaports, seems that Poland will create this core of the security for the region, though this cannot be seen shortly after the war. So this change of thinking about energy security in the European Union is progressing, in your opinion, because this is correlated with all these factors. For me, more important is the structure of security in this region. Decoding your question, we can say that elites in the European Union realized quickly that they need to introduce correction, needs to revise their views, because otherwise someone else will come. So certain projects will be placed here which were not efficient up until today. So a fast correction by one side will not rebuild trust everywhere.
So now a question to you, Professor. You have been often mentioning hydrogen economy in your statements and publications as a new stage of development of the energy sector. So perhaps we should go beyond methane today when planning our energy security and rather focus on supplies of hydrogen. Shouldn't it be already the stage to think about that? I believe so. If we assume that in the mid-2030s, in 12 or 13 years from now, we should enter that stage, we should not only start thinking about that today, but we should also start building the foundations of the hydrogen policy. Legislation has been already adopted. I would be very happy to see it happen, but but will it happen? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller, as I said in the beginning. If the first digit of my PESEL number was not 5, if it was 7, I could promise you that it will be like that, because I would be convinced. It is very difficult to make short-term forecasts, because once the forecast maturity expires, then everyone will check whether it came true. I have the most recent forecast in front of me. Forecast of primary energy demand for 2040 with risk analysis carried out by the team from the National Mining Institute. You may say that if miners or people working in the coal industry or fossil fuel industry, and if they forecast Let me use my reading glasses, because due to my age, I cannot see well enough. If by 2040, we are talking about the power electricity sector. We have 6.7% of gas-fired plants in the mix, gas-fired units in the mix. CCGT, gas turbine units, it's only very little, 16 in total. 16 for CCGT, so 20% in total in gas. But we see very little in hard coal-fired units in 2040. Less than 12%. There's no hydrogen there, although I had my input in that analysis. But I think that we'll still have to wait a bit longer with hydrogen, for hydrogen to happen. We will first try to mix it with natural gas or with methane. We'll see how it behaves in mixture with methane, and we will have to carry out trials and tests. Forecasts are difficult, especially if they apply to the future. My PESEL number starts with a 7, and I believe in hydrogen. And I would like to confirm that very many companies, both in Europe and in Poland, are working on it. GAZTERM, as a member of the Hydrogen Partnership, we are involved in that. We are studying the infrastructure and transmission capabilities. I know that we will hear about possibilities to store hydrogen in underground caverns. So Europe, additionally driven by Russia's aggression on Ukraine, has started to work intensely on that. Well, first of all, I'm jealous of your PESEL number and the first digit of it, and I am also envious of this group of enthusiasts in your company who applied with very interesting hydrogen projects to the Chamber of Commerce of the gas industry. And indeed, it is a group of very sensibly thinking people with sensible projects that stand a chance of being implemented. And that is good. Keep it like that. Keep up the good job. Perhaps we'll be able to talk about that at the 35th GAZTERM conference. Indeed, let me confirm. At Gas Storage Poland, we have research projects related to hydrogen storage. But the director knows well about that because you have initiated them quite some time ago. So we are looking towards the planned demand for this energy source. I will use you, Director, as a person to clarify to our listeners about the current condition of development of energy security infrastructure. We discussed Baltic Pipe and FSRU. We have interconnectors to discuss. What is the current condition of them? Well, we did not mention the LNG terminal visible from our windows, which is probably the most important entry point of gas to our system. And it is currently being expanded. Today it's 6 billion cubic meters. In 2024 it will be over 8 billion. And it is not the last word, because we are analyzing whether even more is possible. As for interconnectors, indeed, it so happened in these difficult times that we managed to put GIPL pipeline online. It is already operational from the 1st of May. And the point in Ilava, that is connection, the interconnector to Slovakia, will go online in late May. We are talking to the Czechs. This project has been put on hold for many years. Now our southern neighbors are insisting on restarting those discussions. And of course we have the Yamal pipeline. We cannot forget it. Despite the fact that the tap on our eastern border was shut down, there is reverse at Malnov. This gas is flowing towards Poland from the west. Of course, as the operator of the transmission system and as the operator of the Yamal pipeline, we are thinking, in the interest of the entire market, about how to effectively use this pipeline and this infrastructure, existing infrastructure, even if there is no gas flowing towards us via this pipeline from the east. But economics are most important here, and it has to be beneficial for the market. So we are working on it. Thank you very much. We are making some forecasts about the future and the change of thinking about energy security in Europe. Are there any chances to adopt common European legislation about mandatory level of filling the gas storage? I'm not a firm believer in this permanent change of thinking about the energy security in Western Europe. I've recently read some books about what happened at the end of the First World War and the New World Order at that time. People in Western Europe also believed that they could come to an agreement with the Bolsheviks in Russia. Now everyone is thinking about energy security, but our thinking is so biased and so focused on economic benefits that it's hard to believe that there will be any permanent change in thinking towards Russia. As for your question, it is a process that is happening right now, and we are currently in the process. We are bringing our comments and remarks to the proposals that are currently discussed at the European level. The most recent draft that I saw last week, it assumes target levels of filling gas storage facilities to 80% in 2022. So we at Gas Storage Poland, we are at such a level that we have already met our targets. In the coming years, it is supposed to reach 90%. Is it going to happen? Yes, I think so. The question is, what will be the final shape of this regulation? And we do not know that as of today, because setting a certain level, a fixed level of 80 or 90%, it should depend on the market. It should be market-specific or storage capacity-specific. We at Gas Storage, at PGNiG or Poland, we did not wait for EU regulations to tell us about the level of filling our gas storage facilities, because the managerial decisions about filling our gas storage were made immediately after the start of the war. And contrary to previous mode of operation of the storage, it was an off-take period, and yet we were filling the tanks, filling the storage facilities. So it was contrary to the historical practice. I think that European political elites want to demonstrate that they are taking all possible action in that respect. However, it is of key importance what will be the final shape of these regulations, and it will be a result, a derivative of political interests of all the players. For your information, we are at the stage of trialogue with that regulation. So the trialogue is taking place today, and the French presidency wants to announce that as one of their major successes at the end of their presidency. And all European institutions want to have this regulation in place later this year so that it can enter into force. So we are on the right track, and all European countries have their own specifics and their own interests. So there are certain specifics taken into account. So there will be percentage trajectories for the level of filling of storage facilities. It's not that all countries are have well-balanced storage to their consumption. Some storages are smaller compared to their consumption. So it had to be included in the draft, but eventually the Council has reached a compromise that was so difficult to achieve with regard to a gas directive related to pipelines from third-party states. And in the next several coming weeks, we will have a success in the form of this regulation accepted by all member states. So by the end of June, we'll have something. Well, perhaps I will not be very original here. Let me say one thing. But I have the right to say so because I'm the oldest person here. We need to change our thinking about the market. What we learn at our MBA courses, at universities or postgraduate studies, the perception of the market is going to change. We need to go through a difficult period to get out of this clinch. And no market, in the sense that we have been used to by various training, studies and so on, there will be no such market. To put it simply, one of the advisors to one of the most famous US presidents several years ago has said that the market was not the hand of God. It was not created by the hand of God. The market is what people agree to have as a market, what people call a market. And what Mr. Pikus has said, the way we agree to that, not ourselves but our representatives going and negotiating in Brussels, they will have to agree on a certain shape of the market, but it will be a so-called market. You can slowly put the existing market and its definition aside. I had the pleasure to participate in this panel with you. You keep emphasizing this fact. It depends on the mechanisms that will be in place. It depends on what the decision makers agree. And whether the ERO president issues such a decree or another regulation to harmonize EU law will be just a result or a consequence of what major decision makers will adopt. So you need to forget about the market. A very brief question to you, and I would request a brief answer. Do you believe that we should agree to think about an energy market like an army? We are not investing in the army and the military forces to have competition or jobs. We invest in order to be on the safe side, to feel secure. Yes, you are right. We shouldn't talk about market-based mechanisms and so on. We need to securely and safely meet our needs. And one of the challenges of today's civilization is access to energy, to food and to water. We can have different order here, but these things are interconnected. So if we do not have access to energy, we will not have anything else. So all the paradigms of the market, beautiful free market mechanisms and theories of economists, I would dare and risk a statement that we should, and someone has already received a Nobel Prize for that, economy at the times of chaos, because we have a period of chaos or uncertainty. We are talking about risks, but risk is a decision-making situation that can be described using probability calculus. these events can be described. There is something like uncertainty that cannot be described with probability calculus. On top of that, we have chaos and complete ignorance, so there's quite a lot ahead of us. We need simple decisions here. Someone has to take us through the desert towards the oasis. You need to have some dreams. You need to dream, but you need to be able to make those dreams a reality.
Thank you very much. I'd like to address you, Mr. Director. Will the current situation on the market be detrimental to our projects on the Polish market? Well, this may lead to our redefinition to projects when we discuss clean air, dealing with smoke. Gas as a driving force of the process will cease to be the driving force. There are other technologies that gain more and more importance considering the uncertainty of the gas market, and electrification, heat pumps and other solutions and new technologies that we need to invest in. But we need to focus on the use of gas regarding all those processes where the replacement for gas can hardly be found in short-term or mid-term perspectives. What was your first question? Well, the fighting with smoke and gasification of Poland. Well, when it comes to gasification, it's the same question. Perhaps we should divert public funding for even lower emission solutions than gas, and do not require such investment needs as the development of infrastructure. Solutions that can be applied at households like PV panels and heat pumps. Of course, we're not discussing this today. We're going to develop these technologies in medium and short term, but definitely they will influence on the perception of the gas sector. Will this work against these plans? I wouldn't say that, but definitely these activities will modify this. And a question to Mr. Turowski. What correction can we expect regarding the EU climate policy due to the Ukrainian war? It's hard for me to say what type of revision we can expect, but if certain projects were introduced into the policy, relevant technological models were added. For instance, the technological model that we should set up as many wind turbines offshore, and they need to produce hydrogen because other wind turbines cannot produce that hydrogen. Americans also support the energy transition process. They cannot see wind turbines but SMRs, and they consider using smaller nuclear power units. This concept was designed for Russian gas, to have 4 pipelines to build the power of Berlin, and there were other concepts concerning other channels, Nord Stream 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it was a very deep political project, discussion, saying that that was something that business wanted. We all know that business plays to the tunes of politics. Poland, while joining the EU, was identified as a peripheral territory. Now, because of all these developments and the new order created, starts to be identified as the core
area. And as a core area, it has a different right to have a say. I cannot provide a precise answer to all your questions. I can only mark certain dynamics, and there are more question marks and challenges to energy transition based on Russian gas. The time of our panel has approached its end. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your comments. I'd like to thank the audience, and let me give the floor to the moderator. A round of applause for the moderator, and I can only invite you to further discussions about the order, chaos, and the philosophy of the gas market and market as such, backstage and during the outdoor event with masters of the guitar and Wojciech Cugowski, and we will see each other at the open air theater in Międzyzdroju.